Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents The Rekoning by J.L. Beck, narrated by Ryan Stone and Renee Thorne. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Chapter 1. Aries. The first thing I notice is Drew's stupid fucking grin, like he stumbled onto a practical joke instead of a hostage situation. He leans against the doorframe arrogantly, twirling the keycard between his fingers like it's a poker chip, taking his sweet time while my mind races with 1,001 questions. How the fuck did he find us? Has he known all along where I was but didn't tell anyone else? Does he know anything about Lillian? Well, this isn't awkward. Drew whistles low as his gaze bounces between us. 2 Aries for the price of 1. Where's Lillian? Arson demands, ignoring his bullshit. Drew's expression shifts from smug amusement to a flicker of concern. Lillian? I don't know where the hell she is. I came looking for you. He points at me. None of us had heard from you in weeks, except for Lee, and even that's been sporadic. Every phone call goes straight to voicemail. I finally got fed up and tracked your car to this shithole. You tracked my car? I squint at him. How the fuck did you track my car? I have trackers on everyone's vehicles. After all the shit we've been through, I felt like it was a baseline security measure. His eyes skim the facility that we're in before returning to land on me. And I wasn't wrong. I'm forced to admit he wasn't, but I don't concede graciously. It's fucking great that you finally noticed I wasn't around, or acting like myself, and decided to do some investigating. But it's a little late now. We have bigger issues to worry about. So you haven't seen Lillian at all? I pull against my restraints, the metal biting into my already aching flesh. No. Drew speaks slowly, his eyes narrowing as he properly takes in the scene. What the fuck is going on? Why are there 2 of you? I thought you said your brother died, like when we were in our mid-teens, right? He's obviously my twin brother. I struggle to keep my voice steady despite the fresh wave of nausea at the abject betrayal. Drew utters a soft, duh, that I ignore. His name is Arson. The family kept him locked away for years. I thought he was dead too until he kidnapped me to get revenge. You met him when we were kids. You don't remember? Drew's eyes widen and he blinks as if he's trying to pull up the memory. You have to be shitting me. He shakes his head as if he can't believe it. He turns to Arson, his smile charming. Well, I guess nice to see you again. Weird you're not actually dead, though. All I can do is roll my eyes as he continues with a grin directed at me now. Damn, your life is like daytime soap opera gold. Sure it is, but you're missing the point. None of this is important right now. Lillian's been gone for over 12 hours, and she locked us both in here and didn't return. We've had no contact with her since then, Arson says impatiently, finally deciding to join the conversation. This just keeps getting better, Drew says. Lillian, that little 5'0", blonde-haired, walking heart condition, locked you both up? Why would she do that? Better yet, how did she do that? I exchange a glance with Arson, silently asking how much we should reveal. The shame of what happened between the 3 of us still hangs heavy in the air, and I don't know that we need to air all of our dirty laundry. It's complicated, I finally say. Emotions were running high. Some things were said. She got upset and then left. Oh, so you're both in the doghouse then. He chuckles and his gaze sweeps the room again. Or better yet, the dog cage. Seriously? Is he really making a joke out of this situation? Okay, I'm sorry. So you made her upset enough to lock you both up and leave you to rot together? Drew sounds genuinely concerned now, though I can't tell how much is real and how much is acting. You never can tell with him. So even now, I have no idea if he's actually concerned about Lillian or simply playing the part he thinks we want to see. That could also be the betrayal talking. I'm beyond angry with him and my other friends, and the fact that it took them this fucking long to realize something might be wrong. I've been trapped for months, and they just now started asking questions. She was upset, but she wouldn't have left us here for this long, Arson insists. Something's happened to her. Now are you going to help us, or waste more time acting like an entitled dick? Drew studies us both, his gaze lingering on me for half a second longer than necessary. There's a lingering question in his eyes that I don't want to answer. Say I let you out, he says carefully. How do I know you won't just kill each other? Clearly you two need to sort out some serious shit. I blink. How is this even a question? Finding Lillian comes first, Arson says, and the certainty in his voice surprises me. Everything else can wait. I nod my head in agreement. We can settle scores later. Drew hesitates, the keycard still in hand. So you both care about her that much? Yes, we answer simultaneously, another unsettling moment of twin synchronicity despite our hatred. The look on Drew's face shifts into shock mixed with respect. He's known me long enough to recognize when I'm putting aside a personal vendetta for something more important. Maybe he thinks that by knowing me, he knows my twin as well. He has no clue who Arson is or what he will do. He should be as wary as I am when it comes to him, but none of that seems to matter. Right now, all I care about is getting to Lillian. We don't have fucking time for any of this bullshit. Fine, Drew mutters, finally stepping forward to unlock the door and enter. But if either of you is fucking with me, you'll regret it. He moves toward my restraints first, then holds his hand out to Arson. Key, where did you find the card? Arson asks as he slaps the key into Drew's palm. Drew makes quick work of the first cuff. Outside, near the east entrance, he says, moving to the second restraint. Figured it was dropped accidentally. I saw your car and decided to see if I could get any answers. The restraint falls away and I resist the urge to rub my raw wrists. Instead, I watch Drew's hands carefully, the same hands that passed me drinks in college, that helped me when I was too drunk to stand, that I trusted for years to lead me and protect me. Hands that had no problem shaking my replacement's hand while I rotted in captivity. The moment I'm free, every instinct screams to lunge at both of them. Drew for not even noticing one of his best friends was missing, and Arson for everything else. Thankfully, I have enough self-control to suppress it, focusing on what matters now. There will be time for retribution later, once Lillian is safe. We need to figure out where she went, I say, finally rubbing my wrists, eyes locked on Drew in silent accusation. He doesn't seem to notice, or maybe he just doesn't give a shit. I stand slowly, muscles protesting after hours of restraint. The cell's dimensions feel even more claustrophobic now that I'm upright. A concrete box designed to break the spirit as much as contain the body. Perfectly calculated, just like everything else my brother does, apparently. How long have you been locked up? Drew asks, actually sounding concerned. You look like shit. Months, I reply tersely. The days blend when you're inside a cage. His eyes widen slightly, and I see calculation forming, chased by guilt, before it clears. Good. Let him stew in it. Arson leads us toward his security room, moving with the confidence of someone in familiar territory. I follow, cataloging every door, building the mental map I'd begun to create of my prison, or at least what I gained the night of my near escape. Knowledge I should have had weeks ago if I'd been more careful, more observant, if I hadn't underestimated my own brother. Then again, how could I have known? Everything about my brother was pushed so far into the back of my mind, every lie my father told, every beating he gave me to force me to forget arson, all of it tries to surge forward at once. I can't let it. I shove those thoughts deep, so deep all I feel is a numb awareness of their presence, and I focus on the men with me. "This place is insane," Drew comments, looking around at the converted warehouse. "How long have you been planning this whole twin revenge thing?" "Years," Arson says shortly, clearly uninterested in small talk. "The security room is this way. We can check the camera feeds and get a better idea of which direction she headed." The walk gives me time to study my twin from behind, the squared shoulders, the measured stride, the constant awareness of his surroundings. He moves like someone who has learned to navigate hostile environments, expecting threats from all sides. What exactly did they do to him in that place? The security room is a stark contrast to the industrial warehouse, featuring sleek monitors, state-of-the-art equipment, and a setup that would make government agencies envious. The room screams obsession, years of planning and single-minded focus, another stark reminder of how thoroughly I'd been outplayed. "Jesus," Drew mutters, "you weren't fucking around." Arson ignores him, typing rapidly on the keyboard. Multiple camera feeds appear on the screens, their timestamps indicating they're from yesterday. "There," he says, pointing at one screen showing Lillian exiting through the side door. The timestamp reads 5:42 p.m. She left this way. We watch in silence as she walks across the loading area, her head down, clearly upset. She pauses at the edge of the property, looking back at the warehouse once before continuing out of frame. The sight of her makes something in my chest contract painfully. Even through the grainy footage, I can see the changes in her since this all began, the way she carries herself differently, and the determined set of her shoulders despite her obvious distress. Whatever happened between us in that flood has transformed her, just as it transformed me. I crave her more than ever now. "Switch to the street view," I suggest, leaning closer. Arson types again, bringing up another camera feed. This one shows the access road outside the warehouse. Lillian appears, walking quickly now, arms wrapped around herself like she's cold or scared. "Wait," Drew says suddenly. "Go back. There, that car." Arson backs up the footage slightly, and a black sedan with tinted windows appears at the edge of the frame, driving slowly along the access road. As Lillian walks, it picks up speed, pulling alongside her. "Fuck," I breathe as the passenger door opens and two men in suits emerge. One approaches Lillian, who backs away immediately. There's no audio, but her body language screams fear. "Shit," Arson says, his voice tight. I cast him a sharp glance. "You know them?" He ignores me, his gaze intent on the screen. The second man moves behind her, cutting off her escape route. The first says something, gesturing toward the car. Lillian shakes her head vehemently. Then the second man grabs her arm. No. I mutter as she struggles briefly before being forced into the vehicle. The car pulls away smoothly, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. I curl my hands into fists, nails digging into my palms hard enough to draw blood. The image of Lillian being manhandled and forced into that car while I sat helpless in a cell burns like acid in my veins. If they hurt her... "Who the fuck was that?" Drew demands, anger and shock in his tone. "My backers," Arson says, voice flat with controlled rage, his fingers flying across the keys as he fiddles with something. "The men funding this operation. I've been off schedule lately. They aren't very happy with me." "Your backers just kidnapped Lillian?" Drew grabs Arson by the shirt, hauling him up and shoving him against the wall. "Backers for what? What the fuck? What have you dragged her into? She's innocent in all of this." I moved to separate them, surprising myself when I pulled Drew off him versus joining him in the destruction of my brother. A zing of jealousy zips up my spine. Why does Lillian matter to him? Why the fuck do you care so much about Lillian for? She isn't anyone to you. He takes a deep breath, then whispers, "You're right, she isn't anyone to me, but she's something to you. We all knew you were obsessed with her from your first interaction. All that cold indifference? Too much indifference." I ignore Drew and direct my attention to Arson. Do you know where they might have taken her? Forcing myself to remain calm despite the terror clawing at my chest is difficult. I can only imagine what she's going through, the pain she's suffering because of us. Arson nods. I have a few ideas. They own properties throughout the city, places they use for sensitive discussions. They've likely taken her to one of those locations. How dangerous are these men? Drew asks, straightening his shirt as the reality of the situation finally sinks in. Arson's expression darkens. Very dangerous, especially when they think someone has compromised their investment. And has she? I ask, already knowing the answer, but hoping he says no. Yes, Arson admits, turning back to the monitors. It's because of her that the entire plan has changed. Initially, it was about revenge, but now I yearn for something more than that. They see that. They know it's because of her, and they will do anything to ensure we stay on task. The admission hangs in the air between us, unexpected and revealing. I file it away for later examination, focusing instead on the immediate problem. Drew studies him, then steps away. I keep my eyes on Drew, though, and I spot each emotion as it crosses his face, born from years of friendship and playing together on the football field. He feels guilty, and I can use that. And how the fuck do we find her? I ask. These are your guys. You know them better than either of us. What do we need to do to get her back? Arson pulls a phone from a drawer, not his usual one, but something older and more basic. There's a number, a direct line, but using it means we are on the vulnerable end of the negotiation. I don't care, I say immediately. Call them. It's not that simple, Arson warns. These men, they don't operate like normal people. They have their own rules and codes. If we go charging in, they might kill her, Drew finishes. Jesus Christ, I mutter under my breath. The fear hits me like a physical blow, followed immediately by white-hot rage that needs somewhere to go. I turn on Arson, grabbing him by the shirt and slamming him against the wall hard enough to rattle his teeth. "This is your fucking fault," I snarl, inches from his face. "Your revenge, your backers, your goddamn games. Now she's paying the price for it." He doesn't fight back, which only makes me angrier. Just stares at me with those eyes that are exactly like mine, reflecting the same terror I'm trying to bury under fury. "You think I don't know that?" he says quietly, and the broken edge in his voice deflates some of my rage. "You think I'm not imagining what they're doing to her right now?" I release him, stepping back, hands shaking with the need to hit something, to break something, to make someone else hurt as much as the thought of Lillian in pain is destroying me. The brutal reality settles over us, silencing the room. I close my eyes briefly, trying to push away the images my mind conjures. Lillian was terrified, hurt, and used as leverage. When I open them again, I find both men watching me, waiting for something, another explosion, or for me to finally break down. I don't know what the fuck they want from me. It's strange. After weeks of powerlessness, of being the captive rather than the captor, they're looking at me for direction now, like they expect me to have a plan, to take control, to be the man I was before all this. The irony doesn't escape me. Before my captivity, I was becoming exactly what our father wanted. Calculated, ruthless, focused on the Hayes legacy above all else. Well, focused on destroying it, but my father didn't need to know that until it was too late. Now, stripped of everything, I'm finally acting out of genuine conviction rather than revenge. Fine, then we need a plan, I say, pushing aside the fear threatening to overwhelm me. And we need it now. Arson looks at me, then at Drew, calculation evident in his expression. They'll expect me to come alone, to fix the problem and get us back on schedule. Which means what? Drew asks. Which means, Arson says slowly, they will be expecting me. Our eyes meet again, identical faces reflecting identical determination. For the first time since childhood, we're completely aligned in purpose, if not in method. We need weapons, I say. Information, floor plans of wherever they're keeping her. Can we get her out while you're distracting them? No, they will just kill all of us and do something else. We have to give them what they want, the destruction of Richard and all of the Hayes' influence and business. I don't care what we have to do, whatever gets her out safely. I don't care if it means giving up my father and my relationship, such as it was with him. That was never real anyway. Not like Lillian is real. Even after repeatedly pushing her away, I know her feelings for me, her love for me, are there. Constant, unchanged, unmoving. I can't say the same for my father. Arson nods, already shifting toward another cabinet. I can get it. I can call them and then see what they want. Give it to them in exchange for her. Maybe buy us some time. I'll walk into Richard's office right now and put a bullet in his brain if they'll release her. Fine by me. It won't change shit between us, but if it means they release Lillian, I'll work with you to get it done. I agree coldly. Drew glances between us, shaking his head in disbelief. You two are seriously fucked up, and you have some serious shit to work through. Shit I want nothing to do with. But I will do whatever I can to get Lillian back, if only for not getting her out of this shit show sooner. Great, then let's get started, Arson says, pulling out a laptop and a tablet. Because every minute we waste is another minute she's with them, and these men aren't known for their patience. I sink into a chair beside him, pushing aside exhaustion, hunger, and the burning hatred that's defined me for months. My body bears the evidence of captivity, weight loss, muscle atrophy, the lingering weakness that comes from confinement. But my mind feels sharper than it has in years. Focused, clear. Lillian's face appears in my mind, not the frightened figure from the security footage, but how she looked at me in those final moments before the flood, when all pretense was stripped away. When I finally stopped lying to both of us about what I wanted, what I felt. I owe her more than I can ever repay, and God knows she deserves better. But to let her go would be like ripping my still-beating heart out of my chest. And I won't do that. I can't. I need to get her back and protect her, no matter what the cost. Everything else, the betrayal, the revenge, the eventual confrontation with my so-called friend and brother, all of that can wait. Chapter 2. Arson. Guilt isn't an emotion I'm accustomed to feeling. For years I've cultivated a carefully constructed wall of hatred and rage, brick by fucking brick, until nothing else could penetrate, until nothing else mattered but making the Hayes family pay for what they did to me. Yet here it is, raw and acidic, burning through my chest as I stare at the burner phone in my hand. I press my thumb against the edge of the phone until it hurts, focusing on the physical pain to drown out the emotional one. Pain is familiar. Pain I can handle. This other feeling, this guilt, is unfamiliar territory. Lillian's face on that security footage haunts me. The fear in her eyes when those suits approached her. The way she fought, briefly, desperately, before being forced into that sleek black sedan. All because of me. Because she decided to help me. Because I let her. Because I couldn't keep my fucking hands off her. I drag my hand across my face, feeling the stubble that's grown there over the past 24 hours. The warehouse's fluorescent lights buzz overhead, a persistent reminder of how long we've been at this. How long has she been gone? The security room feels smaller with 3 people in it. Aries paces like a caged animal, 5 steps one way, turn, 5 steps back. His captivity has changed him, stripping away the polished veneer he has always worn and making him raw, more like me than either of us would care to admit. Drew leans against the wall, watching us both with the careful assessment of someone who spent years playing both sides. That's a reckoning for another day, and it's Aries' problem to solve, not mine. Drew Marshall means nothing to me. Are you going to call them or just stare at the phone? Aries asks, voice tight with barely controlled rage. I don't answer immediately because I can't bring myself to look at him. The mirror image of my face, but with none of the scars beneath the surface. The golden child, the chosen one. The one I've kept locked in a concrete box for months while I destroyed his life piece by piece. Yet here we are, united by the only thing we seem to have in common. Lillian. Give me a minute, I mutter, moving away from both of them, needing space to think. Drew watches me with unconcealed hostility. We don't have minutes to spare. You think I don't know that? I snap, fighting the urge to put my fist through his face. These aren't the kind of men you rush into calling without a plan. My fingers clench around the phone, plastic creaking under the pressure. These men, my so-called backers, calculate every variable before making a move. They probably had a contingency plan for my failure before I even began, and view human lives as collateral damage in business transactions. And I invited them into this. Sort of. They found me first, but I was the one who brought them my revenge plan, as if it were a corporate merger that needed investors. I step into the corridor, needing distance from my brother and his asshole friend. The warehouse feels different now, less like the fortress I've built and more like a tomb. The concrete walls press in, reminding me of another prison in another time. Years spent in isolation, in darkness, in rage. The facility where Richard Hayes discarded his defective son and pretended I never existed. The irony isn't lost on me. I escaped one prison only to build another, becoming exactly what I hated most. I lean against the wall, the coldness of the concrete seeping through my shirt. My mind drifts back to Lillian, to the look in her eyes when she first discovered the truth about me. Not fear like I expected, not disgust, but understanding, recognition. She saw me, the real me beneath the lies and the hatred and the carefully constructed persona. And instead of running, she offered to help. Now she's paying the price for her kindness, her innocence. My fingers hover over the keypad. The number is seared into my memory, 10 digits connecting me to men whose real names I don't even know. Men who provided the funds, the resources, the untraceable supplies that started me on my path to revenge. Men who have now taken Lillian. Another wave of guilt rolls through me. I press the numbers methodically, each digit bringing me closer to a conversation I never wanted to have. The phone rings once, twice. On the third ring it connects. Mr. Hayes. The voice is professional, detached, like we're discussing a business merger instead of a kidnapping. We've been expecting your call. I recognized the voice immediately, the older of the two men, the one who always takes the lead in our meetings, the one whose eyes never quite match his pleasant smile. "Where is she?" I demand, skipping the pleasantries. "Safe." He pauses. "For now." The implication hangs in the air between us. I grip the phone tighter, knuckles white with strain. "This wasn't part of our arrangement," I say, forcing calm into my tone. "Neither was your deviation from the established timeline." The voice remains even, unperturbed. "You were quite specific about your plans for the Hayes family. Your sudden hesitation has caused us some concern." I pace the length of the corridor, past empty storage rooms and the cell where I kept Aries. Each step echoes, a metronomic reminder of my failure. "I haven't hesitated," I lie. "I've been gathering more evidence, making sure the destruction is complete, and with Lillian at my side it will be even more thorough. She's been invaluable in helping me with this." It's bullshit, and we both know it. The truth is, something changed when Lillian entered the equation, when she looked at me and didn't see a monster, but someone worth saving, when she offered me an alternative to the path of destruction I've been on for years. "Is that what you call it?" Amusement colors his tone. "Our surveillance suggests otherwise. It appears Miss Hayes has become something of a distraction." The casual mention of surveillance sends a chill down my spine. Of course they've been watching, monitoring. These men don't fork over millions without keeping tabs on their investment. "She's useful," I counter. "She has access to information I need. Information about her mother's goals and Richard's activities, about the web of corruption and deceit that makes up the Hayes empire. Information that could bring them all down more effectively than my blunt force trauma approach. Plus, she can still get inside all the Hayes assets without suspicion." "And your brother, is he useful as well? Because our understanding was that he would be eliminated permanently." My jaw clenches at the mention of Aries. The original plan was simple. Assume his identity long enough to access the Hayes empire, destroy Richard from the inside, then disappear, leaving my brother to face the fallout. A fate worse than death for the golden boy. Disgrace, ruin, imprisonment. But only after I exacted my revenge on him physically and mentally. "Complications arose," I say tersely. "Indeed." The word drips with disapproval. "Complications that threatened to compromise everything we've worked toward." I glance back down the corridor. Through the open door, I can see Aries and Drew huddled over the security monitors, reviewing footage and searching for clues, working together like old times, no doubt. The familiar bitterness rises in my throat. For 8 years I've lived in the shadow of the brother who got everything, while I got nothing. The one who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, while I choked on institutional food. The one who forgot I existed until I forced my way back into the narrative. "I'll handle my brother," I say, digging my nails into my palm. "Just tell me what you want in exchange for the girl." "What we've always wanted, Mr. Hayes. Results. I need more than that. I need specifics." A soft chuckle filters through the line. "Very well. We want the destruction of Richard Hayes, not just his reputation or his company. Him. Personally. Publicly." The demand doesn't surprise me. It's been the endgame all along. Richard's complete and total ruination. But something in the tone, the emphasis on personally and publicly, sends a chill down my spine. "You want me to kill him," I state flatly. The thought has crossed my mind 1,000 times. In my darkest moments in the facility, I fantasized about wrapping my hands around Richard Hayes' throat and watching the life drain from his eyes, about making him feel even a fraction of the helplessness and terror I felt growing up. but fantasy and reality are entirely different beasts. We want justice, the voice corrects smoothly. The method is your choice, but it must be done, and it must be done within 48 hours. 48 hours? I repeat incredulously. That's not enough time to... It's all the time Miss Hayes has, I'm afraid. My blood runs cold. If you hurt her, that depends entirely on you. The voice hardens. Richard Hayes destroyed many lives, Mr. Hayes, including yours. We simply require that the debt be paid in full. I pace the corridor, mind racing through scenarios and contingencies. 48 hours to kill Richard Hayes. The man is rarely without security and is seldom seen in public without witnesses. His office has more surveillance than Fort Knox. His home is a fortress. But he's still my father, the man whose blood runs through my veins, whether I like it or not. The man who looked at his twins and decided one was worth keeping and one was worth discarding. I've hated him for so long that hatred has become my identity, my purpose. But thinking about actually killing him, pulling a trigger, plunging a knife, watching him die, sends a wave of nausea through me. Yet for Lillian... Let me speak to her, I demand. Proof she's alive. A pause. Very well. There's shuffling on the other end of the line, murmured voices too low to make out. Then, arson? Lillian's voice, tight with fear but strong. She's still fighting. Don't... More shuffling and a muffled sound that might be a hand over her mouth. At that moment, I catch the tremor in her voice, the edge of panic she's trying so hard to control. It makes something in my chest twist painfully. Satisfied? The man asks, returning to the line. No, I growl. Put her back on. I'm afraid that's not possible at the moment. Miss Hayes is being moved to a more secure location. Secure location. The clinical euphemism makes my skin crawl. I've been in secure locations before, places where screams don't carry, where people can disappear without a trace. I want to speak to her again, properly. He sighs as if I'm being unreasonable. You're in no position to make demands, Mr. Hayes. Neither are you, I counter, desperation making me reckless. You need me to finish this, to take down Richard. That's why you invested in me in the first place. The silence that follows is more threatening than any words could be. I've overplayed my hand and shown weakness. These men don't respond well to that. Perhaps, the voice concedes finally, but you seem to have forgotten who holds the power here. There's more background noise, a door opening, footsteps. Then suddenly a sharp scream cuts through me like a blade. Arson! Lillian's voice, raw with pain or fear or both, before it's abruptly silenced. Something inside me snaps. All the carefully constructed walls, the calculated planning, the cold logic I've prided myself on. It all crumbles in an instant, replaced by something primal and vicious. Lillian, I shout, white-hot rage surging through me. What the fuck did you just do to her? I slam my fist into the concrete wall, skin splitting across my knuckles. The pain barely registers through my fury. A demonstration, the voice says calmly, of what will continue to happen should you fail to meet our deadline. Images flash through my mind. Lillian hurt, bleeding, terrified. Lillian with her quiet strength and her damn moral compass. Lillian, who saw something in me worth saving when all I saw was destruction. I'll fucking kill you, I snarl, feral and unhinged. All of you. If she's harmed... Focus, Mr. Hayes. The voice cuts through my threats. Richard Hayes, his head, 48 hours, or the girl dies. It's that simple. The line goes dead before I can respond, leaving me clutching the phone, shaking with a rage I haven't felt since those early days after my escape, the primal, all-consuming fury that drove me to this point in the first place. Blood drips from my split knuckles onto the concrete floor, each drop a reminder of what's at stake, of what they've taken from me. I turned to find Aries standing in the doorway, face pale. He heard everything. "What did they do to her?" he demands, voice barely above a whisper. I shake my head, unable to form words through the red haze of my anger. The phone creaks in my grip as the plastic bites into my palm. Drew appears behind Aries, expression grim. "They want Richard," I finally manage, each word forced through clenched teeth. "Dead within 48 hours. Aries' face hardens, something cold and dangerous settling in his eyes, a mirror of my own hatred reflected at me. "Then that's what they'll get," he says simply. For the first time in over 2 decades, we're in perfect, terrible agreement. I look down at my bloodied hand, then back at my twin, the brother I've spent years plotting to destroy. Now we're allies, bound by a common purpose. Save Lillian, kill our father. The warehouse feels different now, not a tomb or a prison, but a war room. And for the first time since I began this crusade of vengeance, I'm not alone in it. It should feel like victory. Instead, it tastes like ash. I meet Aries' eyes, open my texts, and send back my terms. They can take them, or I'll be storming their location until every person is dead. 1 week. I get Lillian back because we need her, and you give me 1 week to destroy them all. Dots appear as they read and respond. Done. There will be no second chances. I have a week to kill Richard, and we'll go pick up Lillian now. So help me if they've hurt her. Nothing will stop me from killing every fucking one of them, backers or not, no matter what it costs me. She's mine, and I'll protect her with my life. An address follows the previous text, and I'm racing out the door with Aries and Drew on my heels.
Chapter 3. Lillian. A sudden sharp pain lances across my forearm, carrying with it a burning sensation. "Scream," the younger man whispers, his breath hot against my ear. "Scream his name or I'll make it hurt." My gaze catches on the glint of a blade and the butt of a knife in the man's hand. He's using the perfect amount of pressure to press the blade into my skin, but only deep enough to cut, not enough to do serious damage. A thin line of blood beads across my flesh, bright crimson against the paleness. The last thing I want to do is give them the satisfaction of using my fear against Aries and arson, but I'm not stupid enough to test him. If I don't do what he wants, then he'll ramp up the torture, and something tells me he's good at torturing, especially with such cold eyes, ones that appear to be void of life. I've seen that look before. In boardrooms, at charity galas, and in my mother's eyes when she thinks no one is watching. To them, we're expendable and replaceable in every sense. "Arson!" I scream, letting genuine fear and pain loose in my voice. It's not hard to do, especially because I am afraid. Not just of these men, but of what they represent. The hidden strings, the puppet masters behind the Hayes family drama. The ones who've been funding arson's revenge. The phone is pulled away before I can say anything else, and a hand clamps down over my mouth. I taste salt and metal, sweat, and the remnants of my own blood from when they first grabbed me by my tongue. The room spins, while my heart hammers against my ribs to the point of pain. "Breathe, Lillian. Steady. Don't show them weakness." My mother's voice is in my head, as always, the constant narrator of my life, telling me how to act, how to feel, and how to breathe. Even now, miles away from her, she's watching me through the lens of years of conditioning. Back straight, chin up. Hayes women don't show fear. The man with the phone, older, refined, and wearing an expensive watch, finishes the conversation and hangs up the phone. The subtle nod he gives his partner makes my stomach clench. "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Hayes," he says, like we've just concluded a business meeting instead of a hostage negotiation. The hand on my mouth disappears, and the knife moves away from my arm. "Fuck you," I spit, voice steadier than I feel. He smiles, amused rather than offended. "Such foul language from a Hayes heiress. What would your mother say?" "Probably that I should have used a more creative insult." He laughs, and the sound is genuine, which is somehow worse than anger would be. Like we're playing a game with rules only he understands. I peer around the room where I'm being kept. It looks like a corporate apartment. Neutral colors, generic furniture, no personal touches. A gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. The windows are blacked out, but I'm pretty sure we're high up somewhere. The city sounds distant. I've been here for hours, though it feels longer. My arms ache from the zip ties cutting into my wrists, and my head throbs where they grabbed me. Those things suck, but it's the superficial stuff that bothers me most. The rub of my leggings at my ankles, the way my hair continues to fall into my eyes. They're the stupidest things to focus on when my life is in danger, but they're the things I can control, even if only in my mind. The man with the knife, younger, harder around the edges than the expensive suit, watches me with open curiosity. "What?" I snap at him. "You're not what I expected," he retorts, head tilted slightly. "For someone with a supposedly fragile heart, you've got quite the spirit." I resist the urge to correct him about my condition. Let them think I'm weaker than I am. Mother taught me that, too. Never reveal your full hand, especially to enemies. "Sorry to disappoint," I say instead. The older man puts his phone away, adjusting his cufflinks with practiced precision. There's something familiar about him. Something in the set of his jaw, and the way he holds himself. In the back of my head, there's a memory, although it refuses to come forward. I've seen him before, somewhere on the periphery of my life. One of Richard's business associates? One of Mother's countless friends? "We have some time before our deadline," he says, settling into an armchair across from me. "Perhaps we could use it productively." If by productively you mean interrogating me, no thanks. "Conversation, Miss Hayes. Civil discourse between interested parties." Can you speak normally? If you wanted to have a civil conversation, kidnapping me wasn't a good way to go about it. "It was a regrettable necessity." He gestures to the younger man, who produces a first aid kit and begins cleaning the cut on my arm. I flinch away from his touch, but there's nowhere to go. "Don't touch me." "Infection would be unfortunate." The older man speaks so nonchalantly, as if he's commenting on the weather. "Regardless of what you think, we have no desire to cause you unnecessary harm. My only desire is to bring down Richard and Patricia. From what I have seen in surveillance footage, you might feel the same way. We can work together on this." "Could have fooled me," I mutter, wincing as the antiseptic stings my cut. The younger man works efficiently, clinical in his movements. No unnecessary touching, no threatening gestures, just the impersonal care of someone maintaining valuable property. You've discovered quite a bit about the Hayes family secrets, the older man comments while watching me carefully. Impressive research. I say nothing. I know they've been watching me through arson, but have they been watching me in other ways? Following me around campus? Hacking into my laptop? Thinking about the lengths they might go to get what they want? Makes my skin crawl. The offshore accounts, the board manipulations, medical facility irregularities. He ticks them off on his manicured fingers. All threads in a very tangled web. But of course I've known about most of that for some time. Mother always said knowledge is power, but only if you control who has access to it. I've spent time and stress gaining this knowledge. It's unsettling to have someone else read my hand so easily. Sounds like you know everything. What do you want from me? I ask, trying to keep my voice level. Information, clarification, your perspective. On what? The Hayes Empire, its vulnerabilities, pressure points. He leans forward slightly. Its heirs. And there it is. The twins. That's what they're after. I don't know anything. I lie. Miss Hayes. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. We both know that's not true. You've been rather intimately involved with both Hayes men, haven't you? My cheeks heat, despite my best efforts to ignore the images flashing in my mind. The implication hangs in the air, heavy and humiliating. Is nothing private anymore? Some part of me had hoped that maybe they weren't watching the intimacy I had shared with Arson and Ares. A fat chance that was. They need to know everything. So of course they'd be monitoring everything. I don't think what I do or don't do with either of them is any of your business. On the contrary, it's very much our business. He crosses one leg over the other, perfectly at ease. You see, we've invested considerable resources in this venture, and now you've become, well, a complicating factor. The younger man finishes bandaging my arm and steps back, disposing of the bloodied gauze with meticulous care. His movements, precise and practiced, remind me of a doctor's, or maybe a butcher's. I didn't ask to be involved in any of this, I point out. At least, not with these assholes. Yet here you are. By choice, I might add. The older man's gaze is penetrating, seeing too much. You could have walked away when you discovered the truth. Instead, you chose to help Arson destroy your family. They're not... I stop myself, but it's too late. Not what, Miss Hayes? Not your family? His expression shifts, interest sharpening. An interesting perspective, don't you think? Care to elaborate? I press my lips together, mentally kicking myself. Never volunteer information. Another one of Mother's rules. Don't worry. We know that the Hayes family has many secrets. He continues when I don't respond. Some buried deeper than others. Your mother has been particularly creative in her record-keeping. My heart skips a beat. Are they referring to my mother's files? The ones I found hidden in the attic? The ones that led down this rabbit hole in the first place? I don't know what you're talking about. My response is too quick and I mentally kick myself. I think you do. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. I think you've known for some time that all is not as it seems in the illustrious Hayes household. That certain truths have been obscured. There's something in his tone, something probing and expectant, like he's waiting for me to connect dots I can't yet see. Why do you need me? I ask, changing tactics. If you're backing arson, if you want the Hayes empire destroyed, why involve me at all? I'm not even a true Hayes, only by marriage. Insurance, the younger man says, speaking for the first time in minutes. Leverage? Against who? Arson? Ares? Against anyone who might deviate from the plan, the older man says smoothly, including ourselves. That doesn't make sense. Why would they need leverage against themselves? Unless... You're not just Arson's backers, I realize slowly. You have your own agenda. A flicker of approval crosses the older man's face. Very good, Miss Hayes. What is it? What do you want? Justice, he says simply. Restitution. Correction of certain historical inequities. His response is deliberately vague, but there's an edge to his voice that sends a chill down my spine. This isn't just business for them. It's something uglier, something deeper. It's personal. So you plan to kill Richard Hayes and destroy the company. Do you think that it stops there? It's a place to start. The older man studies me, his head tilted ever so slightly. I do find it a little strange that you don't seem particularly distressed at the prospect of your family's demise. I think of Richard Hayes, his cold eyes, calculated smile, and the way he's always looked at me like a disappointing investment that hasn't yielded an appropriate return. The way he treated my mother, the way he discarded arson. Even though he's been married to my mother for years, I've never seen him as a father figure. Nothing is loving or fatherly about him. I'm not, I admit. Interesting. He exchanges a look with his partner. And your mother? Where do your loyalties lie where she is concerned? For a moment, I'm frozen in time. The question hits a nerve. My mother and I have a complicated relationship. Love tangled with resentment, protection twisted with control. She's been my advocate and my jailer, my support system and my biggest critic. Her love is suffocating. Yet in some ways, I understand why she is the way she is. It doesn't mean I agree with anything she's done, though. My mother does what she has to do to survive. I say carefully. As do we all. The older man's expression softens, but only by a fraction. Your condition, your heart, it's shaped your entire life, hasn't it? The way people see you and the way you see yourself. I shift uncomfortably. My heart condition has defined me since childhood. The fragile Hayes daughter, too delicate for the real world. Always watched, always monitored, always protected. A glass figurine put on the highest shelf. But the truth is, I'm none of those things. Not really. The past weeks with arson and Ares have shown me that much. I'm stronger than any of us ever knew, including myself. My condition is managed, I say tersely. Is it? There's something knowing in his tone. Or was it exaggerated? And you reset yourself when you stopped taking all of those medications so regularly. After all, revenge does put a damper on routine. The question hangs in the air between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to face. Not here, and definitely not with these men. I don't know what you're talking about. I repeat my previous response, but the words sound hollow, even to my own ears. The older man gives me a satisfied grin, like I've confirmed something for him. He opens his mouth to speak again, but the younger man suddenly straightens, his head cocked toward the door. "We have company." The older man frowns, his gaze darting to his watch. "What a shame. Earlier than expected." A noise from somewhere outside the room, faint but unmistakable, can be heard. There's a thud, followed by an eerie silence that quickens my pulse. Is it Arson and Ares? Did they come for me? Hope builds in my chest. The younger man moves toward the door, one of his hands slipping inside his jacket. The older one remains seated, perfectly composed despite the interruption. I'm startled when I hear another sound, closer this time, followed by a muffled grunt and a soft thump. The younger man draws a gun and positions himself beside the door. I tense and start to pull against the restraints. If there's going to be gunfire, I'm the perfect target tied to this chair. "Perhaps your knight in shining armor has arrived," the older man says, staring at me, clearly watching my face for a reaction. "Though I wonder which one it is. The avenging twin or the golden child?" Before I can respond, a gunshot pierces the air. Not inside our room, but close enough to make me flinch. The sound reverberates, followed by shouting, then silence again. I freeze, physically and mentally. Not a panic attack. Not now. I can't afford to be weak. Breathe, Lillian. In through the nose, out through the mouth. I force myself to think about anything else but the impending panic. The older man doesn't move, nor does he flinch at the sound of the gunfire. Instead, he remains watching me, his gaze fixated on my movements with unsettling intensity. It's like I'm a puzzle he's trying to solve. "Ah, it seems my men have delayed them a little. They're actually going to arrive right on time," he says, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What do you mean, right on time?" I ask, my suspicion growing. "Miss Hayes," he says, straightening his already perfect tie. "In this game, every move is calculated, even the ones that appear to be setbacks. I told them exactly where to find you." Suddenly it all makes sense. Dread rains down on me like icy shards of glass falling from the sky. This is a trap. "I prefer to call it a meeting," he corrects. "One that would have been considerably more difficult to arrange through conventional channels. Not like Arson wouldn't put up a fight if I demanded to walk right into his little warehouse and speak to his brother." The younger man moves behind me, his gun still drawn. I can feel the weight of his presence, the threat of the weapon. "You're using me as bait," I growl, anger replacing fear. A way to get both of them here. "Both?" The older man raises an eyebrow. "I thought I noted something taking place when I peeked in last. They did still seem somewhat at odds. I'm curious about this relationship that seems to be developing between you." I clamp my mouth shut, cursing myself for the slip. He doesn't need any more information than he already has. "Well," he grins, settling back in his chair like he's preparing for a show. "This should be even more interesting than I anticipated." More sounds from the other side of the door fill the room. Footsteps, the sound of a body crashing to the floor, and then another gunshot. I strain against the zip ties, but the movements only cause them to dig deeper into my wrists. The unyielding plastic is designed to tighten with struggle. Don't worry, Miss Hayes, the older man says, noting my efforts. We have no intention of harming you. You're far too valuable. Valuable? Could have fooled me. Most people don't use zip ties on things they find valuable. You have yet to understand your full value, and the zip ties are more for our protection than anything. His gaze softens again, almost regretful. Unfortunately, our conversation must come to an end now. Soon, all the secrets will be revealed, and you'll discover we're more allies than enemies. The door handle turns and everything moves in slow motion. The younger man shifts behind me, and I catch the silver barrel of his gun out of the corner of my eye. It's no longer trained on the entrance, but instead on the side of my head. My heart hammers in my chest, a familiar ache spreading through my left arm. Not now. Please, not now. The door creaks as it slowly opens, and the air in my lungs wheezes out like a deflating balloon. Am I being rescued or sent to an early grave? Either way, I know with bone-deep certainty that nothing will be the same after this. Whatever game these men are playing, we've just reached the next level. I'm still not sure what the rules are, or what happens when you lose.
Chapter 4. Aries. The corporate apartment's main room reeks of expensive neutrality, beige walls and generic furniture, the kind of soulless space designed to be forgotten. 2 guards lie unconscious on the hardwood floor. Blood pools beneath the head of the one Drew pistol-whipped when he reached for his radio. It felt fucking good to watch that bastard drop. My knuckles throb from connecting with the other guard's jaw, the pain a welcome reminder that I'm free and can fight back. Months of captivity have left me weaker than I've ever been, but rage makes up for a lot of the lost muscle mass. That was unnecessary, Drew mutters, checking the pulse of the guard I'd dropped. Still breathing, unfortunately, despite the 2 shots I fired at them. Okay, to be fair, I was only trying to scare them. I don't really want to deal with any dead bodies today. Was it? I flex my fingers, working out the stiffness. They're keeping Lillian prisoner. Fuck 'em. Plus, you just pistol-whipped that dude, man. A couple of warning shots and a punch to the throat isn't going to matter much as long as they are alive. I suppose, as long as no one dies. My gaze swings to my identical twin. Arson stands over the unconscious bodies with cold satisfaction, like he's cataloging their injuries for future reference. A similar satisfaction fills my chest, and all I can think is that sometimes you need to hurt someone just to remember that you still can. One single door leads off the main room, and I know somewhere on the other side is where they're keeping her. The door is reinforced steel with an electronic lock pad that's been flashing red since we arrived. Nothing says I'm hiding something like extra security. I can hear voices on the other side, though they're muffled. Adrenaline zips through my veins. We're so close to having her back, to having her safe. That's when Arson's phone rings. Not the burner he's been using to coordinate with his backers, but my phone. The sleek device that has been part of my daily life for years, carrying my contacts, my history, and my digital identity. Arson pulls it out, his face filling with dread. I peek at the screen and see Richard's contact information. Fuck, this isn't going to be good. Shit, Arson hisses, staring at the device like it might explode. What the fuck could he want? Drew glances between us, confusion evident. Who? Richard. The phone continues ringing, each tone another second of Lillian being locked away and out of sight. Answer it, I finally say. You've been playing me for months. Why stop now? Arson's gaze cuts me in half, and I know what he's thinking. This isn't happenstance. He swipes to accept the call, his voice shifting into familiar patterns as he easily slips back into his impersonation of me. "Yes, sir," he says, and the formality makes my skin crawl. Do I really sound that deferential when I speak to Richard? I can't hear Richard's side of the conversation, but I watch Arson's expression shift from neutral to concerned to barely controlled anger. Whatever Richard is saying triggers Arson and has me on alert. "I understand," Arson continues, voice clipped. "Yes, of course. No, that won't be a problem. I'll be there." The call ends a second later, and Arson stares down at the phone screen for a beat before looking up at us. "Emergency board meeting at Hayes headquarters," he explains, his voice tight. "Now. Apparently there has been some unexpected movement regarding an acquisition. Richard wants all hands on deck." "What convenient timing he has," Drew mutters, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Richard doesn't do coincidences," I say, the familiar weight of suspicion settling in my gut. "What else did he say?" Arson's hesitation confirms my fears. There's more. Something he doesn't want to share. Something that shifted the calculus of this entire situation. "Nothing worth repeating," he dismisses, already moving toward the door. "We need to focus on getting Lillian out." "Bullshit." I grab his arm, noting how he tenses at the contact. "I have a right to know. What aren't you telling me?" Our eyes meet again, identical faces reflecting identical determination. For a moment, I see past the hatred he's cultivated over the decades, past the carefully constructed walls of rage and resentment, and what I see makes my heart skip a beat. Regret. "He said something about traveling," Arson admits finally. "That's not going to happen. I can't leave right now, not with everything going on. I won't." Richard uses vague language like that when he's maneuvering pieces on his chessboard, as he prepares for some larger play that requires absolute control over his assets, which would include his son. "Something's wrong," I announce, studying Arson's expression. "Does he suspect something about your behavior?" "Maybe." Arson's jaw tightens. He doesn't know I'm free, but he might be picking up on inconsistencies, things you would do differently. "Like what?" "Like caring about Lillian's whereabouts, like missing meetings, like any of the 100 small things I've had to guess on while playing you." Arson runs a hand through his hair. If he's suspicious enough to call an emergency meeting, then maybe he's testing you. I finish, the familiar dread settling in my gut, seeing if you'll respond the way I would. Drew shifts nervously. "What happens if you fail the test?" Neither of us answers, but we both know what happens. Richard doesn't tolerate deception, especially not from family. If he discovers his golden son has been replaced by the twin he had committed, all hell will break loose. "We're all fucked." Arson's expression is grim. "Then you have to leave, right? We can't take the risk." "There isn't another option." For the first time in forever, I see my brother conflicted, and I understand that feeling all too well. Why couldn't he have called 10 minutes later? "Look, it's fine. We'll get Lillian out. You go deal with him. It'll look way too suspicious if you don't show up." Arson nods once, slowly, and we agree. Just two brothers staring down the same monster. "Don't fuck this up," he says, already moving toward the apartment's exit. "If anything happens to her, no one will stop me from killing you." "Likewise, brother." What I don't tell him is that if anything happens to Lillian, if she dies because of this, I will never forgive myself. He pauses at the door, one hand braced on the frame, looking back at me with an expression I can't quite read. Part fear, part something else I'm not ready to name. "I mean it. If anything happens to her—" I cut him off, sharper than I intended. "Nothing is going to happen. I won't let it." My voice lowers, steadier now. I'll update you the second we have her and figure out what the plan is. Okay. The word is quiet, almost reluctant. His gaze lingers, searching my face like he's trying to make sure I understand something he can't bring himself to say. His mouth opens, then closes again. 1,000 unspoken words hang between us, heavy enough to feel in my chest. Then he's gone, disappearing into the hallway, leaving Drew and me alone with the unconscious guards and the steel door that separates us from Lillian. In the sudden silence, I can hear all my worries and fears as if they have their own heartbeat. "This is fucked," Drew mutters, checking the electronic lock. "If Richard's suspicious, we're balancing on a knife's edge. One slip-up and we could bleed out." There's no denying that Richard suspects something is amiss with his son's behavior, but he's unaware of Arson's existence. If Arson can maintain the deception and continue playing the role of Aries Hayes, we still have a chance. But if Richard sees through the performance... I shake the thought away. None of that changes the immediate reality. Lillian is behind that door, trapped because of our family's toxic legacy. Whatever Richard's endgame might be, it doesn't matter. I can't do anything until I get her to safety. I press my ear to the steel, listening to the conversation within. I can barely make out the muffled voices. "Let's finish this," I say, stepping back as Drew works on the lock. "After we get her out," Drew continues, "where do you want to take her? My place is secure, but I don't want all of this around Belle. I have another warehouse I can take you to." I study him with growing suspicion. What's your angle in all this? Why help either of us? Something that looks close to guilt flashes in his eyes before he blinks it away. "That's not important right now." "It is to me." "Look," Drew says, exasperation breaking through his usual composure. "You can hate me later. Both of you. Right now, we need to move before those men in there decide Lillian's outlived her usefulness." He's right, but the betrayal of his negligence still sits in my gut like poison. Drew Marshall, my teammate, my confidant, one of 3 people I actually trusted. All this time he watched me vanish and said nothing, did nothing. When this is over, when Lillian is safe, I'll let him know exactly how I feel about his betrayal. For now, I need him, so I bite my tongue and carry on. Drew works on the electronic lock with practiced efficiency, another surprising skill from my supposedly straightforward friend. The red light flickers to green, and the steel door slides open with a soft hiss. The scene that greets us stops me cold in my tracks. Lillian sits zip-tied to a chair in the center of the room. She's alert and unharmed, looking more angry than afraid. 2 men in expensive suits stand nearby, the older one adjusting his cufflinks with practiced precision, the younger one positioning himself with the casual readiness of someone accustomed to violence. He has his gun out and pressed to the side of Lillian's head. Neither makes a move for more weapons when we enter. If anything, they look relieved to see us. "Mr. Hayes," the older man says pleasantly, as if we've just arrived for a scheduled appointment. His gaze settles on me with obvious satisfaction. "I was hoping to speak with you specifically. You've got 30 seconds before I put a bullet in your chest." I keep the gun trained on him. "That would be unfortunate," he says, unmoved by the threat, "particularly since we're all working toward the same goal." Which is the complete destruction of the Hayes Empire. His smile is cold and calculating, something that will happen much faster with your cooperation. Drew shifts beside me, confused. What the hell is he talking about? The older man's attention never wavers from my face. "Your brother has been quite effective in his infiltration, but there are limitations to what one person can accomplish. Certain access points that require your specific authorization, for example, your particular expertise. And it will hurt so much more for both of Richard's sons to turn on him. I'm not helping you with anything. Not even to save her? He gestures toward Lillian, who meets my eyes with a mixture of relief and warning. Your brother seemed quite motivated by Miss Hayes' well-being. I assume you share his attachment? The casual mention of Arson's feelings for Lillian evokes a wave of jealousy, followed by a protective rage. They've been using her as leverage, counting on both of us caring enough to compromise our principles to keep her safe. The very thing I spent years trying to protect Lillian from, the reason I denied giving her what we both wanted, was to save her from being used against me by my father. Yet somehow she has become a chess piece in a game I wasn't even aware we were playing. What do you want? I ask through gritted teeth. What we've always wanted. Richard Hayes destroyed. His empire dismantled. His legacy erased. The older man's expression hardens. He's caused considerable damage over the years to too many people. It's time for that debt to be paid. And you think kidnapping Lillian will make me help you? I think your brother's week-long deadline to eliminate Richard Hayes will be much easier to meet with your assistance. He checks his watch with theatrical precision. 6 days, 18 hours remaining. Hardly enough time for a lone operative, but with both Hayes' sons working together. A week. They've given Arson a week to kill Richard, and they're using Lillian to ensure compliance. The cold calculation of it makes my skin crawl. You're insane if you think... Your brother has already agreed to these terms, the older man interrupts smoothly. Quite enthusiastically, actually, once he understood the alternative. I look at Lillian, seeing my own understanding reflected in her eyes. We've all been maneuvered into this position, manipulated by forces we're only beginning to understand. Let her go, I demand. Then we'll talk. Actually, the older man says, producing a knife to cut Lillian's restraints, your brother was quite insistent about that particular term. Miss Hayes goes with you. Immediately. The zip ties fall away and Lillian rubs her wrists, relief evident on her face. She doesn't move toward us, eyes darting between the suited men with obvious wariness. He negotiated for her release? I ask, surprised despite myself. Your brother can be quite persuasive when properly motivated. The older man's smile makes my stomach churn. He made it clear that Miss Hayes' safety was non-negotiable, that her continued captivity would interfere with his ability to focus on the task at hand. Another piece of evidence that Arson's feelings for Lillian run deeper than I'd understood. He'd put her safety above his revenge, above everything he's worked toward for years. Come on, I say, extending my hand toward Lillian. Let's get you out of here. She takes my hand without hesitation, her fingers cold but steady. The contact sends a familiar jolt through me, the need to both protect and possess her all at once. 6 days, 18 hours, the older man reminds us as we move toward the door. We'll be monitoring progress closely. Just because Arson already agreed doesn't mean we do. What if we refuse? Drew asks. We could just kill you right now. Then Richard Hayes continues breathing, and a lot of innocent people don't, including all of us. You think I'd invite you here without a backup plan? The threat is delivered with casual efficiency. Now, I don't think that further violence is necessary at this point. After all, we want the same thing. Justice for past wrongs, and definitely not to be blown to tiny bits by the bombs lining the exterior of this floor. I have Lillian tucked into my side by the time we reach the doorway. The older man makes no move to stop us, his confidence absolute. Oh, and Mr. Hayes, he calls as we step into the hallway. Your brother mentioned you might need additional motivation. Rest assured we have extensive files on everyone you care about. Miss Hayes is simply the most convenient pressure point. The casual mention of threats against others that I care about chills the blood in my veins. I could react, could retaliate, but there wouldn't be any point. I have Lillian, And she's safe between Drew and me while we put further distance between us and the men who think they can orchestrate our lives. We'll be seeing you soon. The older man smiles as we disappear out the door. We don't slow our pace until we're near the building's exit, and it's only then that I feel like I can finally breathe. Drew has a safe house, I mutter to Lillian as we exit the building, stepping over the unconscious guards. He says it's secure. For now, Lillian says quietly. None of us is truly safe until this is over. They'll be waiting and watching until the last second. She's right. We're not free. We're just playing by different rules in the same twisted game. The only benefit is that we're at least together, the three of us against whatever Richard and these shadow backers have planned. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know that whatever happens next, whatever price we'll be forced to pay, it starts with keeping Lillian safe and figuring out how to turn this week-long deadline into something we can survive. Chapter 5. Arson. The warehouse echoes with emptiness as I step inside, the heavy door slamming shut behind me with a finality that sets my teeth on edge. It was a haven, the place I planned my revenge, the first real space that felt like mine. Now it just feels empty. My footsteps ricochet off concrete walls, mocking me with their solitary rhythm. No Lillian rushing to confront me, no captive brother breathing threats from behind reinforced glass. Just silence, the absence of sound so fucking loud it makes my skin crawl. I move through the space like a ghost, past the security monitors still displaying the outside feed from the building where Lillian is being held, where my brother and his dick friend are mounting a rescue as we speak. If Drew betrays us, betrays her, I'll gut him with my bare hands, slowly, make him feel every second of it. The thought does nothing to calm the storm brewing beneath my skin. I never should have agreed to this arrangement, never should have left her fate in someone else's hands. But Richard's call left no room for alternatives, not if I want to maintain my cover and finish what I started. Not if I want to save Lillian. I strip off my clothes with vicious efficiency, dropping them in a careless heap on the warehouse floor. The shower is quick, functional, just enough to wash away the grime of planning and arguing, and to reset myself into the role I've been playing for months. Aries, Hayes, golden child, heir apparent, beloved son. The thought alone makes bile rise in my throat. The suits hang in perfect alignment in the room I set up as my bedroom. It was never meant to be permanent, but now, when I think about having to leave, it breaks something open in my chest. The closet is fully outfitted, not that I've needed it much lately. Too busy here with Aries and Lillian than out there working to bring down the Hayes empire. 20 identical suits, each one hand-tailored to Aries' former measurements, which are mine now. Perfect replicas for a perfect replica. I select one at random, the dark charcoal material smooth under my fingers. Expensive, quality, everything the Hayes name represents. The white shirt feels like a straitjacket as I button it. The collar is too tight despite being custom-made. The tie, crimson like freshly spilled blood, knots perfectly around my neck. The jacket settles on my shoulders like armor. The mirror reflects a stranger, a man wearing my face, but not my identity. This is the polished, sanitized version of me that never existed. This is the version that never could exist, not after what I've been through, or what I've done. I tug the jacket sleeves into place, and the material bunches around my elbows, scraping across the scars there. The sensation shoves me into the memory before I can stop it. Nylon straps holding me to a hard bed. The nurses' equally hard eyes as they watched my face while they dosed me with whatever experimental cocktail it would be that time. That version, that time, sent me into convulsions so hard I almost bit off my own tongue. Pain rolled through me in white-hot waves until I succumbed to the darkness afterward. Sometimes that darkness was my only solace. I tug the jacket again, reminding myself why I'm doing this, and survey my reflection one more time. Is this what I would have become if Richard hadn't discarded me? This hollow shell of a man, perfectly dressed, perfectly empty? I bare my teeth at the reflection, momentarily shattering the illusion. There's the real me, the feral thing lurking beneath the tailored suit, the monster they created when they locked me away and erased my existence. It feels wrong to be doing this, to be stepping back into the role while Lillian is in danger. She might be hurt, scared, and wondering where I am and why I haven't come for her. But this is the only way forward, the only way to maintain the facade long enough to bring the whole rotten empire crashing down. The drive to Hayes headquarters is a blur of city lights and racing thoughts. The sleek Range Rover, Aries' car, now mine, purrs beneath me, another prop in this elaborate performance. The tower rises from the downtown skyline like a middle finger to modesty and restraint. 68 floors of steel and glass, crowned with the illuminated H that's become synonymous with power in this city. Not as solid as Drew's empire, but close. Drew's family went straight for the money. Mine, straight for politics. Power. From certain angles, it looks like a knife stabbing into the sky. I smile as I think about Richard only managing to keep a floor of it in recent years. His power has steadily waned, fitting for a family built on backstabbing. The underground parking garage recognizes the car's RFID, and the barriers automatically lift as I approach. Aries' designated spot waits near the private elevator, close enough to be convenient for the heir apparent, but not as close as Richard's. Another small reminder of the hierarchy and who really matters. The elevator requires a thumbprint, which should be a problem, but it isn't. I secured a card when an accident scarred my fingers, so they don't register right anymore. The phantom pain rises, but I squash it down. As the elevator rises, my stomach drops in inverse proportion. 48 floors up to the executive level. 48 floors closer to the man who threw me away like garbage. The doors slide open silently, revealing the reception area to Richard's office suite, all marble and muted lighting, designed to intimidate visitors while appearing welcoming. Corporate doublespeak translated into interior design. Mr. Hayes, the receptionist, young, attractive, carefully selected, smiles with professional warmth. Your father is expecting you. Go right in. Of course he is. Richard Hayes is always expecting something. Obedience, excellence, submission. He's spent a lifetime training Aries to provide all three on command. Too bad he's getting me instead. I straighten my tie, a gesture I've seen Aries perform countless times in the footage I studied before taking his place. A nervous tell, one of many I've catalogued and replicated. The small details that sell the performance. Richard's office door looms ahead, heavy wood imported from some endangered forest somewhere. Because nothing says success like consuming things that can't be replaced. I don't knock. Aries wouldn't. The entitled don't announce themselves. The office beyond is exactly as I remember from my reconnaissance. Cavernous, deliberately imposing, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a god's-eye view of the city below. The same as the other few times I've been called to perform like a trained monkey for Richard's board members. The space is dominated by a desk the size of a small boat, behind which sits the architect of my nightmares, Richard Hayes. He doesn't look up immediately, a power move so transparent it would be laughable if it weren't so effective. Make them wait, Make them watch. Establish dominance before the conversation even begins. I've studied this man for years, learning his habits, patterns, and weaknesses, memorized the lines of his face from photographs and video footage. Imagine this confrontation in 1,000 different scenarios. None of them prepared me for the reality of standing in his presence, of breathing the same air as the man who decided I was disposable. I have previously, of course, but not often here, in the seat of his power. Aries, he finally looks up, hazel eyes, my eyes, our eyes, assessing me with clinical precision. You're late. Traffic, I reply, the lie coming easily. Aries would make excuses. Aries would want approval. I moved to the chair across from his desk, forcing my body to adopt the loose-limbed confidence of the privileged. Not too rigid, not too formal. The casual arrogance of someone who's never had to fight for their place in the world. The Tokyo acquisition, Richard continues, sliding a folder across the polished desk surface. The numbers don't add up. I take the folder without opening it. I thought Westlake was handling the due diligence. They were. They failed. Richard's mouth thins with disapproval, which is why I need you to take point on this. Fly out tomorrow and sort through the mess they've made. Tomorrow, Japan, halfway across the world from Lillian, from the reckoning I've set in motion. Not fucking happening. I have commitments here, I say, careful to keep my tone on the side of respect. The charity gala for Patricia's foundation can proceed without you, Richard cuts in. This is my priority. The casual dismissal, the absolute expectation of compliance. It's exactly how he's always operated, how he's controlled Aries all these years, how he's built an empire on the backs of people who know better than to say no. My fingers tighten around the folder, paper crinkling slightly under the pressure. I force them to relax. Of course, I say, the words tasting like ash, if that's what you need. But I sure as fuck won't be stepping foot out of the city right now. Richard studies me, head tilted slightly. Something flickers in his expression. Curiosity? Suspicion? It's gone before I can identify it. I need my son, he says, voice softening in a way that sets off alarm bells in my head. The company needs its future leadership, especially now with expansion plans in place. The shift in tone, it's calculated, practiced. Richard doesn't do genuine emotion. Every display of feeling is tactical, designed to achieve a specific outcome. The board meeting? I prompt, steering away from whatever manipulation he's setting up. Delayed until morning. I wanted to speak with you privately first. Richard leans back in his chair, fingers steepled. Patricia mentioned something concerning about Lillian. My body goes rigid despite my best efforts to remain casual. Oh? She's missed several appointments and isn't responding to calls or texts. Apparently she hasn't been seen on campus for over 24 hours. I manufacture a frown, the expression sitting unnaturally on my face. That doesn't sound like Lillian. No, it doesn't. Richard's gaze sharpens. When was the last time you saw her? The question is a trap. I can feel it, sense the careful construction of it. What does he know? What is he fishing for? A few days ago, I say vaguely, she mentioned some research project she was working on. Seemed pretty absorbed in it. Research? Richard repeats the word, rolling it around like he's tasting it. On what subject? Another trap, another test. She didn't say anything specifically, something for one of her classes. I shrug, affecting indifference while my mind races. You know how she gets when she's focused on something. Indeed. Richard's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Her focus has always been impressive when properly directed. Something in his tone raises the hairs on the back of my neck. Calculation that has nothing to do with her well-being. Is there a reason for concern? I ask, playing the dutiful stepbrother that Aries was supposed to be. With her heart condition, that's precisely my concern, Richard interrupts. We've been developing a new treatment protocol in the medical research division, something that could significantly improve her quality of life. Cold dread spreads through my chest, freezing my lungs mid-breath. The medical research division, the same corporate entity that ran the facility where I was kept, where they experiment on people under the guise of treatment, where they broke me, remade me, and tried to erase who I was. What kind of treatment? I ask, fighting to keep my voice steady. Highly specialized, Richard says, deliberately vague, but with promising results in preliminary trials. We've been trying to reach her to discuss participation options. Participation options. Laughable at best, as if she'd have a choice, as if any of us ever had a choice when Richard Hayes decided what was best for the family name, the family legacy. I'm sure she's fine, I say, struggling to maintain the facade of casual concern. Probably just buried in studies. Perhaps. Richard doesn't sound convinced. Even so, I'd appreciate it if you'd make finding her a priority before your trip to Tokyo. It's not a request. Nothing from Richard ever is. Of course, I agree, already calculating how to use this to my advantage. I'll reach out to her friends and check her usual spots. Good. Richard nods, apparently satisfied. Now, about the acquisition. The conversation shifts to business, focusing on numbers, strategies, and corporate maneuvering. I respond on autopilot, drawing on months of research and preparation to play my part convincingly. But my mind is elsewhere, on Lillian and whatever treatment protocol the Hayes Empire has designed for her, on the growing certainty that she's in even more danger than I realized. Richard talks, and I listen, and all the while my skin crawls with revulsion at being in his presence, at pretending to be the son he kept while carrying the scars of being the son he discarded, at playing along with whatever new cage he's building for Lillian under the guise of medical care. They want to trap her, just like they trapped us, the twins, the defective one and the perfect one, specimens to be studied, controlled, and utilized for any purpose that serves the Hayes legacy. Not this time. Not her. The meeting drags on for another hour, an eternity of pretending to be someone I'm not while sitting across from the monster who made me. By the time Richard finally dismisses me, the strain of maintaining the facade has left me raw, exposed, and barely containing the rage simmering just beneath the surface. I leave the office with the appropriate farewell, the appropriate deference, the perfect son off to do the family bidding. The elevator doors close behind me, and finally, I can exhale, can drop the mask, if only for the brief descent back to the parking garage. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Drew. I answer without speaking. We have her. Drew's voice is tense but triumphant. Banged up a little from the fight when they took her, and her fight when they tied her down. And he pauses with a slight chuckle. The fight when she tried to get free. Relief crashes through me with such force that my knees nearly buckle. Let me talk to her. Not possible right now. I'm on the car's phone and she's in the back with Aries. We are heading to the safe house right now. Sorry to say it's another shithole warehouse. Now, I would love to chit-chat, but I gotta make a couple more calls. Ice replaces relief, instant and absolute. What the fuck does that mean? It means we got her out, Drew snaps, but we might want to get her checked by a doctor. Address, I demand, voice dropping to a dangerous register. Now. He hesitates, then rattles off an address. If she's not alive when I get there, I say, each word a blade, neither are you. I end the call before he can respond, already calculating the fastest route from the tower to the address. Richard's words echo in my mind as I stride toward the car. A new treatment protocol, promising results, participation options. All code for control, for manipulation, for turning Lillian into another Hayes experiment. Over my dead body. Or more likely, over Richard's. The thought brings a grim smile to my face as I slide behind the wheel. Perhaps my original plan wasn't so far off after all. Possibly Richard Hayes will get exactly what he deserves. A son returned from the grave to collect on 2 decades of debt. Chapter 6. Aries. This particular warehouse smells like dust, and I swear to God, if I never have to see the inside of a warehouse again, it will be too fucking soon. I lean against the concrete wall, arms crossed, watching the steady rise and fall of Lillian's chest through the open doorway. She's been unconscious for hours now, lying still on the bed Drew set up for her. It's almost morning, not that I'll be able to sleep until she opens her eyes and looks at me. At this point, I just want her to be awake. Hell, I'll even take a slap across the face for being an asshole. Anything to let me know she's okay. 3 fucking hours since we pulled her out of that corporate prison after Arson's backers took her, and I saw the bruises on her wrists and the red mark on her temple. Seeing her like that caused something inside my chest to crack open and start bleeding. Drew paces near the windows, checking his phone every 30 seconds like he's expecting the cavalry to arrive. His nervous energy grates against my already frayed nerves, but not as much as the other presence in this godforsaken place. Arson. He stands rigid in the corner of the room like a statue carved from rage and desperation. He hasn't moved from that spot since we brought her here, hasn't taken his eyes off Lillian's prone form. The intensity radiating from him is almost visible, a heat shimmer of barely contained violence. It's unsettling how much I see myself in him, especially when he's consumed by emotion. The same clenched jaw, the same white-knuckled fists. Where I've learned to internalize, to control, he wears his obsession like armor. Because that's what this is, isn't it? Obsession. The way he watches her, the possessive set of his shoulders. This isn't just concern for an ally or a friend. This is something deeper, darker, something that mirrors the feelings I've spent years trying to bury. The doctor should be here soon, Drew says for the 3rd time in 10 minutes, his voice cutting through my brooding. He's taking too fucking long, Arson growls, taking a step toward the door. I should wake her up. Check if she's okay. Should she be sleeping this long? I push off the wall, blocking his path. She needs to rest, and you need to relax, so sit the hell down. Get out of my way, brother. The word drips with venom. Not happening. I don't move, don't flinch when he steps closer. The last thing she needs is you hovering over her like some psychotic guardian angel. Psychotic. His voice drops to that dangerous register I've heard him use when he's seconds away from violence. That's rich, coming from the golden boy who's acting like this is all my fault. The accusation hits like a physical blow, even though it's not entirely fair. Neither of us could have prevented what happened. We were both locked up when his backers made their move. But that's the thing about guilt. It doesn't follow logic. And I can't shake the feeling that I should have done something more. You think I don't know that? I snap, feeling my own control fraying. You think I don't replay every second, wondering what I could have done differently? Drew clears his throat nervously. Maybe we should shut up, we both say in unison, never breaking eye contact. There's something almost comical about the synchronization. the way we move and react like mirror images. What isn't funny is the tension crackling between us, the unspoken competition for something we can't quite name. For her. All of this, every single thing is about Lillian, about the way she looks at both of us with those blue eyes that seem to see straight through every carefully constructed wall. He's had feelings for her since he first met her, and her involvement satisfied both his desire for revenge and his lust for her. I've spent years convincing myself that my feelings for her were inappropriate and wrong, that the distance I maintained was for her protection, for both our sakes. But watching Arson's desperate need to touch her, to claim her, I realized I was just lying to myself. He never bothered pretending he didn't want her, only pretending she was a means to an end. I've wanted her so long now, yet each time I admit it to myself, it still registers as wrong deep in my chest. I have always wanted her, in ways that have nothing to do with family dynamics and everything to do with the fierce, brilliant woman she's become, despite everyone's attempt to cage her. Tell me about Richard, I say, forcing my voice to remain level. What did he really want? Arson's jaw tightens. Nothing important, or rather, nothing I'm going to do. That can't be the reason you look like you want to murder someone. Besides the obvious? He gestures toward Lillian. He did mention her specifically, said she's been missing appointments and not responding to calls. He wants me to find her. A chill runs down my spine. And he talked about some new treatment protocol, something the medical research division has been developing. Arson's hands clench into fists. For her heart condition. The same division that ran the facility where they kept him, where they experimented on people under the guise of medical care. The pieces click together with horrible clarity, but this time I'm really hearing it, not just the facts, but the weight behind them. I've heard Arson rant about the facility before, screaming accusations through his cell door about torture and experiments. Back then, it felt like the ravings of a madman, designed to hurt me and make me feel guilty. This is different. This is calm and factual, making it infinitely more terrifying. They want to bring her in, I realize, nausea rising in my throat. Use her condition as an excuse to what? Drew interrupts, finally paying attention to our conversation. What are you talking about? I look at my twin, seeing my own horror reflected in his features. But there's something else there, too. A bone-deep exhaustion that comes from carrying this truth alone for so long. Hayes Enterprises doesn't just run corporate acquisitions. They have a medical division that experiments on people, under the guise of treatment. That's where they kept me, Arson confirms grimly. Where they experimented on me, thinking they could break me down and reshape me. Instead, they forged me into the perfect weapon to bring them down. The casual way he says it, like he's discussing the weather instead of years of systematic abuse, makes my stomach lurch. How many times has he had to repeat this story? How many times has he been dismissed, disbelieved, or written off as delusional? Jesus Christ, Drew breathes, his face going pale. For how long? Years. Arson's voice remains steady, but I can see the tension in his shoulders and the way his jaw tightens. From the time I was 14 until I escaped. I think about when they told me he was dead. I'd been 16. He'd already been tortured for 2 years. While I was grieving a brother I thought I'd lost, mourning the future we'd never have, he was trapped in some sterile hell, being torn apart and put back together like a broken toy. What did they do to you? The question slips out before I can stop it, raw and desperate. Arson's eyes snap to mine, and for a moment I see past all the rage and calculation to the broken boy underneath. Everything you can imagine, he says quietly, and so many things you can't. The words are a lead weight pressing down on my chest. I've spent years thinking I understood pain, the pressure of being the perfect son, the isolation of carrying Richard's expectations, and the guilt of surviving when my brother didn't. The difference was that my suffering was nothing compared to this, nothing compared to what they did to him in the name of science, of progress, or whatever sick justification they used. The scars, I realized suddenly, remembering the marks I'd caught a glimpse of on his arms and neck. That's where they came from. Some of them. His smile is hollow. Others are from the time I tried to fight back, or when the experiments didn't go as planned. Experiments. My skin crawls. What kind of experiments? What had they done to a teenage boy that left him so fundamentally changed, so completely remade into something dangerous and calculating? They made me believe you were dead, I say, my voice harder now. There was a funeral, a headstone, and grief counselors. It was all so real, so convincing. And when it wasn't enough, you never questioned it? Arson's voice sharpens, the momentary vulnerability disappearing behind familiar walls of anger. Never wondered why they wouldn't let you see the body, why everything was so conveniently wrapped up. I was 16. I don't mention the beatings when I mentioned Arson's name, or the shoves, slaps, and silence until I fell in line. So was I. His eyes flash with danger. While you were playing the grieving brother at my fake funeral, I was screaming for someone to help me. Why is he acting like I wanted him dead? I feel my own anger rising to match his. It's not like I wanted you dead, like I was happy you were gone. Weren't you? The question stops me cold. Wasn't it easier? No more competition, no more having to share attention. Just you, the golden child, getting exactly what you always wanted. All the fucking attention. Fuck you. The words come out low and vicious. You don't know what you're talking about. How so? Arson steps closer, the space between us crackling with old resentment and fresh pain. Tell me you didn't enjoy being the only son. Tell me you didn't relish having their full attention, their complete focus. I clench my hand into a fist involuntarily, the desire to drive it into his fucking face, to wipe that knowing smirk off his mouth and show him exactly how wrong he is. Thankfully, before I can move, before either of us can cross that final line and draw blood, Drew's voice cuts through the tension. Enough. He steps between us, his hands raised. This doesn't matter right now. None of it matters. Lillian is passed out in there, and you two are standing here having a dick-measuring contest about who suffered more trauma. He's right. Whatever's between Arson and me, whatever wounds we've inflicted or endured, none of it matters compared to keeping Lillian safe. Arson takes a step back, his jaw still tight with anger, but his eyes clearing. You're right. Now isn't the time to hash this out. No, it's not. I force my own rage down, burying it beneath the more immediate concern. She needs us, both of us. They don't get to hurt her. For a moment, we just stare at each other, two broken halves of what used to be whole, held together now only by shared purpose. The thought of Lillian in one of those sterile rooms, hooked up to machines, subjugated to God knows what kind of procedures. It makes something violent and primitive roar to life in my chest. Over my dead body, I breathe. Funny. Arson's smile is sharp enough to cut. That's exactly what I said. They want to hurt her, and there's no way in fucking hell we're going to allow that to happen. So what's the plan? Drew asks, apparently realizing this conversation has shifted into dangerous territory. I maintain the cover, Arson says. Keep playing Ares. Convince Richard that everything's normal. Buy us time to figure out what my backers are really planning. What Patricia and Richard want with Lillian so badly right now. We need a backup plan. What if he sees through it? Then we improvise. The cold calculation in his voice reminds me that my brother isn't just damaged, he's dangerous. I nod, hating that I have to trust him, but knowing we don't have a choice. The mill house, probably, I say suddenly. After we get out of this safe house, we take her there. Lee runs security for that place like Fort Knox. No way anyone breaches those defenses. And they likely saw everyone move out months ago. Lee can easily ensure all society activities are shut down for the time being. Arson studies me carefully. You're sure? Positive. Lee's paranoid about security, and he has the resources. It's the safest place off Richard's radar. Drew meets both our gazes steadily, at least until we figure out our next move. For now, at least, nothing stays safe forever in Richard's world, and we all know it. The sound of a car engine outside breaks the tension, tires crunching on gravel. Drew moves to the window, peering through a gap in the boarded-up glass. "Doctor's here," he announces. Arson's entire body goes rigid, his hands clenching into fists. About fucking time. Drew opens the door as footsteps approach, a middle-aged man with kind eyes and the careful manner of someone who's learned not to ask too many questions. He nods politely as he enters, medical bag in hand. "Gentlemen, I understand you have a patient who needs attention."
Chapter 7. Lillian. Consciousness returns in fragments, disjointed sensations floating in darkness. The soft sheets beneath me are comforting. I'd be able to enjoy the moment if it wasn't for the dull pain throbbing in my head. Or the fact that I don't know where I am. The antiseptic smell that always reminds me of hospital rooms and fear tickles my nostrils. I try to open my eyes, but they're so heavy. Like my eyelids have been replaced with lead weights. I remember falling asleep in Aries' lap, and then nothing. "Easy now," a voice says. Male, unfamiliar. "You're safe. It's okay." Fear overtakes me, and I force my eyes open, blinking against the soft light. The room slowly comes into focus, sparse, utilitarian, and dominated by the bed I'm lying in. Not a hospital room, despite the medical equipment. The walls are bare concrete, the ceiling crossed with exposed pipes. A warehouse, maybe? Or some kind of industrial space converted for use? Not Arson's warehouse, though. A man leans over me, studying my face with professional interest. All I can do is blink as I try to take in every detail. Older, maybe mid-60s, with a round face and wire-rimmed glasses. His white coat is immaculate, contrasting with the scruffiness of his salt and pepper beard. "Good, good," he murmurs, pulling out a penlight. He shines it in each eye, and before I can protest, he's done. "Pupillary response normal. Follow my finger, please." I track his finger as it moves from side to side, fighting the urge to slap his hand away. The doctor, at least I assume he's a doctor, seems satisfied with whatever he sees. Where am I? My voice is raspy, like I've been screaming. Maybe I have been. No, probably because I can't remember the last time I ate or drank anything. "Somewhere safe," he answers, unhelpfully. "Any pain, nausea, dizziness?" "Yes, my head hurts a little," I admit, reaching up to touch the tender spot at my temple. I think I just hit it on one of those guys' chins when he grabbed me. Nothing much. You seem to have a few bruises, including that one on your temple, but everything else seems to be within normal range. You've been sleeping for some time since you were brought here, and your, companions have been worried. Hours? How long have I been here? I struggle to sit up, ignoring the way the room tilts around me at the sudden movement. Who are you? How did I get here? The man places a steadying hand on my shoulder, gently guiding me back against the pillows. My name is Dr. Banks. I can't explain what happened because I wasn't there. I'm just the guy they call when medical attention is needed. You'll need to ask one of the men who brought you here. One of the men who brought me here? Arson? Aries? My pulse quickens, setting off the monitor I hadn't noticed he attached to my finger. Relax, Dr. Banks admonishes, adjusting the small rectangle beeping away with my heart. Your heart rate is already elevated. No need to stress it further. My heart. It's always my heart. The defective organ that's defined my entire existence, dictated every choice, every restriction. I'm fine, I say automatically, the response hardwired after years of medical scrutiny. My heart condition is managed. Dr. Banks raises a bushy eyebrow. I suppose managed is one word for it. Though from these readings, I'd say exaggerated might be more accurate, at least from the quick explanation I received from one of the Mr. Hayes. Exaggerated? His observation feels like a physical slap. It's what the older man in the suit said, too. What I've secretly suspected for years, but never dared to confirm. Before I can question him further, the door on the opposite side of the room flies open. It bangs against the wall with enough force to make me flinch. Dr. Banks is also startled, nearly dropping his clipboard. All the air in the room seems to evaporate when I spot Arson standing in the doorway, his chest heaving like he's run a marathon. It takes me a moment to realize he's wearing an expensive suit. The fabric is rumpled, his tie is missing, and the top buttons are undone. He looks like he was playing the role of his brother. But why? Our eyes lock, and the intensity within that hazel gaze steals the breath from my lungs. Leave us, he says to the doctor, his gaze never wavering from mine. Now. Dr. Banks clears his throat. She needs rest and monitoring. I know what she needs. Arson's voice drops to a dangerous register that brooks no argument. Get out. The doctor sighs as if he realizes he's lost the battle and starts to gather up his things with unhurried movements that seem to irritate Arson more. Very well. Please call if anything gets worse. I know how to monitor her. Arson snaps. With one last concerned glance at me, Dr. Banks shuffles past Arson and out the door, closing it behind him with pointed gentleness. As soon as he's gone, something shifts between us. The air becomes heavier, as if it's carrying all the words that need to be said. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Arson remains frozen, just inside the room, his gaze roaming over every inch of my body. I can see him mentally cataloging every scrape and bruise, and the old t-shirt I don't even remember putting on yesterday. His perfectly sculpted features are tight with varying emotions. Relief, rage, guilt, fear, each of them battling for dominance. They fucking hurt you, he finally says, the raw words scraped from somewhere deep and wounded inside him. I'm okay. I try to soothe his worry. Where are we? What did I miss? In 3 quick strides, he's at my side. He drops to his knees on the floor beside the bed. The gesture is so unexpected, so uncharacteristic of the controlled, calculating man I've come to know, that it both concerns and warms me at the same time. "I'm sorry," he murmurs, his voice breaking on the words. "I'm so fucking sorry, Lillian. All of this is my fault." To see him so devastated, so hurt, kills me. He bows his head, his forehead nearly touching the edge of the mattress where his shoulders curve inward. It looks like he's folding under the weight of his guilt. I've never seen him so vulnerable, stripped of pretense. His carefully constructed walls crumbling right before my eyes. It's terrifying and beautiful all at once. To see such a dangerous man brought to his knees by me. Arson. I whisper his name while reaching out to touch his hair. The strands are softer than I expect, and I run my fingers through the strands a few times to make sure this isn't a dream. Look at me. He slowly lifts his head, and the naked emotion in his eyes nearly undoes me. It's at that moment that I realize I'm seeing the real Arson for the first time. All his layers are pulled back. He's no longer the vengeful mastermind, the cold strategist. No. Before me is a man broken and remade by circumstances beyond his control, carrying wounds so deep they've become part of his identity. Just like me. Am I pissed off? Yes, but mostly at the assholes who took me. Where's Aries? He flinches at his brother's name and shakes his head. In the other room. He's talking to Drew about something else. I'm sure he'll come barging in any second now. I pull away now, staring down at him. Did you not learn your lesson in all this? Apparently locking you two idiots up did nothing to try to fix things. He sighs deeply. You think things can be fixed with one conversation? That years of abuse and torture can be erased because my brother says he's sorry? It's my turn to sigh, and I shake my head. No. Maybe that was naive of me to say and think. I know you two have a lot to work through, but I can't be the bone stuck in the middle. I need to know you'll try. Tell me you'll try. When his eyes harden, along with the set of his jaw, I shake my head. I know you think you failed me, but you didn't. All that matters is you came, that you didn't leave me there. I cup his cheek this time. I can't live without you, and I can't live without him either. So regardless of the hatred between you two, you're both stuck with each other, unless you want to hurt me. I would never hurt you. He shakes his head. I wish I had been there sooner, so that they never got their hands on you in the first place. I should have protected you better. His jaw clenches beneath my palm. When I heard you scream. Shh, it's okay. I'm here now. I interrupt, unable to bear the self-recrimination in his voice. We both are. But I need to know we aren't going to just keep fighting and making things worse. I'll say this only once, Arson. If you want me, you can have me. All of me. But the same goes for Aries. I belong to you both equally, or I belong to neither of you. There's a heartbeat in which I couldn't even believe I'd said that out loud. He sighs long and deep. licking his lips as if he's thinking, then glances back up at me. Something shifts in his expression. A hunger. A need so primal it makes me shiver. His hand comes up, covering mine, his touch soft and warm. Turning his head, he presses his lips against my palm, the gesture so tender that an ache forms in my chest. Fuck. You don't understand, Lillian. When I thought I'd lost you. He murmurs against my skin. When Drew said you were passed out, that you needed medical attention. Drew? I blink, trying to place the name. Ares' friend? Why was he there? Did he help rescue me? They both did. Arson admits reluctantly. While I played the dutiful son role for Richard. The mention of my stepfather makes me sick to my stomach. That explains his outfit. He knew I was missing? I don't know if he knew, but he knows something. Arson confirms, his expression darkening like an impending storm cloud. He mentioned a new treatment protocol that they want to try on you. Something developed at Hayes Enterprises in the Medical Research Division. The same division that ran the facility where Arson was kept. Panic fills my veins. I won't be trapped. Won't be another victim. They want to trap me, I whisper, like they trapped you. I would love to see them try. Arson smiles, the look so terrifying it even scares me. He rises from his knees and settles on the edge of the bed. They'll wish death had come to them sooner if they try to hurt you or take you away from me again. The ferocity in his voice, the absolute certainty, it stirs the embers of desire in me, an answering flame to his. Without thinking, I reach for him, fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt, pulling him closer. Lillian, he warns, even as he leans in. There's no denying our pull. Even he can feel the flames of desire licking at our skin. You're injured and stressed. I couldn't. I'm not really injured, and I'll be stressed my whole life. That doesn't change that I want you. I breathe, cutting him off. Or lessen how much I need you right now. God damn it, Lillian. I can't help but smile at the way he curses my name while watching his resistance shatter. Quiet, but devastating, like a dam giving way beneath too much pressure. I'm mesmerized by the flare of his nostrils and the tight clench of his jaw. How he tries to fight the inevitable before giving in, with a low, broken groan that sounds like it's being dragged from the very center of his being. Chapter 8. Lillian. In a blink, he's on me. His mouth slams into mine, sudden, bruising, like he's been dying of thirst and I'm the only drop of water he'll ever have. The force of it rips a gasp from me, but he swallows the sound, devouring me like he'll never let go. His hands clutch my face, shaking, almost frantic. His fingers digging into my jaw as if he's terrified I'll slip away. His lips are rough, punishing, then desperate. Softer 1 second, only to crash back into me harder the next. Like he can't decide if he wants to worship me or consume me whole. The taste of him, salt, heat, wildness, rushes through me, and I'm clawing at him, dragging him closer, closer, until I'm pressed beneath the full weight of his body. His chest crushes against mine, his heartbeat a furious drum I feel everywhere, echoing in my ribs, in my throat, in the frantic pounding of my own. I fist his hair, yanking him down until his groan vibrates against my lips. He answers by prying me open, his tongue tangling with mine, claiming, conquering, desperate to leave no part of me untouched. I moan into him, arching against his touch, and he shudders, like the sound alone is enough to break him apart. His hands are everywhere, spanning my waist, gripping my hips, sliding up my ribs as though he's mapping me with fevered devotion. Every stroke burns, every touch ignites, until I'm writhing under him, my body begging without words for more. Always more. The kiss turns savage, teeth clashing, mouths colliding like we're fighting for air inside each other. My lips sting and my lungs burn, but I can't stop. I don't want to. His breath is ragged against mine, each exhale searing, dragging me deeper under until there's nothing but him. His weight, his taste, his hands claiming me like I'm his salvation. When he finally rips his mouth from mine, he's gasping, chest heaving, his forehead pressed hard against mine. "We shouldn't," he chokes out, though his hand is already beneath my shirt, his palm hot against my skin, dragging higher. I bite his lip, tugging him back to me, whispering against his mouth between breaths. "Then don't stop. Not now. I need you. I need to feel anything but fear. I need to feel you." That sends him over the edge. His hazel eyes darken, pupils swallowing the gold until they're nothing but black fire. "I can make you feel." His voice is rough silk, a threat and a vow. "I'll take it all, until the only thing left in your head is me. My hands, my mouth, my cock." "Yes." The word tears free, trembling, desperate. His palms glide higher, calloused skin branding every inch as they slide beneath my borrowed t-shirt. I lift my hips instinctively, offering more, heart hammering against my ribs. Arson's chuckle rumbles low against my mouth, dark and obscene. "So fucking eager," he murmurs, voice thick with satisfaction. His fingers trace over my pussy, light, taunting, cruel. The tease sends a sharp jolt through me, a needy whimper spilling before I can hold it back. I'm already soaked. My thighs tremble, every nerve wound too tight. "Please," I gasp, raw and unsteady. His mouth crashes over mine, the kiss all teeth and tongue, his hunger dragging me under. His fingers slip beneath the thin lace, parting me, and the first drag through my folds pulls a groan from deep in his chest, guttural and unrestrained. "Dripping," he growls, his lips brushing mine. "My desperate little slut." He bites down, sharp enough to sting, then licks the hurt away, making me shudder. Heat coils low in my belly, unbearable, and before I can think, my nails tear into his shoulders. The sound he makes, half snarl, half groan, sends heat straight between my legs. His hips shove into mine, cock grinding hard through his jeans. I falter, my breath catching. God, I shouldn't like this. But I do. The ache in my core sharpens, clenching me from the inside out. He feels it. He always does. Pulling back, he catches my eyes. A wicked smile curls his mouth before his teeth nip at my lip, claiming. "Don't look at me like that," he rasps, voice ragged against my mouth. "I like it." every scratch, every sting. Give me all of it. His words gut me. Shame evaporates. Hunger surging in its place. I drag my nails down his back, harder this time, and his groan is feral, his cock jerking against me. That's it, he snarls, breath hot, hips grinding. Bleed me while I make you scream. His mouth trails down my stomach, teeth scraping, tongue soothing the sting, marking me in bruises only he'll know. Then he's between my thighs, his breath hot and damp where I ache most. His eyes flick up, dark through the fall of his lashes, and then his tongue licks a slow stripe through me. The sound that tears from me is wrecked and shameless. He groans into my clit, the vibration thrumming through me, his tongue relentless, flicking, circling, and plunging deep. My thighs clamp around his head, hips bucking against his mouth, and he holds me down, devouring like he's starving. I claw at his hair until strands tear loose, and he moans into me like he feeds on the pain. My release hits hard. Blinding hot pleasure rips through me, and I shatter. My cries muffle in the sheets as my body convulses, wetness flooding his tongue. He licks me through it, smearing my slick across his mouth, eyes glazed, lips shining. By the time he crawls back up, I'm wrecked. Swollen lips, trembling thighs, and chest heaving. But instead of flipping me, his hands grip my hips and roll us until I'm straddling him. The shock knocks the air from me. Arson, who cages me, who takes me until I'm ruined, is flat on his back, his cock heavy and hard against my pussy. Eyes dark and unmasked, looking at me like I'm the only thing left. Fuck. He groans, fingers bruising my thighs. On top of me, you're a vision. Heat surges through me. I grip him, guiding his cock to my entrance. The blunt head pushes against me, and then I'm sinking down, inch by thick inch, stretched until he's buried to the hilt. A strangled cry rips out of me. Christ, Lillian. His head falls back, throat bared, muscles locked tight, sweat slicking his chest. You're going to fucking kill me. I start to move, slow at first, grinding, rolling my hips, dragging him against the spot that makes me gasp. His hands fist the sheets, knuckles white, his restraint trembling in every taut line of muscle. The sight of him, undone beneath me, teeth gritted, eyes locked on me like I'm both a weapon and salvation, fuels me. I slam down harder, nails raking across his chest, leaving raised welts. He jerks, a savage groan torn from his throat. Fuck yes, he snarls. Claw me, bite me. I want you carved into me. The rhythm builds, slick and punishing, the slap of my body against his echoing in the room. His gaze pins me, wild, reverent, and unblinking. Don't stop. He pants, chest heaving. Watching you ride me like this, it's the filthiest, most perfect thing I've ever seen. I grind harder, teeth sinking into his neck, my nails dragging down his sides. His hips snap up, his cock spearing deep, and I cry out, the coil inside me burning hot and sharp. I'm close. I choke, hips trembling. His hand fists in my hair, dragging my mouth to his. His breath collides with mine, raw and uneven, his words scraped out between clenched teeth. "I won't let anyone take you from me. Not them, not fate, not even my brother." His eyes blaze, voice fractured. "You're mine, only mine." The vow detonates inside me, ripping the orgasm out of me. My body convulses around him, my scream swallowed by his mouth. He bucks up hard, his thrusts ragged and undone. "Fuck yes," he groans, his voice wrecked. "You're wringing me dry. Don't stop, baby. Don't ever fucking stop." His cock pulses inside me, spilling hot, his arms crushing me down against his chest. His teeth bite into my shoulder, and he moans my name like it's the only word he knows. I collapse against him, trembling, sweat slick, my nails still buried in his skin. He doesn't ease his grip, doesn't pull out. His chest heaves under mine, his breath rough against my ear as he whispers, broken but sure. "Every mark, every bruise, every fucked up piece of me, you own it. No one else. Only you." I know he means the words because I can feel them. In every pulse of his cock that's still inside me, in the sting of his bite on my shoulder, in the way he clings to me like he'd burn the world before he let me slip away. Gradually, reality seeps back in. The beeping of the heart monitor on the floor now, the dull throb of my bruises, the uncertainty of our situation. Arson doesn't move off me. Instead, he holds me anchored against his chest, his arms locked around my waist like a band of iron. I wince as the shift jostles my battered body, the aches and pains making themselves known now that the endorphins have started to fade. "Damn it, I'm sorry," he murmurs, his lips brushing my cheek. "I shouldn't have been so rough." "I'm not complaining," I whisper, tilting my head to catch his mouth in a languid kiss. I needed that. Needed you. A hum vibrates through his chest as his hand strokes soothingly up and down my spine. I needed you too. More than you know. We lie in silence for a while, our breathing slowly evening out, our heartbeats syncing up. It's a rare moment of peace and connection in the midst of the chaos that has become our lives. I know it can't last. There are too many unanswered questions and too many threats looming on the horizon. For now, I let myself savor it. This feeling of being wholly and completely his. The reprieve doesn't last long, because even as I let myself sink into him, a shadow slips into the confines of my mind. Aries. The thought of him lingers like a bruise beneath the surface, sharp with guilt I can't shake. Deep down, I know no matter how much I want this, want arson, part of me still aches for the other half of what I can't have, may never be. After a long moment, I shift, trying to ease off his lap. Arson's grip tightens in an instant, and I find myself pulled flush against his chest once again. "Where do you think you're going?" He growls, hazel eyes glinting. "I'm not done with you yet." I frown, caught between heat and unease. "Arson, I don't want Ares to find us like this? His lips curl against my jaw, a mix of tenderness and possession. Let him. The words rumble from deep in his chest. I don't give a fuck if he finds us like this. I want this moment with you. The certainty in his voice scorches through me because he means it. Because part of me does, too. My chest aches with the truth I can't deny. That I want both of them, in different ways. Like two halves of the same wound. The admission doesn't make the deafening question any easier to answer. If it came down to me, would either of them ever choose me over their hate for each other? I don't get the chance to answer it. A second later, the door comes swinging open without a warning. It all happens so fast that I don't even get the chance to pull away from Arson. Not that I think he would let me. My gaze lands on Ares, standing frozen in the doorway. His expression wavers between concern and then shock, before those hazel eyes of his dart from me astride his twin and appear to darken to a color I've never seen. The color of espresso beans. The entire interaction makes my breath catch, and heat prickles up my neck, flooding my face. I try to shift, to cover myself, but Arson's grip tightens, holding me in place. I'm trapped and exposed. Ares' gaze shifts back to me. His eyes rake over my body, and the weight of it knots my stomach until I think I might be sick. I shouldn't flinch under his gaze. I shouldn't feel like I've done something wrong. But my chest constricts anyway, because I know that look. The hunger buried beneath the fury. The same hunger I've never let myself touch. My thighs press tighter around Arson without meaning to, as if bracing against the sharp edge of Ares' stare. Want twists inside me, tangled with shame, leaving me split open in the worst possible way. Ares' mouth twists into a cruel smirk, bitterness carving the edges of his words. You just couldn't help yourself, huh? The low tone of his voice is sharp enough to cut. Always so fucking desperate to take what isn't yours. The air curdles instantly. Thick with venom. Arson's grip on me grows tighter, more possessive, and I'm acutely aware that his cock is still buried inside me, like a brand, daring Ares to deny it. Get the fuck out. Arson snarls, his growl vibrating through me. Ares doesn't move, doesn't even blink at his brother's response, while his furious gaze is locked on the space where our bodies are joined. I can see you're feeling better. If his intention is to hurt me, he does just that. The words sting. Yet I still feel the need to defend myself, to ensure he knows I'm not making a choice. Stop it. The words rip out of me, raw and urgent. It's not what you're thinking. I'm not a prize for either of you to win. I can sleep with whoever I want. It doesn't mean that I'm picking him over you or you over him. Ares' head snaps toward me, his eyes pinning me in place. There's fury in them, yes. But under it, a rawness I've never seen. Like something splintering apart inside him. His jaw works as if the words taste like poison, but he forces them out anyway. Then what is it, Lillian? His voice cracks, sharp and bitter, but it's carrying more than anger. If it's not you choosing him, then what the hell is it? What are you doing? The question guts me. Because it isn't only an accusation, it's also need. It's the voice of a man who's spent years burying what he feels, now demanding I give him a reason, any reason, to believe this isn't what it looks like. Arson's growl vibrates through me. She doesn't owe you an explanation, he snaps, his voice dark with possession. You lost the right to ask her those questions when you walked away back in the basement, leaving me to pick up the pieces and mend her broken heart. Ares flinches, like the words cut deeper than he wants to admit. His jaw locks, shoulders tight as a bowstring. And then he fires back, voice rough and low. You think you mended her? You don't even know what the fuck you've done. I stayed away because I wanted to protect her, because I couldn't live with dragging her into this war. Little good that fucking did, huh? His eyes slash into me, then back to his brother as his voice splinters. Now she's not only being used to keep us in line, but she's caught in the middle of our hate. And you call that saving her? This is getting out of control. I have to do something. Please. I try again, but my voice falters under the heat of their stares. Stop acting like this. Neither of them appears to hear me, or if they do, there is no acknowledgement. I might as well not be here at all. Arson bares his teeth, grinding his hips up into me, eliciting a gasp from my lips. Protect her? He spits. I think you mean abandon. It might seem like a sacrifice to you, but I call it cowardice. You wanted her. You still fucking do. But instead of being man enough to claim her, you left her alone. You left her empty. I'm the one who picked up the pieces. I'm the one inside her now. And that, brother, is what saving her looks like. Arson's words lash the air, venom and possession dripping from every syllable. The sound of it coils tight inside me, winding around my ribs until I can't breathe. My pulse hammers against my temples. Their voices, their hatred, crash over me like fists, pounding and pounding until all I can hear is the thud of my own heartbeat and the ragged scrape of my breath. Heat prickles behind my eyes. My nails dig crescents into my palms beneath the sheets. I want to scream, to rip their words out of the air, to make them both stop before I split apart between them. Enough! The word tears out of me, sharp enough to slice the air. In one quick move, I slam both hands into Arson's chest. His snarl follows me as I wrench free, legs unsteady, when my feet hit the floor. The blanket lies tangled at the edge of the bed. I seize it and wrap it tight around my shoulders, clutching it like a shield. Heat scorches my skin, every nerve buzzing beneath the weight of their rage. I cannot and I will not be a part of this. The words tear out of me, raw and shaking. I won't allow you both to drag me into your war against each other. Arson's jaw flexes, a retort ready, but I cut him off with a sharp slice of my hand. No, shut your mouth. I'm talking. Both of you have said plenty, but you know what neither of you has asked? I don't give either of them a chance to respond and continue speaking. What I wanted, or how I feel. And I guess it makes sense. Since, well, it might seem like this whole situation really has little to do with me, and more so to do with how you can use me against each other. My chest heaves, the blanket slipping against my skin as I clutch it tighter. And if that's all I am to both of you, a way to wound each other, then maybe neither of you deserves me. For a moment, the room is silent. Arson bristles beside me, fury vibrating off him. But Ares is the one who breaks first. His mouth opens, then closes again. his jaw tight like he's grinding down words he can't afford to say. When his gaze finally finds mine, it's raw enough to strip me bare. "What you want matters," he says hoarsely, the words spilling like they've been caged too long. "It has always mattered. You have always mattered." He drags a hand over his face, torn open and struggling to piece himself back together. "Fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't mean... I came in to check on you and to figure out a plan. I don't know what I want right now." His breath stutters, his voice cracking under the weight of it. "I can't. I need space before I rip this room apart." He backs toward the door, eyes lingering on me for a heartbeat longer than I can stand, before he turns and walks out, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the walls. Suddenly, the room feels split in half, with my heart caught in the fault line. There's no way back, and there's no lying to myself anymore. I want both of them. Together. And it has to be together or nothing, because I can't choose. I won't choose. Arson lets out a bitter laugh that's low and jagged. "Let him slam doors and sulk in the dark. I'm the one still here, the one keeping you safe." He rolls off the edge of the bed and gestures to the spot he was just in. "Now come lie back down and rest." I stare at him, incredulous. "You think I want to lie down and rest after what just happened?" "Probably not," he admits, dragging a hand through his hair. "But you need to." I shake my head, tightening the blanket around me. No, what I need is for this feud between the two of you to end. His gaze cuts to me, sharp and warning, hazel eyes dark. "It's not that easy, and you know it. One conversation isn't going to fix us. Hell, years of therapy wouldn't." "Then how will this ever work?" My voice cracks, the question splintering between us. He only shrugs, muscles taut, as he reaches for his jeans and yanks them on. "I don't know. But I know this. I want you. And I'll do whatever I have to do to keep you safe. To keep you here." I swallow hard, my throat raw. "Even if it means letting go of your hate? Of your revenge against him?" Suddenly it feels like 1,000,000 miles are between us. Arson freezes, his back half turned as he zips his jeans. His mouth shuts hard, jaw ticking, like he's grinding down the urge to fight me. The silence stretches, seconds dragging out, until I'm not sure if he's even going to answer, or if there is an answer to be had. Then his shoulders bunch, his whole frame tight as wire. "It's not something I can just let go of," he snarls, voice rough and dangerous. "You think it's that simple? That I snap my fingers and the blood, the years, the rot just vanish? No." He turns halfway toward me, chest heaving, eyes lit with a fire that sears the space between us. "That hate is carved into my bones, Lillian. It's the only thing that kept me breathing when everything else was ripped away. Strip me of it." His hand fists at his side, trembling with restraint. "And there's nothing left." My grip tightens on the blanket, nails digging into the fabric. I meet his eyes, steady even as my voice splinters. "I understand that. But if you can't learn to cope with it, learn to control it, then you'll lose me too. Because I won't compete with your hate. I won't let it devour me the way it's devoured you.
Chapter 9. Aries. I make it only feet down the hall before I lose control and smash my fist into the concrete wall. The pain barely registers in my mind as the skin splits across my knuckles. It's a distant, secondary feeling to the white-hot rage coursing through my veins at this moment. Seeing her naked body pressed against his chest. Fuck! The memory makes me mental, makes me want to spill blood. She says she's not choosing him, but it feels like she is. It looks like she is. Whoa, Drew says from somewhere behind me. Maybe don't break your hand. We've got enough problems without adding more injuries to the pot. I round on him, all the accumulated betrayal of the past months finding a convenient target. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to joke. Not now. Not after everything. Drew's expression shifts, warmth draining from his features until I'm looking at a stranger wearing my friend's face. His posture straightens, shoulders squaring as he meets my gaze with cold calculation. I thought we would wait to hash this out, but it seems like you're looking for a fight, so maybe we will discuss it now, he announces, his voice flat. The sudden transformation throws me off balance. I've seen Drew drunk, angry, even in a few fights over the years, but never like this. Clinical and detached, like he's assessing a business risk rather than facing his supposed best friend. No, that's not true. I've seen this side of him before when he faced down his father. He only shows this side of himself when facing the enemy. So when did I become the enemy to him? That only adds fuel to the raging inferno of emotions coursing through me. It's childish to allow my anger toward Arson and Lillian to bleed over into my issues with Drew, but I need to direct these feelings somewhere, or I might explode. How could you not know? I advance on him, undeterred. How could you not have seen the difference and done something, said something, anything? Some tiny part in my brain wants to protest that he has Belle, and that we'd all graduated, and that we weren't seeing each other every day anymore. But that's just an excuse in my mind. I don't want excuses. I want somewhere to bury my fist. Drew doesn't flinch, doesn't back away. He simply watches me with those suddenly unreadable eyes. What do you want me to say, Aries? He shrugs, the gesture deliberately casual. That I'm sorry? That I made a mistake? Would that make you feel better? No, it wouldn't. I want the truth. I growl, grabbing the front of his shirt. I want to know how my best friend could watch me disappear and not take notice when a completely different person took over my life. I want to know why you did nothing, why none of you seemed to notice a damn thing. There's a dangerous flicker in his eyes, a reminder that beneath the easygoing frat boy exterior is someone darker, harder, more complex and misunderstood than we realize. A dark, menacing beast that's always on the cusp of being unleashed. You act like your disappearance is a shock, but you left long before your brother stepped in to play your role. What the fuck did he just say? I release him, stepping back as if burned. What the fuck does that mean? It means, Drew straightens his shirt with methodical precision, that while you claim we didn't notice your disappearance, you didn't disappear when Arson took you. You were gone long before that, always hiding, refusing to hang out or answer text messages. There was no difference between you then and when your brother assumed your identity. It's like you were counting down the days until you had to join Hayes Enterprises. He huffs and scrubs his hands up his face before continuing. Look, I'm not using that as an excuse for being a shitty friend. I only mean that we were trying not to intrude and give you the space you seemed to want at the time. We'd all gone through a lot in the past couple of years. It made sense to me that you might want some distance from all the drama, being the one of us that at the time seemed to have less of it. The betrayal cuts deeper than I care to admit. My friendship with Drew goes back to childhood, roommates, teammates, wingmen. Years of shared history, of inside jokes and covered asses and drunken confessions at 3 a.m. Part of me wants to be pissed at him, at all my friends, but the other part of me knows he's right. I had been pulling away, mostly because they had first, but I wasn't going to shit on all of their parades as they rode off into the sunset with their girlfriends and happy lives. I understand, and you're right, I was pulling away, but I also didn't want to rain on everyone's happy life. We're a brotherhood, Aries. Nothing can bring us down. Now tell me what the real problem is, since I know there is more going on than being pissed at me. I almost laugh. A lot is going on, so much I can't seem to wrap my head around it. Explain? Well, my evil fucking twin brother is taking everything from me, including Lillian. Drew's expression doesn't change, but there's a subtle shift in his eyes, a flicker of what might be sympathy, I'm not sure. But before I get the chance to see it fully, it disappears, buried beneath cold professionalism. Technically, you can't take something that was never yours. If you wanted her, then you should have claimed her. This motherfucker is about to get punched in the face. Are you kidding me? Of all the fucking people who know me and my family, that's the last answer I would expect to come out of your mouth. He sighs, and my anger and frustration only seem to mount. I could really use a voice of reason right now, not another reminder of why I should say fuck it and beat the shit out of him. If she chooses him, what can you do? What other choice is there than to let her be happy? She didn't choose him. She didn't choose either of us. In fact, I don't even know how I feel or what we are. Then you can't be mad at him for claiming her when you're still confused about what you might or might not be. What he's saying is logical, but I don't care. I've wanted Lillian for so long that now it feels like she's already mine, and I don't know how to handle it, because it's not just an emotional attachment. It's a physical need, a possession. What if the roles were reversed? What if this was Belle? What would you do then? The darkness in his eyes hardens. Even when I was confused about what Belle and I might or might not be, I still ensured that she belonged to me. There was no way in hell I was going to let her slip through my fingers and into someone else's hands. He could have just called me a piece of shit. That wasn't an option for me. I shake my head angrily. I was trying to protect her, trying to stop her from being used as a pawn on the Hayes chessboard. Okay, so what's stopping you from making her yours now? What is stopping me? Arson, myself, 1,001 excuses, the growing danger she faces by being associated with us. There are a lot more fucking reasons for me not to make her mine than there are to claim her. I peer around the warehouse's common area. Is this the life I want for her? Going from warehouse to warehouse, dodging danger left and right? No, I don't. The new warehouse is sparse, with a few mismatched chairs, a table covered in surveillance equipment, and a coffee maker Drew scrounged from somewhere. It all feels surreal, like I've stepped into someone else's nightmare. There are a lot more reasons to let her be with him than there are for her to be with me. You're only saying that because you're afraid of those feelings, but I know you'll figure it out. All that matters is that we got her out of the enemy's hands and she's safe. Yeah, I flex my bleeding hand, focusing on the sting. Got her out just in time for my brother to fuck her. The crudeness of my own words surprises me. I'm not usually so raw. Guess that's what captivity does to you. It strips away the layers of polish and social conditioning. The man who emerged from that concrete cell is harder and sharper at the edges. More like arson than I want to admit. I think back to the way she looked at me when I walked into that room. The memory is crystal clear. Lillian, bruised and bound to a chair, eyes widening when I appeared in the doorway. The spark of hope in her expression, and the way she said my name. The way the men holding her didn't seem surprised to see me. She looked relieved, I say, mostly to myself. When I walked into that room where they were holding her, it seemed like she'd been waiting for me specifically, like it was all a setup. I continue, the pieces clicking into place. They wanted me there and not Arson. They seemed pleased when they realized it was me and not him. Drew frowns, moving closer. Yeah, I remember that asshole saying something to that effect. What does it mean? They obviously have some kind of plan on top of whatever you two, or you fucking three, are doing here. I don't know what it means. I have nothing to do with them. Drew's expression shifts to concern. Did you tell Arson about this? Haven't had the chance. Well, with walking in on him screwing the woman, I cut myself off, the word catching in my throat. The woman I what? Love? Care about? Want? I can't even admit it to myself, let alone say it out loud. Whatever I feel for Lillian is too complicated, too entangled with family expectations and personal desires to be easily defined. Now with Arson in the picture, it's even messier. I'm reminded all over again how easily Arson swooped in and laid claim to her. I left her for 5 fucking minutes, I say, redirecting the conversation. 5 minutes while the doctor worked, and she was fucking him, like I never existed, like what we had meant nothing. A tiny voice in the back of my mind says what we had did mean nothing because I kept it that way, for fear of her being hurt and used against me, but I thought I meant more to her than just some afterthought. Stop it, you don't know that, Drew counters, some of his usual demeanor returning. You don't know what happened between them. She was naked and on top of him. He had just fucked her, so I do know what happened. What you saw was 2 people who've been through trauma finding comfort in each other. It doesn't have to mean it does. I'm not interested in his rationalizations. It means something, and it matters to me. Drew sighs, suddenly backing off. Okay, then what do you want to do? That's a good question. What do I want to do? Continue this pointless rivalry with my twin and risk losing Lillian forever? Or maybe go back to being Richard Hayes' puppet, the son groomed to take over? My old life is gone. The man I was before is dead. The only thing that hasn't changed is what Lillian means to me, but that's complicated. So fucking complicated. I don't know, I admit, but we can't keep doing this. I reflect on Lillian's words and the anguish in her eyes. I know seeing Arson and me fight kills her and cuts her deep, but letting go of that pain feels like succumbing to him, and I don't know if I can do that. Drew nods, respect in his expression. The bad will end, it always does, and then things will get better. It won't ever be perfect, but it'll be better. I can only hope he's right, because if it doesn't get better, I don't know if there will be a future for Lillian and me. That's if Arson doesn't kill me before it can happen. The idea of sharing her with him kills me, but the prospect of never having her, never getting the chance to touch her or kiss her, eats away at my insides. Drew steps back and I head to the door. I need to take a walk and clean myself up, clear my head. Hell, I haven't been out of a building and in the open air outside of helping to get Lillian back in months. Maybe a walk and some fresh air will help. Maybe. Drew claps me on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. Since everything seems a little calmer, I think I'll go check in on Belle. You guys have my number. Call when you're ready for next steps. The fluorescent light buzzes overhead, throwing sharp shadows across my face as I study the reflection staring back at me. I don't recognize the man looking back at me. A smattering of small nicks along my jaw is bleeding, but I'm satisfied with the shave. At least the overgrowth of stubble is gone now. I look sharper now, harder, less like the ghost Arson left in his place, and more like myself, or maybe someone I don't quite recognize. My hair's still longer than I like, shaggy at the edges, and for a moment I toy with the idea of shaving it all off, stripping away every piece of me that even remotely resembles him. It's a tempting idea, and one that dies as soon as it forms. I love my hair, and I refuse to let him take another thing from me. Instead, I trim it back as clean as I can manage. When I step back, the man in the mirror looks leaner and more hollowed out, hazel eyes ringed with shadows, jaw cut sharper than I remember, a rawness lingering that no amount of soap or water can wash away. I'm me, but I'm different, and there's no way to explain that physical feeling of seeing yourself but knowing you aren't really the same person who's looking back at you. Sliding into clean jeans and a plain t-shirt steadies me. The fabric feels foreign against skin that's known nothing but grit and concrete for weeks, but it's a nice change. The boots ground me, their weight familiar, their solidity welcome. For the first time in too long, I almost feel like myself again, lighter, though not unscarred. I head out into the morning light. The door to the warehouse slams behind me, and the air outside hits like a fist, cold, sharp, too big after weeks of being trapped in walls and shadows. Every breath that fills my lungs helps to clear away some of the hazy rage lingering in my mind, but it doesn't clear the storm in my chest. My boots grind against gravel as I walk aimlessly through the industrial sprawl, hands jammed into my pockets, knuckles throbbing with every pulse. The city hums with life off in the distance, but here it's all half-abandoned buildings and silence. Each step is heavy with everything I left in that room. Lillian's eyes begging us to stop, Arson's smug possession, the truth I finally spit out before I lost control. I should feel free, but every breath just tastes bitter. The new cell phone Drew brought me vibrates in my pocket more than once, but I ignore it. I don't want to talk. I don't want reason or logic. I want answers. I want her. The longer I walk, the more the question gnaws at me. If Lillian asks me to let her go, if she chooses him, could I do it? The thought rips through me like shrapnel. Fuck no. I'll die first. But that only leaves us with limited options. By the time I circle back to the warehouse, I'm calmer on the outside, though inside I feel raw and ripped open, my rage stripped down to bone. With a harsh breath, I straighten my spine and walk back into the warehouse. There are so many things to worry about, enemies on all sides, but the most important thing to me at the moment is making sure Lillian and I are okay. I can't lose her, not after everything we've endured together. I know what needs to be done. We need to talk, and choices need to be made, but I don't know if I'm ready. Part of me wants to tear my brother apart for touching her. Part of me wants to beg Lillian to remember what we could be. I know I'm also at fault in all of this. There's just the fantasy of what we had, then reality, which was me pushing her away time and time again, then the final blow of her giving up and letting me go. It hurts to think about. And part of me, the part forever changed by my captivity, needs answers, needs to know if there is a future for Lillian and me at all, and if so, what that might look like. As I walk down the hall and back toward the bedroom, my blood pressure spikes as the reminder of how I found them a short while ago springs into my mind. I squeeze my eyes shut against the visual. Calm down, I whisper to myself while dragging in a calming breath, then grab the doorknob, turning it slowly before shoving the door all the way open. On the other side of the door, I find Lillian in Arson's button-down, the hem skimming her thighs like a possession, her hair mussed from his hands. It's hard to admit, but the sight fucking rattles me to my core. My chest aches from looking at her. Arson sits shirtless beside her, scars etched across his torso like a road map of violence, along with nail indentation and scratches from Lillian's nails. 2 lives carved from the same DNA, yet we've become something unrecognizable to one another. Both of them turn their attention to me as soon as I walk in. There's a flash of guilt in Lillian's eyes that she doesn't even try to hide. Arson's eyes narrow to slits, like a man daring me to test him. Lillian gives me the briefest smile. You look different, but in a good way. Her touch, her scent, it's my undoing, even if it's mixed with his scent. I can't help but smile back at her. Thanks, I tried my best. I cut myself a few times, but it was worth it. I already feel like I can breathe a little easier. That's good. I went to find you to try to talk about what happened earlier, but you must have left. Yeah, sorry. I apologize, even though I have no reason to. I needed a little air, so I went for a walk. It helped to sort my thoughts a little bit. It's important we talk about what happened and figure out our plan for the future. What happened is done. Lillian is safe. Arson chimes in. I drag a chair closer, scraping it deliberately across the floor before sitting. For now, but who knows about the future? The guys who took her, they weren't just your backers. That much is obvious. They expected me to be there. In fact, something tells me they needed it to be me. A flicker of surprise crosses his face before he can mask it. Why would they want you? That's what I'd like to know. I lean forward in the chair. The walk, the fresh air, none of it seems to have helped as I notice the marks on Lillian's neck again. It should be my lips on her neck and my cock inside her. Deep down, I know I have no right to claim her, but my brain doesn't give a shit about rational thoughts. Lillian is mine. Always has been, even if I hadn't been ready to admit it. As if Arson can sense the change in my demeanor, his posture stiffens. I drag in a breath, slow and steady, forcing the storm back down. Calm, controlled. I've lived my whole life wearing the mask of restraint, pretending I could master what I feel. Still, every time I look at her, I see him, my brother, claiming her, and it kills me. It eats me alive from the inside out. Aries? Lillian's voice is soft, careful. She sees it, the way my fists tighten, the tremor I can't quite hide. Relax. Let's talk about this, okay? I try again. Inhale, exhale, calm. But the words claw their way out anyway. Tell me, brother. My tone is almost even, but it cuts like glass. Did you fuck her just to spite me? Or because you can't stand the thought of me having something you don't? The air between us snaps taut. Arson reacts instantly, fury flashing across his face. His voice is a snarl, sharp enough to flay me open. She doesn't belong to anyone. You're just too blind to see it. Too much of a coward to say what you feel. You're jealous. Jealous that I can admit it. Jealous of what we share. The words detonate in my chest, cutting deeper than any fist ever could. Because he's right. He's stolen the one truth I've never had the strength to voice. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Lillian slide to the edge of the bed. Stop, both of you. The fire in her blue eyes, the steel in her spine. This is the Lillian I've always admired. She's so strong despite her supposed fragility. Determined despite being constantly underestimated. Fuck, this is the woman I've missed, the one I've longed for. She pushes off the bed and slips between us, and somehow it feels like she's trying to protect him. Why him? Why fucking him? I already explained this to Arson, and I intended to tell you as well. I can't keep doing this. I won't keep doing this. I refuse to be caught in the middle of your hate for one another. Choosing between the two of you isn't an option. It would kill me. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Lillian. It's true, even though I know that's exactly what I've done. All the times I pushed her away, lied to myself, and ignored her were another slap in the face to her. Lillian can't see Arson because her back is to him, but he tilts his head to the side and curls his lip. a cross between a sneer and a smirk appearing on his face. "I would never make you choose, Lillian. You know that. But I think it's obvious who gives a fuck about you and who doesn't. He had a chance to claim you, and he threw it away." "Are you kidding me? You know nothing about my relationship with Lillian. Every fucking choice I ever made was based upon her. To protect her. To ensure she wasn't used as another fucking chess piece on our father's board. I didn't throw shit away." Arson's laugh is low, humorless. The sound of someone twisting the knife because he knows exactly where to strike. I know he's goading me, baiting me into a fight, but I can't stop myself from giving in to the rage. This has been a long time coming. "Protect her," he repeats, shaking his head. "All you did was hide behind excuses. You call it sacrifice. I call it cowardice. You never claimed her because deep down you knew you weren't man enough to." My chair screeches against the floor as I shove to my feet, muscles coiled tight, fury searing through me. I don't just stand. I rip the chair back and toss it aside. The crack of wood hitting the floor rings in my ears. I don't think. I don't breathe. I lunge and swing wildly, aiming for the brother who stole everything. My life, my freedom, and now the only woman I've ever given a fuck about, and maybe even loved. Arson sidesteps easily, a lifetime of fighting giving him reflexes I lack, despite our identical genetics. I'm not thinking things through, not able to rationalize. I'm all anger, all pain. I just want to hurt him, to make him feel even a fraction of what he's caused me. "Ares, stop!" Lillian shouts, her fear-laced voice sinking in. I pull back just in time to avoid hitting her. My heart thunders in my chest, and a fresh wave of horror ripples through me. What am I becoming? What has he made me into? "I'm done," Lillian says, voice cracking with emotion. "With the fighting, the hatred, all of it. I locked you in that cell to try to fix the problem, but it seems all I did was make it worse. If all that matters to both of you is getting revenge and seeing how much you can make the other person hate you, then I want nothing to do with either of you. This is my life, too, and regardless of what you both think, I have a say in what happens in my own life." Why does it feel like she's leaving, like she's slipping through my fingers all over again? Because she is. She's telling us that she isn't going to be caught in the middle of our hate anymore, and she means it. I can see it in her eyes and feel it in the tremble of her voice. It kills her, but she's willing to walk away from us both if we can't figure this out, and that thought guts me. It cuts me right down the fucking middle. Lillian moves from between us, and we both seem to turn in her direction, gravitating toward her like she is our son. Arson recovers first, taking a half-step toward her before thinking better of it. "Lillian, no!" She cuts him off, eyes blazing. "I mean it. I'm not going to let you two tear each other apart over me. That's not who I am. That's not who I want to be. If your hate for one another is greater than your feelings for me, then you can have each other." She looks between us, something like determination, or maybe resignation, settling in her blue eyes. "If you can't figure it out and make it work, then I'll do this on my own. All of it." The silence that follows is thick enough to choke on. Arson stares at her with an intensity that makes something twist in my gut. Possessive, protective, something I've never seen from him before. The look doesn't belong on my face, yet there it is, mirrored back at me in the most fucked up way possible. "Lillian," he says again, voice uncharacteristically gentle. "It's not safe for you to be alone. These men are dangerous. Whatever they want with Ares. I don't care." She cuts him off. "Maybe with me out of the picture, you both will be able to figure things out. Either that or you'll kill each other." Her gaze shifts to me, those blue eyes that have haunted me for years, now hardened with determination. "Ares, I understand your anger. I do. But this..." She gestures back and forth between us. "This hatred, This competition, it has to stop. Easy for you to say, I mutter, the bitterness I've been nursing for months spilling over. You're not the one who spent months in a cage while your twin played house with your... I stop myself again, that word still caught in my throat. What was Lillian to me, really? Something I've never been able to define because defining it would make it real? With what? Lillian challenges, stepping closer. Your what, Aries? Your girlfriend? Because you sure as hell made sure I was never that. The accusation stings, but only because there's truth in it. Our relationship was always complicated, but it was also something else, something genuine that got tangled up in expectations and obligations. That's not fair, I say, voice low. What we had was built on lies, she finishes for me. Lies about who you were, about who I was, about what was expected of us. And worst of all, the lies you told yourself to keep us from actually being something. And what you have with him is better? I can't keep the bitterness from my tone. The man who kidnapped me, who stole my life, who's been planning the destruction of our entire family. I didn't say that. Lillian glances back at Arson, and a look of complication passes between them. There is no competition to be had. I'm not choosing either of you. I'm choosing myself. When we don't respond, she stands, hands on her hips and mouth grim. Going forward, if either of you wants anything to do with me, you will learn to fucking share. Learn to put your differences aside. I don't care how much it might hurt me to walk away. Don't call my bluff, because I'll do it. Seeing you two act like this hurts me so much more. It's not something we can turn on and off, Arson mutters, clearly frustrated. Lillian takes a deep breath, maybe trying to center herself before she looks between us once more. I understand that, and I'm not expecting you to let all that pain and hatred go. However, I will not let you use me as a means to transfer those emotions. If either of you wants a chance with me, if you care as much as you claim, then you will learn to get along. Even if it's only for me. Our primary focus is working together, and we can't work as a team if you're constantly at odds with each other. These men, whoever they are, whatever they want, they're playing a game none of us fully understand. It was clear by the way the older one was talking to me that he knew things that we didn't. We are missing big pieces of the puzzle. We can't be at our strongest if the only thing you both care more about than bringing these people down is hurting each other. Arson resettles his shoulders, and it's so wholly a movement that isn't related to me that I relax a degree. I understand, I tell her, willing her to see it. So do I, Arson adds. She shakes her head at us. If you understood, then you would let some of the hate between the two of you go, so you could work together. But you don't. You're still at each other's throats. It's the truth, and I don't know how to diffuse the rage. Which is greater, my hate for Arson or my desire to be with Lillian? There is no Lillian without him, and if I want her, then I will need to learn to accept that. I'm not giving you up, and I'm not willing to put your safety at risk because of him. I feel the same way, Arson growls. Okay, then we're in agreement. You will do your best to stop fighting and trying to hurt each other. My jaw aches as I clench it. I don't want to agree, but I know if I don't, Lillian will walk out that fucking door, and I won't be able to live with myself if I let her walk away again. Yes, at least for the time being. Once everything returns to normal, I can't say we won't be at each other's throats again. The only thing we can seem to agree on is you. Arson meets my gaze, identical hazel eyes reflecting the same cold determination I feel. Agreed. Fine, but my stance remains the same. It's both of you or neither of you. I refuse to choose between you. We settle into silence that I hope means she believes we are going to try, but I don't have high hopes. Even I don't believe we can make this temporary truce work. but failing her isn't a fucking option. Arson draws my attention away from my raging thoughts when he snags a laptop out of a bag off the floor. I can get started on investigating these guys a little more. I scratch my jaw. What do you mean? You said they were your backers. Don't you know who you have backing you? He levels me with an icy look. I doubt I need to explain this to you, but sometimes people end up something worse or better than you thought they were. It turns out I didn't know these fuckers as well as I thought. At least he's taking accountability for his lack of fucking original research. This partnership should have never happened. It's strange watching him take charge, seeing the man, my brother, working on a plan that might save us all. Part of me wants to resist on principle, to fight his leadership simply because it's him, but I just agreed to keep the peace. It's necessary for Lillian's protection that we work together, at least until this more immediate threat is dealt with. After that, we'll see what happens. One thing I know for sure is that neither of us intends to give her up. I move to stand on the opposite side of the table. Tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. The smile Lillian gives me is worth every insufferable moment I'll have to endure with my brother in order to be with her. I want Lillian, and I'm going to prove it to her.
Chapter 10. Lillian. The following day, Drew drops off a couple more laptops and phones for us. The past 24 hours have been a whirlwind of ups and downs, but it appears Arson and Aries have come to an easy truce. Or maybe a better word would be an uneasy truce. It doesn't really matter. I don't expect them to always get along or to let go of what happened. I know there are unresolved issues and trauma there, but it makes me feel better that they want to put their differences aside, at least for me. After spending a good portion of the day reading over reports for any mention of the names Arson gave me, or anything related to Hayes Enterprises and the Medical Research Division, looking for any inclination or hidden meaning, I very quickly want to claw my own eyes out. Aries approaches me with a smile while I'm sitting at the small kitchenette table. We are finally wearing our own clothes. It might seem strange to comment on, but there's so much comfort in a little bit of normalcy, especially when everything has been far from normal. I wonder if it feels weird to him. To return to his old life, but be a completely different person. Hey, you. I greet him with a smile. He doesn't greet me with a hello. Instead, he bends down and scoops me up into his arms like I weigh nothing. For someone who spent months in captivity, his strength is surprising. His muscles may have atrophied, but the core power is still there, coiled and ready to be unleashed. "What are you doing?" I ask, my hands automatically finding purchase around his neck. "We need to talk," he says, voice low and determined. "Alone." Arson stands at the opening of the hallway, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He shoves off the wall, his posture shifting from casual to threatening in the blink of an eye. "You're not taking her anywhere." I hold up a hand to stop him. "Relax. It's fine." "The hell it is," Arson growls, eyes locked on his twin. "I'm not letting him take you anywhere alone." Aries' entire body tenses, his arms tightening around me to the point of discomfort. "I'm not going to hurt her," he spits out, the words practically vibrating with rage. The anger in him is so close to the surface these days, bubbling just beneath his skin like lava ready to erupt. It's nothing like the controlled, measured Aries I grew up with. The perfect Hayes heir who never raised his voice, never lost his cool, never showed anything but calculated charm. That was the man I fell for. But this new Aries makes me crave him even more. He's raw and exposed. His emotions no longer buried beneath layers of conditioning. It's terrifying. But if I'm being honest with myself, it's also a little thrilling. It's okay, I tell Arson, trying to defuse the situation before it explodes again. Give us a few minutes. I'm serious. You don't get to decide when I spend time with him or you. You both know the rules. The way Arson clenches his jaw proves how unhappy he is with the arrangement, but he takes a reluctant step back. The three of us are tensed in a triangle of tension so thick I could cut it with a knife. The bedroom, I tell Aries, pointing toward the hall. Arson's expression darkens further, but he says nothing as Aries brushes past him, carrying me out of the room. I can feel him following a few steps behind, his presence like a shadow at our backs. He pauses just outside the door, and Aries, balancing on one foot, pushes it closed. The bedroom remains unchanged from the day before. However, clothing and other items are scattered around the makeshift space. Aries sets me down on the edge of the bed with surprising gentleness, then straightens, looming over me with an unreadable expression. I take a moment to really look at him, to catalog the changes captivity has wrought. He's thinner, yes, the sharp angles of his face more pronounced, but it's the change in his eyes that really strikes me. There's a hardness there that wasn't present before. A wariness that makes him look older than his 26 years. The polished veneer of the haze air has been stripped away, revealing something more raw and authentic beneath. Don't even think about it, I tell him, when he stalks forward, flames of desire flickering in his hazel eyes. He freezes, surprise flashing across his features before it's replaced by frustration. Why not? You didn't seem to have any problems jumping into bed with my brother. The accusation stings, but I refuse to be shamed for my choices. Don't, I warn. You don't get to judge me, Aries. Not after years of hot and cold, pushing me away one minute and pulling me close the next. I'm not going to have sex with you right now just because you've suddenly decided you want me. We need to heal some of the wrongs. Work on us, and what we never had the chance to be. Fuck. I understand that. I get it, but I also want you. Need you. He lets out an almost growl and turns away from me, frustration in every line of his body. I stand, shifting to get right in his face, despite our height difference. You don't get to make this choice. You don't get to tell me I'm ready for something just because you think you are. At least Arson is man enough to admit what he wants. He doesn't play games or pretend he's not interested in protecting me. I want you to tell me what I am to you, what I mean to you. I know it already, but there is a difference between hearing someone tell you something and knowing it based upon instinct. Aries' jaw clenches, a muscle ticking in his cheek. Is that what you think I was doing? Playing games? None of this has ever been a game. I cannot even put into words how naive you sound right now. I'm playing games? But Arson literally used you in his own twisted game of revenge to hurt me. This isn't about Arson. This is about us. What else should I call it? I challenge. 1 minute, you're looking at me like you want to devour me, and the next you're pushing me away, telling me we can't, we shouldn't, it's too complicated. For years, Aries. Years of mixed signals and almost moments and nothing ever happening. I can't even describe how much your rejection hurt me. I didn't want to reject you. I wanted you. But I also wanted to do the right thing, he argues, but there's less conviction in his voice now. You're my stepsister. We grew up together. Our parents are monsters. I cut him off. We both know that, and I think we knew that even back then. It's time to stop hiding behind family dynamics and propriety. That's not why you kept pushing me away, and we both know it. We glare at each other, both breathing hard, neither willing to back down. Fine, Aries finally says, the word forced through gritted teeth. You want me to say it? I want you to say whatever you want to say. Then the truth is, I want you. I've always wanted you. Like the air I breathe. Like the night sky needs stars. Like a fucking flower needs the sun to grow. I've longed to make you mine. And I hated myself every time I gave in to the selfish want and need to claim you, for fear that my father would use you against me if he discovered how much you meant to me. The confession hangs in the air between us, raw and imperfect and entirely inadequate. But it's more than he's ever given me before. Is that it? I ask, unable to keep the disappointment from my voice. He knows what I'm asking for. I can see it in his eyes. The struggle, the fear, the words he can't bring himself to say. No, there is more, but I can't give you all of it right now, he says quietly. And for a moment, the anger falls away, revealing a warm vulnerability he never allows anyone to see. I know what you want from me, but I can't. I'm not. It's okay. It's fine if you can't tell me everything right now. I soften my voice. But if you want this, want me, you need to accept that I won't let you push me away anymore. Not out of this twisted desire to protect me or any other stupid excuse you can fathom. I know I said it yesterday, but I really need you to understand that I can't be in the middle of your hate for each other. I won't survive it. I care about both of you too much to allow either of you to use me against the other. Aries' gaze softens, and I see a flickering of guilt. We won't. We agreed to try to let shit go. Neither of us wants to lose you. I nod and take a deep breath. Last night I thought about what a future between the three of us would look like, and how there would be no room for jealousy. It made me realize that the only way to help ease that would be to ensure they both knew what the other was doing or not doing with me. I understand that. And I was thinking about it last night, and I decided the only way to really help ease the jealousy between the two of you is to ensure that both of you know if I'm sleeping with the other one. And the only way to do that is to make you aware or have you be present during the act. The shock on Aries' face would be comical if the situation weren't so intense. He looks like I've slapped him. You can't be serious, he says. Dead serious, I confirm. Those are my terms, including trying to make amends with each other. Take them or leave them. Aries runs a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration I've seen 1,000 times. So, what? We're supposed to share you? Take turns? Watch while the other... Apparently, he's unable to even finish the thought. I swallow, and then clarify. All I'm asking is that you or him be in the same room, to acknowledge that I care about both of you in different ways. I'm so tired of being the object you use to hurt each other. I'm more than that, Aries. I know this, but it's just insane. Ares mutters, though I can see him considering it, weighing his desire for me against his hatred for my brother, against the idea of sharing, of fucking me in front of him. Those are my conditions, I say firmly. As I said, I won't be the reason you two destroy each other. There's a tense moment, and then Ares scoops me up into his arms again and kisses me so hard our teeth scrape together. When I blink up for air, he holds me tight against his chest. I'll do it. I'll agree to your terms. If that's the only way I can have you, then so be it. I've wanted you for years, Lillian. Fucking years. You're a burn in my blood I can't shake. No matter how hard I try to extinguish it, I won't give you up. I wrap my arms around his neck, a little pleased with the entire declaration. From what I heard, you tried a lot, with a lot of different girls. His cheeks pinken, and it's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen. I'm not saying this is going to be easy. I'm asking you to try. Ares juggles me to hold me tight in one arm and goes to the door to throw it open. Come in, asshole. I know you were standing there listening the whole time. Ares and Arson exchange a long look, some silent communication passing between them that I can't interpret. For all their hatred, there's a connection there, a twin bond that neither captivity nor revenge has fully severed. Whatever you want, Lillian, Arson finally says. I search his face, looking for any sign that he's agreeing just to appease me, that he'll go back on his word the moment I let up. Yet despite the reluctance in his tone, the resignation in his eyes tells me he's accepted the terms, however unhappily. Thank you, I say softly, reaching out to touch his arm. The muscle beneath my fingers is tense, coiled with restrained emotion. Don't thank me yet, he mutters, but he doesn't pull away from my touch. We don't know if it's going to be a miracle or a disaster. At least it will be something, I concede. In my mind, it's the only way forward that doesn't end with one of you killing the other. Ares' gaze flickers to Arson, who's watching our exchange with calculated interest. Something unspoken passes between them. Not quite understanding, but perhaps the beginning of a reluctant truce. The moment stretches, taut with possibilities, before Ares breaks it by turning back to me, this time with more urgency, more intent. What are you doing? My voice comes out startled, shaky from the sudden shift, my body jolted into his arms. I'm taking you to the bathroom, Ares says, his voice dropping low, rough with intent. It's the kind of tone that seeps beneath skin, curling hot and dangerous in my stomach. I want to wash his scent off you before I have you. The possession in that statement makes my heart clench inside my chest. How long have I waited for Ares to show me this side of him? Desire pulses between my thighs. Something deep and primal answers to his authority, to the sheer force of his will. He carries me with ease, every step purposeful, his grip branding me as his. When we reach the bathroom threshold, he turns, his stare locking with Arson's. The air between them bristles, thick with unspoken challenge. You can watch from the doorway, Ares says. Tone hard as steel. Hell, join if you want to, but I'm fucking her first. I don't know what to say in response to that, and it appears Arson doesn't either. He falters for a moment before his composure cracks, just enough for me to catch a flicker beneath. The sharp edge of jealousy, followed by the darker lick of desire. It's a layered and complicated emotion, something that makes my pulse stumble. You can take her first. just remember who it was that she came to first. The dig is calculated, surgical, and it hits its mark. Ares tenses, his whole body vibrating with fury, a growl rumbling up from deep in his chest. I feel it echo through my ribs, through my blood, through every place we're pressed together. Before the fury detonates, I slide my hand to his cheek, forcing him to look at me, not his brother. "Don't," I whisper, softer than I intend, but no less urgent. "Don't give him what he wants. Not now. Not when you finally have me." The war in his eyes nearly breaks me, rage and rivalry clashing against years of buried hunger. For a breathless heartbeat, I don't know which side will win. Then with a sharp exhale, Ares claims his choice. He strides into the bathroom and kicks the door shut so hard the slam ricochets off the tiles, reverberating like a declaration of war. He sets me down on the counter, his hands already at my shirt, rough and demanding. His gaze devours me whole, dark, dilated, dangerous. His fingers drag beneath fabric, calluses catching on my skin, as if mapping territory that was always meant to be his. It's nothing like Arson's precise, taunting control. Ares is raw need made flesh, reckless, unrestrained, a wildfire, finally set free. "Do you have any idea?" he rasps, lips grazing the hollow of my throat. "How long I've wanted this? Wanted you." I arch for him, my breath trembling. "Then why did you keep pushing me away?" He stills, forehead pressed hard against my collarbone, like it takes everything in him not to shatter. His voice breaks low, threaded with honesty that feels ripped from his chest. "Because I was terrified. Because wanting you meant more than it should have. More than I could afford." The admission slices through me, raw and unguarded. For once, the weight in his voice is heavier than the lust. And then, the door opens again. Arson enters without hesitation, all coiled grace and watchful fire. He leans against the wall, arms folded, but the blaze in his eyes betrays him. "The deal was both of us," he says evenly. The words hang heavy, a challenge wrapped in inevitability. Ares stiffens, his grip tightening at my waist as though he could anchor me, claim me, keep me from slipping away to his brother. His jaw flexes, his body torn between refusal and surrender. Then his eyes, dark, frantic, searching, lock to mine. "Are you sure about this?" he asks. So low it's meant only for me, like a plea wrapped in command. My answer is wordless. I reach for the hem of my shirt and strip it away in one fluid movement. The fabric falls to the floor with a soft whisper, but the silence after is deafening. Ares inhales sharply, ragged, as though I've just ripped the last thread of his restraint apart. His eyes drag over me, darkening into something dangerous, something starving. Behind him, Arson shifts, his composure unraveling, desire cracking through the mask. His jaw tightens, the fire in his eyes no longer hidden. The air thickens, charged, volatile, dripping with possibility. And for the first time since this storm began, I feel the balance tilt. Not toward Ares, not toward Arson, but toward me. Their hunger, their rivalry, their restraint, every ounce of it circles back to me. And as Ares' rough hands slide up my bare sides, while Arson watches with eyes that burn, I realize with startling clarity This is my moment, my power, my choice. And I've never felt more alive.
Chapter 11. Aries. Steam fills the bathroom, clouding the mirror and fogging the glass shower door. The hot water pounds against tile, creating a steady percussion that almost drowns out the sound of my own thundering heartbeat. Lillian stands before me, her skin pale and perfect in the harsh bathroom light. The shirt lies discarded on the floor between us, a crumpled flag of surrender in a war I didn't realize we were fighting until I'd already lost. Arson is already in the bathroom, leaning against the wall with calculated nonchalance, arms crossed over his chest as he watches us with those eyes, my eyes, our eyes, that reveal the darkness that sets us apart. His presence should be intrusive, should kill any desire I feel, but instead it adds a dangerous edge to every sensation, a forbidden thrill I refuse to examine too closely. I shouldn't want her like this. She's my stepsister, for God's sake. We grew up together, sharing family dinners and holiday celebrations, and inhabiting the same spaces for years. That's the thing, though. Desire doesn't adhere to social conventions. It's simply raw and undeniable, and impossible to ignore any longer. "You're staring," she says, a hint of uncertainty in her voice despite her bold stance. "I'm appreciating," I correct, allowing my gaze to travel slowly over her exposed form. "There's a difference." Arson shifts against the wall, his presence a constant reminder of the bizarre arrangement we've agreed to. I ignore him, focusing instead on Lillian, on the way her pulse flutters visibly at the base of her throat, and the slight tremor in her hands as she reaches for the button of my jeans. "Let me," I say, capturing her wrists gently. "You're shaking." "Not from fear," she assures me, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. The admission sends heat coursing through my veins, a possessive satisfaction that I try and fail to suppress. I want her to want me, only me, not him, not the monster wearing my face who stole my life and now seeks to steal her as well. But those aren't the terms she set, and I'm in no position to negotiate, not when I've spent years pushing her away, denying what was once between us for the sake of propriety, for her protection, for a dozen reasons that seem meaningless now. I step back, stripping my shirt, letting it fall to join hers on the floor. Her gaze tracks the movement, lingering on the places where captivity has left its mark, the protruding ribs, the less defined muscles, the pallor that comes from months without sunlight. "You're thinner," she observes, her eyes filled with a compassion I neither want nor deserve. "Still strong enough," I reply, the edge in my voice sharper than intended. I don't want her pity. I don't want her to see me as damaged or weakened by what my brother did to me. I want her to see me as I was before, confident, capable, and in control, even if I'm not that man anymore. That man was a construct, a carefully crafted haze heir built to his father's specifications. This new version of me, more raw, more angry, more honest, is still taking shape, formed in the crucible of captivity and betrayal. She steps closer, her hand reaching up to trace the line of my jaw, the touch so gentle it makes something in my chest ache. "I know you are." The simple affirmation, the acceptance in her gaze, it unravels me in ways that hours of isolation and psychological warfare couldn't. I lean into her touch, allowing myself this moment of vulnerability before the walls come back up. The shower continues to run, filling the small space with warmth and humidity. Without breaking eye contact, I reach down to strip off my jeans she already unbuttoned, pushing them down along with my underwear in one fluid motion. Her gaze drops briefly, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Now who's staring?" I ask, the tension breaking slightly as her smile widens. "Appreciating," she counters, using my own words against me. I step into the shower, extending a hand to help her in after me. The hot water is a shock against my skin, washing away days of tension and anxiety. Lillian steps in behind me, closing the glass door, sealing us in our own private world of steam and heat. Except it's not private, not really. Arson remains at his post by the door, his gaze a tangible weight on my skin. I turn to face Lillian, watching as water cascades down her body, plastering her hair to her scalp and trailing in rivulets between her breasts. The sight steals my breath, makes my hands clench at my sides with the effort it takes not to reach for her immediately. The scar along her sternum is a reminder of what we're fighting for. "You're beautiful," I say, the words inadequate but sincere. Her eyes meet mine, vulnerability and desire warring in their depths. "So are you?" I close the distance between us, pressing her gently against the cool tile wall. My hands find her waist, her skin slick and warm beneath my palms. Her arms wrap around my neck, drawing me closer until there's no space left between us, just heat and want, and the pounding of the shower masking the sound of our accelerated breathing. When I finally kiss her, it's not gentle, it's not careful or controlled, or any of the things I've been trained to be. It's desperate and demanding, years of denied desire breaking free all at once. Her response is equally fierce, her fingers tangling in my hair, nails scraping against my scalp in a way that sends shivers down my spine. I press her harder against the wall, one hand sliding down to lift her thigh, opening her to me. She gasps into my mouth, the sound more intoxicating than any alcohol I've ever consumed. "Aries," she breathes, my name a plea on her lips. I trail kisses down her neck, tasting water and the salt of her skin. My hand moves higher on her thigh, fingers tracing patterns that make her shiver despite the heat of the shower. The bathroom door opens wider, Arson's footsteps echoing on the tile as he approaches the shower. I tense, anger flaring at the interruption, but Lillian's hand on my cheek draws my attention back to her. "It's okay," she murmurs, though I'm not sure which of us she's reassuring. The shower door slides open, cooler air rushing in as Arson steps into the space, fully clothed. He's holding something in his hand, a syringe, I realize, as he kneels beside us. "What the hell are you doing?" I demand, instinctively pulling Lillian closer, shielding her with my body. "Ensuring the future," Arson replies cryptically, his gaze meeting Lillian's over my shoulder. "Turn around." To my surprise, she complies, though she keeps one hand firmly on my arm, maintaining contact. I watch, confusion turning to shock as Arson lifts the syringe to the curve of her ass. "I'll die before I let you have his baby," he says, voice flat as he administers the injection with practiced efficiency. The statement lands like a physical blow, implications spinning through my mind too quickly to process. Contraception? Preventive measure? Whatever it is, the casual way he's done it, the presumption behind the action, ignites a primal and violent need within me. "What the fuck did you just give her?" I demand, turning her back to face me. "Relax," Arson says, standing and stepping back from the shower. "It's just a contraceptive. The good kind. The one that lasts." "Okay, but you didn't think to ask her first? To let her decide?" The rage builds, threatening to overwhelm the desire that was consuming me moments ago. "She agreed when she decided to fuck both of us," he says with a casual shrug that makes my hands itch to close around his throat. "No haze, bastards. No complications. no divided loyalties. Lillian places a hand on my chest, directly over my racing heart. "It's fine," she says, though her expression suggests it's anything but. I would have agreed if he'd asked. He's right about one thing. A pregnancy would complicate an already impossible situation. The reasonable part of me knows she's right. The primal part, the part that's been caged and cornered and pushed beyond rational thought, wants to tear my brother apart for touching her, for making decisions about her body without consultation, for inserting himself into a moment that should have been just between us. Don't touch her again without her explicit consent, I warn him, voice dropping to a dangerous register. Save the commentary. You're here to watch, not participate. Arson's expression shifts, something cold and calculating replacing the casual arrogance. You think I trust you alone with her, after everything? I'm not the one who kidnaps people and locks them in cages, I remind him, my voice sharp as blades. I'm not the crazy one here. Aren't you? He counters, head tilting slightly as he studies me. Months in captivity, your identity stolen, your life dismantled piece by piece, and you expect me to believe that hasn't changed you, hasn't pushed you to the edge of sanity? The accusation hits too close to home, touching on fears I've been trying to ignore since my release. The rage that simmers constantly beneath my skin now, the violent impulses, the cold calculation that was never part of my personality before. It's all evidence that something fundamental has shifted within me. Stop, Lillian says firmly, drawing our attention back to her. I want both of you, not one or the other. Both of you. So stop fighting each other. The only person you're hurting is me. She's right, of course. This standoff, this endless circling of old wounds and new grievances, solves nothing, accomplishes nothing except to push her further away from both of us. I take a deep breath, forcing the anger down, locking it away for later examination. For now, I have more pressing concerns, more immediate desires. Leave, I tell Arson, not bothering to look at him. Wait outside. You've fulfilled your obligation to be present. There's a tense moment of silence, and I think he might refuse, might push the confrontation further, but he surprises me when he steps back. The bathroom door closes behind him with a decisive click, leaving us alone in the steam-filled shower, water still cascading over our intertwined bodies. I'm sorry, I murmur, pressing my forehead against hers. For all of it, for him, for the situation we're in. Don't be, she replies, hands sliding up my chest to rest on my shoulders. I made my choice, eyes wide open. The trust in her gaze, the certainty in her touch, it undoes me in ways I can't articulate. After everything she's seen, everything she knows about the darkness in my family, in me, she's still here, still choosing this, choosing us, despite our complicated and broken nature. I capture her mouth with mine again, pouring everything I can't say into the kiss, all the emotion I can't name, the need I can't fully understand, the gratitude for her presence in this hellscape my life has become. Her response is immediate and enthusiastic, her body arching into mine with a desperation that matches my own. My hands slide down her sides, mapping the curves of her body with reverent attention, memorizing every dip and swell, every spot that makes her breath catch, every touch that draws a moan from her lips. The water continues to fall around us, washing away everything but this moment, this connection. For the first time since my captivity began, I feel fully present in my own skin, fully alive. I lift her against the shower wall, and she wraps her shapely legs around my waist. At this moment, I know with bone-deep certainty that whatever happens next, whatever revenge my brother has planned, whatever mysteries surround the men who took Lillian, none of it matters as much as this, as her. Her silken pussy glides against my length, and a groan escapes me before I can stop it. She knows exactly what she's doing to me. The coy smile, the teasing movements, the way her eyes darken with lust when she feels how hard I am for her. It's a power play, a reminder that she holds just as much control in this twisted game as I do, maybe more. I lean in, nipping at her lower lip in gentle reprimand. "Careful, little sister," I murmur against her mouth. "Keep testing me and I might forget to play nice." Her grin only widens at the warning, a flash of white teeth and wicked intent. "Promise?" A surprised laugh escapes me, genuine amusement mixing with the ever-present desire. This side of her, the bold seductress so at odds with the sweet girl I thought I knew, it's as thrilling as it is unexpected. I slide a hand between our bodies, fingers delving into slick heat, teasing her entrance with maddeningly light touches. She bucks against me, seeking more pressure, more friction, but I maintain the barely there caress until she's panting with need. "Aries, please." The breathless words emerge, desperate, and it's music to my ears. "Please what?" I prompt, circling her clit with the pad of my thumb, applying just enough pressure to make her gasp. "Tell me what you want, Lil. I need to hear you say it." Her eyes lock with mine, pupils blown wide with desire, cheeks flushed from more than just the heat of the shower. "I want you inside me. Now." The raw need in her voice, the unvarnished honesty of it, shatters the last of my restraint. I lift her higher, positioning her at my tip, holding her gaze as I slowly lower her onto my length. Her tight, wet heat engulfs me, stealing my breath and short-circuiting rational thought. For a moment, I can only feel the slick slide of our bodies joining, the clench of her muscles around me, the dig of her nails into my shoulders as she adjusts to the stretch. "Fuck," I groan, burying my face in the crook of her neck, fighting for control. "You feel so goddamn good." She clenches around me in response, a silent urge for more that I'm helpless to deny. I begin to move, setting a slow, deep rhythm that has her head falling back against the tile, a low moan escaping her parted lips. I watch her face as I thrust into her, cataloging every flicker of delight, every hitch in her breath, and committing it all to memory. This moment, this joining, feels somehow inevitable, like every choice and circumstance in our lives has been leading us here, to this point of no return. There will be no going back from this, no pretending it didn't happen, or that it didn't mean everything. I increase my pace, driven by the sounds she's making, the needy little whimpers and breathy sighs urging me on. Her hands roam my back, blunt nails scoring my skin, marking me as hers, as if there could be any doubt of my devotion, my obsession after this. "Harder," she demands, voice rough with pleasure. "I won't break." A growl rumbles up from my chest as I comply, slamming into her with near-bruising force. The primal part of me, the part that wants to claim and conquer and possess, roars in satisfaction at her surrender. Her back arches off the wall as I drive into her relentlessly, the slap of wet skin on skin echoing obscenely in the small space. My mouth finds her breast, teeth grazing a pebbled nipple before soothing it with my tongue. She cries out sharply, fingers tangling in my hair to hold me in place. "That's it, baby," I encourage, words muffled against her skin. Let me hear you. Let him hear what he's missing. The reminder of our audience, of arson no doubt lingering just outside the door, only seems to heighten her arousal. Her inner muscles flutter around me, a telltale sign of her impending climax. I wedge a hand between us, finding her clit and rubbing in firm circles. Come from me, Lil, I command, holding her gaze, refusing to let her look away. I want to feel you. Her orgasm crashes over her like a tidal wave, her body tensing and shuddering in my arms as she clenches like a vice around my cock. I grit my teeth against the urge to follow her over, determined to draw this out, to make her come again on my tongue before I find my own release. As the aftershocks subside, I ease out of her, lowering her gently to her feet. She sways slightly, hands braced on my chest for balance, a sated smile curving her well-kissed lips. My turn, I murmur, sinking to my knees before her. Her eyes widen as she realizes my intent, breath hitching in anticipation. I lift one of her legs over my shoulder, opening her to my hungry gaze. She's glistening and swollen, the evidence of her arousal and my possession painting her inner thighs. I lean in, inhaling the heady scent of her, letting it fill my lungs and fuel my desire. Then I put my mouth on her, licking a broad stripe up her slit, savoring the taste of her mixed with the faint saltiness of my own essence. She gasps, fingers scrabbling for purchase on the slick shower walls as I begin to devour her in earnest. I use my lips and tongue to worship her, alternating long, slow licks with targeted flicks against her sensitive clit. Her hips buck against my face, seeking more contact, more pressure, more of everything I'm giving her. I slide 2 fingers inside her, curling them just so, stroking that spot that makes her see stars. She keens, a high, desperate sound that echoes off the bathroom tiles and sends a fresh surge of blood to my painfully hard cock. Aries, she pants, my name a benediction on her lips. Oh, God, don't stop. I double my efforts, sucking her clit between my lips as my fingers pump relentlessly into her dripping core. Her thighs begin to tremble, muscles quivering with the strain of staying upright. I wrap my free arm around her hips, holding her steady as I push her closer to the edge. Let go, Lil, I urge, words vibrating against her most sensitive flesh. I've got you. Just let go for me. With a choked cry, she does, her second orgasm ripping through her with stunning force. I groan against her, the spasms of her release triggering my own without even touching myself, like a fucking teenager. I pull back just enough to watch her fall apart, committing the sight to memory, branding it into my brain. As the last tremors fade, I press a final, gentle kiss to her center before rising to my feet. She sags against me, boneless and sated, with a dreamy smile on her face. I hold her close, supporting her weight as the water continues to cascade over us, washing away the evidence of our coupling. That was... She's apparently at a loss for words. Yeah, I agree, knowing exactly what she means. It was. We stand there for a long moment, just holding each other, basking in the afterglow. The rest of the world, with all its complications and ugliness, feels far away, held at bay by the steam and the spray and the bubble of intimacy we've created. But reality can only be ignored for so long. A sharp knock on the door shatters the illusion, Arson's voice calling out with impatient annoyance. If you two are finished, we have things to discuss. I sigh, pressing a kiss to Lillian's forehead before reaching past her to shut off the water. To be continued, I murmur against her lips, a promise and a plea all in one. She nods, eyes dark with understanding and unspoken emotion. We disentangle slowly, every slide of skin on skin a renewed temptation to ignore the intrusion and lose ourselves in each other again. But the moment has passed, the real world crashing back in with jarring insistence. I step out of the shower first, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around my waist before handing another to Lillian. She takes it with a grateful smile, drying off quickly and efficiently, all traces of the wanton seductress from moments ago hidden beneath a mask of composed detachment. It's a skill I recognize all too well, the ability to compartmentalize, to tuck away inconvenient feelings and desires behind a facade of control. I've spent my entire life perfecting that mask, wearing it like armor against the expectations and machinations of my family. But with Lillian, the mask feels flimsy and transparent, like she can see right through to the broken, angry, wanting parts of me that I try so hard to hide. It's unsettling and exhilarating in equal measure. The idea that someone might know me so completely, might accept those dark corners without flinching. I shake off the thought, focusing on the task at hand, namely, dealing with my brother and whatever new complication he's about to introduce into our already tangled web. I dress quickly, not bothering with underwear or socks, just pulling on my jeans and t-shirt with sharp, efficient movements. Lillian does the same, slipping back into her own clothes, damp hair leaving wet patches on the thin fabric. We exit the bathroom together, a united front against whatever waits on the other side of the door. Arson leans against the far wall, arms crossed, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he takes in our flushed faces and general state of disarray. "Well, don't you two look thoroughly satisfied?" he drawls, the insinuation heavy in his tone. I don't rise to the bait, refusing to let him goad me into another display of temper. "What do you want, Arson?" His expression sobers, the mocking amusement fading into something harder, more calculating. "We need to talk about Lillian's mother. She's been calling non-stop and texting your phone. I think Lillian needs to call her so she simmers the fuck down."
Chapter 12. Lillian. "You might want to check this," Arson says, handing me my phone as I step out of the bathroom in the clothes we quickly threw on, hair still dripping onto my shoulders. "It's been blowing up for the past hour." I take it from him, careful not to let our fingers touch. There's still too much electricity between us, too much rawness after what just happened in the shower with Aries. My body feels hypersensitive, aware of both twins in a way that should be unsettling but somehow isn't. I don't want to ignite either one unexpectedly. Part of me feels like I'm juggling a ticking time bomb, and the other part of me likes the power. The screen lights up with notifications, 17 missed calls, and 23 text messages, all from the same contact, Mother. "Shit," I mutter, scrolling through the increasingly frantic texts. The last one, sent just 10 minutes ago, is a simple but ominous, "Where are you?" 3 question marks. Mother never uses multiple punctuation marks. She considers it vulgar, a sign of emotional incontinence. The fact that she's broken her own rule speaks volumes about her state of mind. "What does she want?" Aries asks, stepping up behind me. His hair is damp and tousled, his jeans so very low on his hips. The evidence of his captivity is stark in the harsh warehouse light. Ribs too visible, muscles less defined than they once were, but still undeniably powerful, still unmistakably him. "The usual, but at like level 10, I explain, holding up the phone. "She's been trying to reach me." "Can we get away from her until we figure all of this out? Arson suggests, his voice casual but his eyes watchful. She's just trying to reel you back in. I don't point out that he had to interrupt my moment with Aries, wanting me to contact her, only now to suggest I ignore her. We don't have time for more squabbles. I shake my head, moving toward the bedroom to find fresh clothes now. It's not that simple. If I don't respond, she'll escalate. Trust me, you don't want to see what that looks like. They follow me around the bedroom, maintaining a careful distance from each other. The truce between them feels tenuous, fragile, a gossamer thread that could snap with one wrong word or careless gesture. I rummage through the duffel bag of clothes someone brought for me, pulling out clean underwear, jeans, and a soft gray sweater. I strip out of the clothes I was wearing earlier and quickly tug on fresh underwear. Both men catalog my body as I move, in a way that's so intense it's almost unsettling. When I'm fully dressed, Aries turns away to find his own fresh clothing. Arson continues to stare, like he's waiting for a chance to remove every stitch I just layered on. I swallow the urge to let him. I run my fingers through my damp hair, trying to impose some order on the tangled strands. My reflection in the small mirror above a beat-up dresser shows flushed cheeks, bright eyes, swollen lips, all evidence of the past hour's activities. I look alive in a way I haven't in years, maybe ever.
"What's the plan?"
Aries asks, already pulling on his own clothes with efficient movements.
"Regarding your mother."
I sigh, sitting on the edge of the bed as the reality of my situation crashes back over me. The bubble of desire and connection we'd created in the shower bursts, leaving me facing the cold facts of our predicament once more. I have to call her, I say, staring down at my phone in my hand. If I don't, she'll send people looking for me. And they'll find me. Find us. She's relentless that way.
"Let her try,"
Arson says with quiet menace, leaning against the wall with deceptive casualness.
"I've hidden from the Hayes family for years. I know how to disappear."
It's not just about hiding, I explain, looking up at him. It's about buying time. We need to figure out what those men want with Aries and why they're funding your revenge. If my mother sends out the bloodhounds, we'll be too busy running to find answers. Aries nods, buttoning his shirt with precise movements.
"She's right. We need breathing room. A distraction."
Exactly, I agree, relieved that at least one of them understands. Let me handle my mother. I've been managing her my whole life. With that, I stand and move toward the door. I need coffee for this conversation. They follow me out to the makeshift kitchen, where someone, Arson probably, has already started a pot brewing. The smell of it is comforting, a touch of normalcy in our decidedly abnormal situation. Light filters through the dusty warehouse windows, casting long shadows across the space. I sit at the small table, nursing a cup of coffee, trying to make sense of my impossible situation. Two identical men, both carrying pieces of my heart for different reasons, both dangerous in their own ways, both now bound by an arrangement that should feel tawdry, but somehow doesn't. The phone on the table before me seems to mock my indecision. I've been staring at it for 20 minutes, rehearsing what to say and how to sound normal when my life is anything but normal anymore.
"Just call her,"
Aries says from where he leans against the counter, his voice gentle but firm.
"The longer you wait, the worse it'll be."
It's not that simple, I reply, wrapping both hands around my mug like it might anchor me to reality. She'll know something's wrong. She always does. Aries moves closer, his movements more fluid today, and less constrained by anger and suspicion. The release of the shower seems to have eased something in him. soothed some of the jagged edges captivity left behind.
You don't have to tell her anything,
he says, pouring himself coffee from the pot on the counter.
Just check in. Buy us some time.
Time for what? Arson asks, eyeing his twin with barely concealed suspicion. Where Aries moves with renewed ease this morning, Arson seems coiled tighter than ever, watching us both with narrowed eyes. The tension between them is shifted since last night. Not gone, never that, but altered into something more complex than simple hatred. Something that contains acknowledgement, if not acceptance. Time to figure out our next move, I say, before they can start circling each other again. We still don't know what those men want with Ares, or why they're funding your revenge, Arson.
We know they want Richard's head,
Arson reminds me, taking a seat at the table across from me.
That part's clear enough.
But why? I press, leaning forward. What's their stake in all this? What do they gain from destroying the Hayes Empire? Neither twin has an answer for that, the silence stretching uncomfortably between us. I sigh and pick up the phone, knowing I can't delay the inevitable any longer. Just be quiet while I do this, I tell them both. Let me handle my mother. They nod in unison, a synchronized movement that would be comical under different circumstances. I take a deep breath and hit the button on my mother's contact. She answers on the second ring, her voice sharp with anxiety. Lillian, is that you? Yes, Mom, I say, working to keep my tone light and casual. It's me. Where have you been? The relief in her voice quickly gives way to controlled anger. I've been calling and texting for days. Your professor's called because you've missed classes. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? The guilt hits harder than expected. For all our complicated history, for all the lies and manipulation, she is still my mother. Still the woman who held me through countless doctor's appointments, who sat by my hospital bed, who built her life around my supposed fragility. I'm sorry, I say, and mean it. My phone died, and I've been caught up in a research project. Lost track of time. Lost track of... She cuts herself off, and I can practically see her counting to 10 the way she does when trying to maintain composure. Lillian, that is completely unacceptable. You know the rules. You know why we have protocols in place. The protocols, the check-ins, the constant monitoring that has defined my existence since childhood. All supposedly for my protection and health. All built on a foundation of lies I'm only beginning to understand. I know, I say, falling back into old patterns despite myself. I should have called. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it this time. Her voice hardens, taking on the tone that brooks no argument. I want you to come home. Today. Dr. Winters is coming by this afternoon to check you over. My blood runs cold at the mention of the family doctor, the man who's overseen my condition for years, who administers my medications, who keeps meticulous records that I now suspect contain more fiction than fact. I can't today, I say, scrambling for an excuse. I have a presentation for Professor Hendrix's class. I've already spoken with your professors. The smug certainty in her voice makes my stomach drop. They've been informed of your medical emergency and have granted extensions on all assignments. Of course she has. Mother has always been thorough in her control, always 10 steps ahead of any attempted rebellion. Across the table, Arson's expression darkens, clearly reading the distress on my face. Ares moves closer, his hand coming to rest on the back of my chair, not quite touching me, but close enough that I can feel his presence like a physical weight. "What time?" I ask, knowing I'm beaten, at least in this round. 4 o'clock, she says, triumph evident in her tone. "Don't be late, and Lillian, I expect a full explanation when you arrive." The line goes dead before I can respond. I set the phone down carefully as if it might explode if handled too roughly. "Well?" Aries prompts, when I remain silent. "She wants me to come home today," I say, still staring at the phone. "The family doctor is coming to check me over. Apparently it's a medical emergency." "You're not going," Arson states flatly, no room for discussion in his tone. "I have to," I counter, finally looking up at him. "If I don't show up, she'll call in the cavalry, private investigators, police, whatever it takes. She'll find me, and by extension, both of you." "Let her try," he scoffs. But there's uncertainty beneath the bravado. He knows as well as I do that Patricia Hayes doesn't make empty threats or half-hearted attempts. When she wants something found, it gets found. "It's not just that," I continue, wrapping my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the morning warmth. "The doctor she mentioned, Dr. Winters, he's been overseeing my condition for years, prescribing medications I'm not sure I need, running tests with results I never see." "The same doctor who diagnosed your heart condition in the first place?" Aries asks, his hand finally settling on my shoulder, a warm weight that steadies me. I nod, swallowing hard against the lump forming in my throat. The same one who's been working with the Hayes Enterprises. The implications hang heavy in the air between us. If my suspicions are correct, if the files I found in the attic are to be believed, then my entire medical history could be fabricated. My heart condition exaggerated, or even entirely invented, as some mechanism for control. Or worse, as some kind of experiment. "What time did she say?" Aries asks, his voice taking on that measured quality that means he's already formulating a plan. 4 o'clock, I reply. He nods, exchanging a look with Arson that contains more communication than they've managed in weeks of captivity and confrontation. "That gives us time to prepare," he says, "to figure out what they might be planning and how to counter it." "You're not seriously considering letting her go?" Arson demands, leaning forward across the table. "I'm considering all options," Aries responds, surprisingly calm in the face of his twin's intensity, "including using this as an opportunity to gather information, to find out what they know and what they're planning." "It's too dangerous," Arson insists, looking at me now, genuine concern replacing his usual calculated assessment. "You've seen what these people are capable of, what they've done to both of us." The fear rises in my chest, sudden and overwhelming, not just for myself, but for what might happen if I'm forced back into the Hayes fold. If they decide I know too much, have seen too much. If they decide to treat my condition more aggressively. I'm scared. I admit, the words barely audible even to my own ears. It's a confession I rarely make, having been trained to hide vulnerability and project the strength expected of a Hayes woman. But here, with these two men who've seen me at my most raw, my most exposed, there seems little point in pretense. To my surprise, Arson moves first, kneeling beside my chair so his eyes are level with mine. "They won't touch you," he says, voice soft but vibrating with conviction.
I won't let them. Neither will I,
Ares adds, his hand still on my shoulder, grip tightening slightly.
Whatever happens, whatever they're planning, you won't face it alone.
It's a moment of perfect accord between them. The first I've witnessed that isn't built on mutual hatred or reluctant necessity. For this brief instant, they are united in purpose, in protection, in caring for me. The realization brings unexpected tears to my eyes, which I blink back hurriedly. Thank you, I whisper, looking between them. Both of you. Arson reaches up, brushing a strand of hair from my face with uncharacteristic gentleness.
We'll figure this out. Together.
Ares nods, the movement barely perceptible.
A united front.
He agrees, though the words seem to cost him something to say. The moment stretches, fragile and precious in its unlikelihood. 3 broken people, bound by secrets and desires and dangers, finding common ground in the face of a shared enemy. It won't last, can't last, given the history between them. The betrayals are both fresh and ancient, but for now, in this warehouse kitchen, it feels like enough. Like hope. Okay, I say, straightening in my chair, drawing strength from their twin gazes. Let's make a plan. I reach for a napkin and a pen left on the table, sketching out a rough layout of the Hayes mansion from memory. The house will be the easiest part. I know every inch of it, including all the secret passages Richard had built in during the renovation.
Secret passages?
Ares looks surprised.
I didn't know about those.
That was the point, I explain, marking several spots on my crude map. Richard keeps a lot of secrets, even from family, especially from the family.
Access points?
Arson asks, slipping effortlessly into strategic mode.
Security measures?
3 main entrances, all with biometric locks keyed to family members, I say, indicating them on the drawing. But there's a service entrance at the back of the property that only uses a keypad. Code changes weekly.
Cameras changed or still the same?
Ares prompts. The same, but on a closed system now. If we could get to the control room in the basement, we could loop the feed. I tap my pen against the table, thinking. The real problem won't be getting in, it's getting out if things go south.
You won't be going in alone,
Arson states. Not a suggestion, but a fact.
I'll be with you.
As who? I ask, frowning slightly. You can't exactly walk in as yourself.
As Ares,
he says simply.
I've been playing the role for months. I know all the right notes to hit.
The real Ares stiffens beside me, his jaw clenching visibly.
You want to keep pretending to be me? In front of her mother? Do you have a better idea?
Arson counters.
You can't go in looking like you do now. They'd immediately know something was wrong.
He's right, I say gently, placing a hand on Ares' arm. She would take one look at you and know something was wrong. You've lost weight, you're pale, you're
a shadow of my former self.
Ares finishes bitterly.
I get it. It's just strategy,
Arson says, his tone lacking its usual edge.
We need to maintain the illusion a little longer, just until we figure out what they're planning.
Ares holds his twin's gaze for a long moment, and something unspoken passes between them. Then he nods once, a sharp, downward jerk of his chin.
Fine, but you follow Lillian's lead. No improvising, No heroics, no confrontations.
Agreed.
Arson says, the easy acquiescence surprising me.
In and out. Information gathering only.
And if something goes wrong? I ask, the knot of anxiety in my stomach tightening. If they try to keep me there?
That won't happen, Aries says with absolute certainty. I'll be nearby, monitoring. At the first sign of trouble, I'll extract you both.
How? I press. You can't exactly walk in the front door. A ghost of a smile touches his lips.
There are ways into that house that even Richard doesn't know about. Benefits of a misspent youth exploring every inch of the property.
The hint of the old Aries, the one who used to sneak me contraband candy when my diet was restricted, who found ways around every rule our parents set, makes something in my chest loosen slightly. Okay then, I say, meeting their identical gazes with newfound determination. Let's plan this properly. And as we bend our heads together over the table, 3 conspirators united against a common enemy, I feel stronger than I have in years. Not because I'm no longer afraid, I'm terrified, in fact, but because for once in my life, I'm not facing that fear alone. I have them. Both of them. Different as night and day, despite their identical faces, and bound together only by their shared desire to protect me. For now, that's enough. More than enough. It's everything.
Chapter 13. Arson. This is bullshit, my brother says for the 3rd time, pacing the length of the warehouse like a caged animal. The irony isn't lost on me. Him, free but trapped by circumstance, and me, the architect of his captivity, now willingly walking back into the lion's den. We've been over this, I reply, adjusting the cuffs of his shirt. It still feels strange to wear clothes that were made for him and tailored to his measurements. Stranger still that they fit me perfectly. You can't go, not looking like that. He stops pacing long enough to glare at me, hatred simmering just beneath the surface. It's the same look he's given me since the moment he realized who I was, who he was. The brother he thought was long dead came back to destroy everything he thought was his. And whose fault is that? He asks, voice tight with barely controlled rage. Who kept me locked in a concrete box for months? Who stole my life, my identity? Focus, I snap, tired of his self-pity. You want to protect Lillian? Then stick to the plan. At the mention of her name, something shifts in his expression, the anger giving way to something more complex, more vulnerable. It makes my skin crawl to see it, to recognize the same emotion I've been fighting against since she crashed into my carefully orchestrated revenge. I should be the one going with her, he insists, raking a hand through his hair, thinner than mine now, duller. The physical evidence of his captivity that no amount of borrowed clothing could disguise. I'm her what? I cut him off. Her stepbrother, her protector. I let my lip curl in disdain. You had years to be those things, brother. Years to claim her, to protect her from Nim. What stopped you? He flinches, the barb hitting its mark. We both know the answer. His cowardice, his compliance, his willingness to play the dutiful Hayes heir even at the expense of his own desires. Stop it, Lillian says from the doorway, her voice quiet but firm. Both of you, this isn't helping. She looks different today, harder somehow, more determined. She's dressed simply in jeans and a sweater, with her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. No makeup, no jewelry, Nothing to hide behind. Just Lillian, raw and real and unafraid to show it. "He started it," I mutter, falling back into childhood patterns I didn't know still existed. Another surprising side effect of finding my twin after all these years. The immediate regression to behaviors I thought I'd left behind. "Doesn't matter. I'm ending it," she says, moving into the room. "Arson will come with me as Ares. You'll monitor from outside, ready to extract us if needed." She looks between us, daring either of us to challenge her. "That's the plan. Are we clear?" My brother's jaw works silently, the struggle evident in every line of his body. Finally, he nods once, sharply. "Fine. If anything happens to her, save the threats," I interrupt, checking my watch. "We need to leave now if we're going to make it by 4. "I need a minute with Ares," Lillian says, her gaze holding mine. "Alone." I want to refuse, to insist we don't have time, but something in her expression stops me. I give a curt nod and step out of the room, closing the door behind me but lingering just outside. Not because I'm jealous. I'm not. I can't be. Jealousy implies an emotional investment I refuse to acknowledge. But because I don't trust him. Not with her. Not with anything. Their voices are muffled through the door, but I catch snatches of their conversation. Her reassurances, his concerns, the soft intimacy in their tones that makes something ugly twist in my chest. Then silence, followed by the sound of movement. When she emerges, her cheeks are flushed, lips slightly swollen. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened in those private moments. The knowledge burns like acid in my veins. "Ready?" I ask, voice deliberately flat and emotionless. He's free now. Does that mean she's chosen him? The one she always wanted? She nods, a slight furrow between her brows as she studies my expression. "Let's go." The drive to the Hayes mansion is silent, weighed down by unspoken tensions. I take the familiar route on autopilot, having driven it countless times during my months as Ares. The irony doesn't escape me. After all my planning, all my careful manipulation, I'm willingly returning to the heart of the empire I've sworn to destroy. All for her. The mansion appears through the trees as we round the final curve of the private drive, a monstrosity of glass and stone, designed to impress, to intimidate, to announce to the world that the Hayes family is untouchable. I've always hated it, even though we grew up here. It always felt more like a hotel than a home. "Remember the plan," Lillian says as I pull up to the front entrance. "We're just here to appease my mother and find out what they know." "I know how to play Ares," I remind her, killing the engine. "I've been doing it for months." "That's what worries me," she murmurs, reaching for the door handle. Before she can exit, I catch her wrist, my grip firmer than intended. "If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you give the signal. No heroics, no improvising." Something softens in her expression. "I will. I promise." I release her, suddenly uncomfortable with the tenderness in her gaze. She shouldn't look at me that way, like I'm worthy of concern, of care, like I'm anything more than the monster who kidnapped her stepbrother and manipulated her into my revenge plot. It hurts too much to think maybe she's done with me. The front door opens before we reach it, revealing Patricia in all her frosty perfection. Her blonde hair is swept into an immaculate chignon, her cream silk blouse and tailored trousers a study in understated wealth. She looks more like Lillian's sister than her mother, the benefits of expensive skincare and strategic Botox. "Lillian," she says, relief momentarily softening her features before the mask slips back into place. "Finally, we've been worried sick." Her gaze shifts to me, a slight narrowing of her eyes, the only indication that something doesn't sit right. Aries, I didn't realize you would be joining us. Wouldn't miss it, I reply, slipping into the role as easily as breathing. Aries is deferential but not subservient, affectionate but restrained. The perfect son Patricia always wanted. Lillian mentioned Dr. Winters was coming. Thought I should be here for her. Patricia's lips thin, displeasure evident despite her attempt to hide it. That won't be necessary. This is a private family matter. I am family, I counter smoothly. Or have our roles as step-siblings suddenly changed? Patricia studies me for a moment, something calculating in her gaze. Of course not. But the doctor will need to examine Lillian privately. Medical confidentiality and all that. I've seen Lillian at her worst, I say, my tone deliberately casual. I doubt there's anything the good doctor could discover that would shock me. Patricia's nostrils flare slightly, the only sign that my persistence has irritated her. Beside me, Lillian stiffens, but whether from embarrassment or anger, I can't tell. Perhaps we should continue this discussion inside, she suggests, her voice tight. It's chilly out here. Patricia steps back, allowing us to enter the marble-tiled foyer. The house smells of lemon polish and old money. Every surface gleams with the attentions of a staff that Patricia has trained very well to stay out of sight. Dr. Winters is waiting in the study, Patricia says, leading the way through the grand entrance hall. He's been most concerned about your missed appointments, Lillian. Your condition requires consistent monitoring. My condition is fine, Lillian replies, a new edge to her voice that makes me glance at her with surprise. I've been taking my medication as prescribed. Have you? Patricia asks, skepticism evident. Then perhaps you can explain why your professors have reported concerns about your behavior. Missed classes, incomplete assignments, erratic attendance. I've been busy with research, Lillian says, the lie smooth and practiced. You know how I get when I'm focused on a project? Patricia makes a non-committal sound as she opens the heavy double doors to Richard's study. The room beyond is exactly as I remember it. Dark wood paneling, leather-bound books lining the walls, the massive desk dominating the space like an altar to power and control. Dr. Winters stands as we enter, his silver-rimmed glasses catching the light from the desk lamp. He's older than I expected, mid-60s at least, with a carefully cultivated grandfatherly appearance that doesn't quite mask the clinical assessment in his gaze. Lillian, he says, voice warm with practiced concern, I'm relieved to see you looking well. Your mother has been quite worried. So I've heard, Lillian replies, remaining near the door rather than approaching. I position myself slightly behind her, a silent sentinel. But as you can see, I'm fine. Nevertheless, Dr. Winters says, gesturing to the leather examination couch set up beside the desk, I'd like to run a few tests, just to be safe. What kind of tests? I ask, maintaining my role as the concerned stepbrother. Dr. Winters glances at me, then at Patricia, clearly expecting her to dismiss me. When she doesn't, can't without creating a scene, he clears his throat. Standard monitoring, blood pressure, heart rate, blood samples for analysis. And if I refuse? Lillian asks, chin lifting slightly in defiance. The question hangs in the air, a challenge that clearly takes both Patricia and the doctor by surprise. This is not the compliant, fragile Lillian they're accustomed to handling. Lillian? Patricia says, her tone sharpening with warning. Don't be difficult. You know these checkups are necessary. Are they? Lillian counters. Because I've been feeling better than ever recently. Stronger, more energetic, almost as if. She pauses, deliberate and pointed. My condition isn't as serious as I've been led to believe. The atmosphere in the room shifts. tension crackling like static electricity before a storm. Dr. Winters glances at Patricia, and some silent communication passes between them. "Your condition is quite real, I assure you," he says, his tone taking on a patronizing edge that makes my fingers curl with the urge to break something, preferably his face. "Though I'm pleased to hear you're feeling well, that suggests your current medication regimen is effective." "Or that I never needed it in the first place," Lillian suggests, her voice deceptively light. Dr. Winters smiles, a thin stretch of lips that never reaches his eyes. "Well, regardless of your theories, we have an exciting development to discuss. A new procedure that could significantly improve your quality of life." "What kind of procedure?" I ask, stepping forward slightly. Dr. Winters barely spares me a glance. "A specialized treatment developed by Hayes Enterprises. Quite revolutionary, really. It's shown remarkable results in cases similar to Lillian's." "Cases like mine?" Lillian repeats. "What cases? What's wrong with me exactly? Because in all these years of treatments and medications and tests, no one has ever given me a clear diagnosis. I've witnessed the exhaustion, the erratic heartbeat, the shortness of breath, and the fainting spells. However, I don't mention that since she stopped taking the carefully prescribed medication regimen, I haven't seen much of anything, except for a slight shortness of breath." The question lands like a grenade in the room, exposing the fundamental lie at the center of Lillian's existence. Patricia's expression hardens, all pretense of maternal concern evaporating. "That's enough, Lillian," she says, voice cold as ice. "You're clearly not yourself today. Perhaps it's time for a sedative before we proceed." Dr. Winters moves toward his medical bag, and every instinct in my body screams danger. I step in front of Lillian, blocking his path. "I don't think that's necessary," I say, keeping my voice level despite the rage building inside me. "Lillian is perfectly calm. She's just asking reasonable questions about her own health." "Aries," Patricia says, a warning in her tone, "this doesn't concern you." "Anything concerning Lillian concerns me," I reply, not backing down. "And right now, I'm concerned about why you're so eager to sedate her rather than answer her questions." Dr. Winters looks between us, clearly uncertain how to proceed in the face of my unexpected interference. "Perhaps we should all take a moment to calm down," he suggests, his placating tone grating on my already frayed nerves. "I am calm," Lillian says, stepping out from behind me. "And I'm not undergoing any procedure until I understand exactly what it is and why I need it." "The procedure is scheduled for tomorrow morning," Dr. Winters says, as if her objection is merely a minor inconvenience rather than a flat refusal. "The donors are already asking." He cuts himself off, but not before the slip registers. Donors, not doctors, not specialists. Donors. "What donors?" Lillian demands, her voice sharp with sudden intensity. "What exactly are you planning to do to me?" Dr. Winters' mouth opens and closes, for once at a loss for words. Patricia steps forward, smoothly taking control of the situation. "Dr. Winters misspoke," she says, her smile as brittle as thin ice. "He meant donors to the research program, philanthropists who have made this revolutionary treatment possible." "Bullshit," I say before I can stop myself, the words so at odds with Aries' usual carefully measured speech that both Patricia and the doctor stare at me in shock. Yes, there may be money, but they certainly aren't giving it to a good cause. "Excuse me," Patricia says, her voice dangerously soft. I backtrack quickly, reminding myself that I'm still playing a role here. "I apologize for my language, but I'm concerned. This all seems very sudden, and Lillian is clearly uncomfortable with the idea." "Uncomfortable or not," Dr. Winters says, having recovered his professional demeanor, The procedure is necessary for her continued health and well-being, and given her recent lack of attention regarding her medical care, we must insist. You can't force me, Lillian says, her voice steady despite the fear I can sense radiating from her. I'm an adult. I have the right to refuse treatment. For the first time since we entered the room, Patricia smiles, a cold, triumphant expression that sends a chill down my spine. Actually, my dear, she says, moving toward the desk and opening a drawer, that's not entirely accurate. She removes a file folder, opening it with deliberate slowness. I had hoped we wouldn't need to resort to this, but given your current rebelliousness, I see no alternative. She extracts a document and holds it out to Lillian, who takes it with visibly trembling hands. I move closer, reading over her shoulder as the blood drains from her face. It's a medical power of attorney, giving Patricia complete control over her daughter's healthcare decisions. This can't be real, Lillian whispers, her voice hollow with shock. I never signed this. But you did, Patricia says, pointing at the signature at the bottom of the page. Along with all your other paperwork when you turned 18. You really should read things more carefully before signing them, darling.
Chapter 14. Lillian. The paper trembles in my hands, the words blurring before my eyes. Medical power of attorney. My mother's name. My signature. My 18th birthday. I remember that day. The stacks of documents for my trust fund, for my financial security. Mother stood over me, her manicured nail tapping impatiently on each signature line. Sign here, initial there. Don't worry about the details, darling. That's what we have lawyers for. And I trusted her. I signed without reading, without questioning, like I always have. This can't be legal, I whisper, the words scraping past the lump in my throat. I didn't know what I was signing. But you did sign it, Mother says, her voice carrying that silky triumph I know too well. Really, Lillian, you should be more careful with legal documents. The betrayal cuts deeper than I expected, even though some part of me has been preparing for this moment since I found those files in the attic. Since I realized that nothing in my life has been what it seemed. How could you? I ask, the question erupting from somewhere raw and wounded inside me. All these years, all these treatments, all these medications, was any of it real? Do I even have a heart condition? Mother's expression hardens, the mask of maternal concern slipping to reveal something colder beneath. Of course you do. Don't be dramatic. Then why has no one ever told me exactly what's wrong with me? Why have all my medical records been kept from me? Why? Lillian. Aries' hand settles on my shoulder, a firm, grounding pressure. Not Aries, arson, I remind myself. Playing Aries. Let's not do this now. I glance up at him, ready to argue, but something in his expression stops me. A warning, clear as daylight to anyone looking closely enough. Don't reveal what we know. Don't show our hand. He's right, of course. This isn't the time for confrontation. Not when we've just discovered they have legal power over me. Not when there are donors waiting, whatever that means. I swallow hard, forcing down the anger and betrayal, threatening to choke me. Fine, I say, handing the document back to Mother with a steadiness I don't feel. So you have legal control over my medical decisions. What exactly does that mean for this procedure tomorrow? It means, Dr. Winters says, stepping forward with professional detachment, that we can proceed as planned, with or without your cooperation. Though, Cooperation would make things considerably easier for everyone involved. The clinical way he discusses overriding my bodily autonomy sends a chill down my spine. I've known this man my entire life. He's given me lollipops after checkups, called me his brave little patient, and has been a constant presence during every health crisis I've experienced. And now he stands here, calmly informing me that my consent is merely a convenience, not a necessity. "What exactly is this procedure?" Arson asks, his voice carrying just the right note of concerned stepbrother, not revealing the rage I can feel radiating from him. "If you expect her to cooperate, surely you can explain what's going to happen." Dr. Winters and Mother exchange glances, that silent communication that has always excluded me from decisions about my own body. "It's a specialized treatment," Dr. Winters explains finally, his tone taking on that patronizing quality reserved for his difficult patients. "A targeted therapy developed specifically for Lillian's condition. It will stabilize her cardiac rhythm permanently, eliminating the need for most of her current medications." It sounds reasonable enough on the surface, but years of half-truths and manipulation have taught me to listen for what isn't being said. Like how this miraculous treatment has never been mentioned before. Like why it's suddenly so urgent. Like what donations have to do with it. "And if it doesn't work?" I ask, proud of how steady my voice remains. "What are the risks?" Another glance between them. Mother steps forward, taking control of the narrative, as she always does. "There are minimal risks," she says smoothly. "The procedure has been extensively tested and has shown remarkable results. You have nothing to worry about." Tested on whom, I want to ask? On other people like me? On people like Arson, hidden away in facilities no one talks about? I take a deep breath, forcing my racing thoughts into order. I need time. We need time to figure out what's really happening and what they're planning to do to me. "I need some time to process this," I say, letting some of my genuine distress show through. "This is all so sudden." "The procedure is scheduled for tomorrow morning," Dr. Winters reminds me, already packing away his equipment like the matter is settled. 8 a.m. sharp. "Tomorrow?" I shake my head, seizing on the one card I have left to play. "That's impossible. I have exams and papers due. I can't just disappear from campus for..." "How long will the recovery take?" "A few days, perhaps a week," Dr. Winters says. "Your professors will understand. Medical emergencies take precedence over academics." "I need to wrap things up properly," I insist, letting a note of panic enter my voice. It's not entirely feigned. The thought of being forced into some unknown medical procedure is terrifying. I can't just leave everything hanging. I have group projects and responsibilities. Mother sighs, the long-suffering sound she makes when I'm being particularly difficult. "Lillian..." "Please," I interrupt, hating the pleading in my voice but knowing it's necessary. "Just a little time. A week. Let me get my academic affairs in order. The procedure will be easier if I'm not stressed about school, right?" I direct this last question to Dr. Winters, appealing to his medical authority. He considers this, then nods, reluctantly. "Stress can complicate medical procedures. A short delay would not be catastrophic." Mother's lips thin with displeasure, but she recognizes when she's outnumbered. "Fine. 1 week. The procedure will be rescheduled for next Friday, but no more delays after that. Understood?" Relief washes through me, so powerful I have to lock my knees to keep from sagging. "Understood. Thank you." In the meantime, Dr. Winters adds, removing a prescription pad from his bag, I want you on your full medication regimen. No skipping doses. No exceptions. He scribbles something and hands the paper to Mother, not me, like I'm a child incapable of managing my own medication, which, according to that power of attorney, is exactly what I am in their eyes. We'll see you next Friday, Mother says, the words carrying the weight of command rather than suggestion. 8 a.m. Don't be late. We should go, Arson murmurs, his hand still on my shoulder. You look tired. It's an escape route offered at the perfect time. I nod, playing into the role of the exhausted invalid they've cast me as for so long. Yes, I am. It's been a lot to take in. I'll have your prescriptions filled and sent to your apartment, Mother says, moving toward the door. Her message is clear. We're dismissed. All I can feel is relief that she's not making me stay here, locking me in my room. Hell, forcing Dr. Winters to sedate me until Friday rolls around. But I think she doesn't want to push in front of who she thinks is Aries. We leave without further conversation, the silence between us heavy with unspoken words, as we walk through the grand foyer toward the front door. I keep my head down, playing the part of the subdued daughter until we're safely outside, the door closing behind us with a decisive click. The gravel crunches beneath our feet as we walk to the car, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the manicured lawn. Neither of us speaks until we're inside the vehicle, doors locked, a barrier of metal and glass between us and the Hayes mansion. Drive, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Just get us out of here. Arson complies without comment, the engine purring to life as we pull away from the house that has never felt like home. My hands are shaking now, the adrenaline crash leaving me jittery and hollow. A week, I say once we're through the gates, heading back toward the city. We have a week to figure out what they're planning. What they're planning is to use you as some kind of medical experiment, Arson says, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. The question is why? What's so special about you that they need this procedure now, after all these years of just monitoring and medicating you? That question has been circling in my mind since Dr. Winters mentioned donors. What could they possibly want from me that would involve so much money that they need donations? I don't know, I admit, staring out the window at the passing scenery without really seeing it. But it has to be connected to whatever's in those files I found, to the facility where they kept you. Arson is quiet for a moment, considering. Then he asks the question that brings everything to a halt. What about your father? My father? I turn to look at him, caught off guard by the sudden change in direction. What about him? You never mention him, Arson says, eyes still on the road. He's not in the picture, obviously. But why? What happened to him? I bite my lip, sorting through the carefully curated story I've been told my entire life. He and my mother divorced when I was very young. My condition was too much for him to handle, apparently. He couldn't deal with having a sick child. At least, that's what Mother always told me. And you believe that? The question hovers between us, challenging years of accepted narrative. I used to, I say slowly. But now, I don't know what to believe anymore. Everything I thought I knew about my life seems to be built on lies. When's the last time you saw him? I shake my head, trying to recall a face that's nothing more than a vague impression in my earliest memories. I was maybe 3 or 4? I barely remember him. Mother has kept all photos of him packed away, said it was too painful to look at them. Convenient, Arson mutters, a muscle working in his jaw. And his name? David Harlow, I reply automatically. Why all these questions about my father? Arson's expression is unreadable, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Because parents are where secrets begin, especially in families like ours. Whatever's happening now, whatever they're planning to do to you, I'd bet anything it connects back to him somehow. The suggestion sends a ripple of unease through me. I've spent so long accepting my father's absence as a simple fact of life that I've never really questioned it, never dug into the circumstances of his departure. You think he knows something? That he could help us? I think, Arson says carefully, that there's a reason you don't know anything about him. A reason your mother has kept him shrouded in mystery all these years. And secrets like that usually exist to protect something important. He's right, of course. In a life built on lies, the biggest omissions often hide the most significant truths. We need to find him, I say, a new determination taking root alongside the fear and betrayal. If he knows anything about my condition, about what Mother and Dr. Winters are planning... One step at a time, Arson cautions, though I can see the wheels turning behind his eyes. First, we need to regroup with Ares and figure out our next move. I nod, settling back into my seat as the city skyline appears on the horizon. A week. 7 days to unravel a lifetime of lies. To find a father who's been nothing but a ghost in my life. To discover what makes me valuable enough that my mother would secure legal control over my body. What are you thinking? Arson asks, glancing at me before returning his attention to the road. I'm thinking, I say slowly, that I'm tired of being a pawn in everyone else's game. It's time I started playing by my own rules. A small approving smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Now you're talking like a haze. No, I correct him, something fierce and unfamiliar rising in my chest. I'm talking like me, like Lillian. And it's about time everyone heard what I have to say. The sun dips lower on the horizon as we drive, casting the world in shades of gold and shadow. Ahead lies uncertainty, danger, and the daunting task of uncovering truths long buried. But for the first time in my life, I'm not facing it as the fragile girl everyone has always believed me to be. I'm facing it as myself, whoever that turns out to be.
Chapter 15. Ares. The warehouse door bangs open, the sound echoing off concrete walls like a gunshot. My heart lurches inside my chest as they enter, Arson first, his body coiled tight like a predator ready to strike. The tailored clothes, my clothes, hang on him wrong, like a costume that can't quite hide the animal beneath. But Lillian's body language makes my blood run cold. She follows him, one step behind, her face drained of color, eyes vacant and hollow. She looks like a corpse walking, something vital ripped out of her, leaving just the shell. What the fuck happened? I demand, moving toward them before I can stop myself. My hands itch to touch her, to check for injuries, to pull her against me. But I hold back. The memory of finding her in his bed, in his arms, claws at my insides like a living thing. Patricia happened. Arson spits, his voice scraped raw with rage. And that fucking butcher, Winters. I'm fine, Lillian says, though the lie is so obvious it's almost painful to hear. Her voice is flat, dead, just tired. Bullshit, I counter, studying her face. Something's changed in her, something harder, sharper, like glass that's been shattered and put back together wrong. Tell me what happened, all of it. Arson yanks off his jacket, my jacket, and hurls it onto a chair with enough force to make it slide. They've got a medical power of attorney, signed on her 18th birthday. Gives Patricia complete fucking control over her healthcare decisions. What? The word rips from my throat. How the hell is that possible? She buried it in the trust fund paperwork, Lillian explains, collapsing onto the couch like her legs can't hold her anymore. She looks small, fragile, crushed by the weight of betrayal. The inheritance from my father. I signed without reading. Stupid, I know. Not stupid, I say automatically, feeling protective fury rise in my chest. Trusting. There's a difference. Arson makes a sound like a dog choking on something bitter. In the Hayes family? Fuck no, there isn't. I ignore him, focusing on Lillian, on the way her hands tremble slightly as she tucks her hair behind her ear. What else? What do they want? They've scheduled some procedure for next Friday, she says, pressing her fingers against her temples like she's trying to keep her skull from splitting open. Won't tell me exactly what it is, just that it's supposedly going to fix my heart condition permanently. You don't believe them? Not a question. I know her well enough, the set of her jaw, the slight narrowing of her eyes, to see the skepticism burning beneath her exhaustion. The doctor lets something slip. Arson interjects, stalking back and forth like a tiger in a cage too small. His footsteps echo off the concrete, marking time like a metronome counting down to disaster. Said something about donors being ready, then caught himself, went white as a sheet when he realized what he'd said. A chill slithers down my spine, cold and sick. No, I took it as donors to the research. Money donors, to fund whatever they are trying to create, using Lillian as the guinea pig. We need to find out more, Lillian says, her voice stronger now, edged with determination that cuts through her exhaustion. But whatever it is, they're planning to do it with or without my consent. The power of attorney makes sure of that. The implications sink in slowly, each one more grotesque than the last. Medical procedures, donations, legal control over her body. It sounds like something from a horror movie, not the family I grew up in. Yet even as the thought forms, I know it's naive. I've spent the last few months chained in a concrete cell, courtesy of my own twin brother. Nothing should surprise me anymore. We've got a week, Arson says, stopping by the window. The fading light carves harsh shadows across his face. My face, but twisted with a darkness I recognize in my worst moments, in my darkest thoughts. 7 days to figure out what sick shit they're planning and how to stop it, not to mention the 5 days left we have to bring down Richard. And to find out more about my father, Lillian adds, her voice smaller now, more vulnerable. Your father? I turned to her, caught off guard. David? Why bring him up now? Because whatever's happening now, I think it might be connected to him somehow, she explains, eyes fixed on some distant point, seeing ghosts. He died when I was so young, right after my diagnosis. Well, left first, then car accident, I think. Mother's always been vague about the details. With good reason, probably, Arson mutters, his lips curling in a sneer. 10 to 1, he either knew too much or didn't agree with whatever fucked up thing they were planning, so they found a way to make him disappear. Or he really did die in that car accident, like your mother said, I suggest, repeating the story Patricia had told over the years. Even as I say it, doubt curdles in my stomach. Not everything is a conspiracy. Arson snorts, the sound dripping with contempt. Do you really believe that shit, after everything we've learned about the family and their lies? I'm saying we shouldn't jump to conclusions, I reply, frustration building like a pressure cooker about to blow. Not everyone is part of some grand conspiracy. No, just the people who matter. He fires back, each word a bullet aimed at my chest. Just the ones making decisions about Lillian's life, her health, her future. Just the ones who kept me locked away for years while you lived the golden fucking life. And there it is, the raw, festering wound between us, the poisoned root from which all our conflicts grow. I didn't know about you, I remind him, my voice taking on the razor edge that seems reserved exclusively for these confrontations. I didn't choose any of this. Didn't you? He steps closer, eyes, my eyes, burning with an accusation that feels like acid. You've been the perfect haze heir for years, never questioning, never pushing back, just following Richard's blueprint like the good little soldier you are. You don't know a damn thing about me or the choices I've made. I snap, hands curling into fists so tight my nails cut into my palms. You've been watching from the shadows, building your little revenge fantasy, thinking you understand everything when you— Stop it! Lillian's voice explodes between us, raw and cracked with emotion. Both of you, just stop! We turn to her, twin expressions of surprise quickly replaced by concern as we take in her face, flushed with anger, eyes bright with tears that refuse to fall. She looks seconds away from shattering. I can't deal with this right now, she continues, pushing herself up from the couch, swaying slightly with exhaustion. My mother has legal control over my body. Donors are waiting for the results of some mysterious procedure they want to perform on me. My entire life has been a carefully constructed lie, and you two want to stand here measuring dicks over who had it worse? The vulgarity, so jarring coming from her usually careful mouth, hits us both like a slap. I'm going to bed, she announces, moving toward the hallway that leads to the bedrooms. Feel free to continue tearing each other apart, but do it somewhere I can't hear you. She stalks away, shoulders rigid with tension, leaving us staring after her, momentarily united in our shock at her outburst. The bedroom door slams, the sound reverberating through the warehouse like a gunshot. Well fucking done, Arson says after a moment, the sarcasm cutting enough to draw blood. Me? You're the one who— I stop myself, recognizing the trap we're falling into again. This endless cycle of blame and counter-blame, this vicious merry-go-round of hatred and resentment. It accomplishes nothing and helps no one, least of all Lillian. This isn't helping, I say instead, running a hand through my hair, tugging at it hard enough to hurt. She needs us unified, not at each other's throats. Something shifts in Arson's expression, not softening exactly, but a fractional easing of the constant hostility, like a predator deciding to postpone a kill rather than abandon it. For once, we agree. We stand in awkward silence for a moment, neither knowing quite how to proceed in this fragile truce. The air between us feels electrified, charged with the potential for violence. Finally, Arson breaks the silence with a sigh that sounds like it's being dragged from somewhere deep and unwilling. I'm going to order food, he says, pulling out his phone. She hasn't eaten since breakfast. Pizza, I say automatically. Margarita with extra basil. It's her favorite, and after everything, she could use some good comfort food. He gives me a look I can't quite interpret. Surprise, perhaps, that I know this detail, or irritation that I knew it before him. His jaw tightens, but all he says is, fine, pizza it is. While he makes the call, I move toward the bedroom where Lillian has retreated. I pause at the door, uncertain of my welcome after her outburst, After a moment's hesitation, I knock softly, the sound barely audible even to me. "Lillian, it's me." No answer. I try again, a little louder, tamping down the surge of anxiety her silence triggers. "Lillian, can I come in?" "It's not locked." Her voice is muffled through the door, heavy with exhaustion and something else, something that sounds like defeat. I enter cautiously to find her curled on her side on the bed, facing away from the door. She doesn't turn when I approach, but I can see the tension in her shoulders and the way her hand grips the pillow in a white-knuckled fist, like it's the only thing keeping her from floating away. "I'm sorry," I say, perching on the edge of the mattress, the springs creaking under my weight. "About the arguing, about all of it." "I know," she replies, her voice small and scraped raw. "I just can't be the referee right now. I don't have the energy." "You shouldn't have to be," I agree, tentatively reaching out to touch her shoulder. When she doesn't pull away, I grow bolder, letting my hand slide up to her hair. "We're supposed to be helping you, not adding to your burden." She makes a small sound, something between acknowledgement and pain, but leans into my touch ever so slightly. Encouraged, I begin to comb my fingers through her hair, the way I used to when she'd have anxiety attacks during thunderstorms. The soft strands slide between my fingers, familiar yet different now, like everything between us. The intimacy of the gesture makes my heart ache. "Arson's ordering pizza," I tell her, focusing on the tangible, the immediate. "Margarita with extra basil." A ghost of a smile touches her lips, there and gone so quickly I almost miss it. "You remembered?" "Of course I did." I continue the gentle stroking, feeling some of the tension ease from her body with each pass of my fingers. "It's impossible to forget anything about you, Lillian." She rolls onto her back then, looking up at me with eyes so full of pain, so heavy with confusion, that it physically hurts to meet her gaze. "I don't know who I am anymore, Aries. Everything I thought I knew about myself, about my life, it's all built on lies." "Not everything," I counter, shifting to lie beside her on the bed, propped up on one elbow. The mattress dips under our combined weight, bringing her closer. "The person you are, your kindness, your intelligence, your strength, that's all real. That's all you." "Is it? Or is it just what they designed me to be?" Her voice cracks on the question, raw emotion bleeding through. It takes everything in me not to gather her into my arms right then, to shield her from the cruelty of the world. What if even my personality is just medication and conditioning? What if everything I've been told about my father's death is a lie too? "It's not," I say with absolute certainty, needing her to believe it as much as I need to breathe. "I've known you since we were children, Lillian. I've seen you fight against their expectations and push back against their restrictions. That defiance, that spirit, that's all yours. No one gave you that. No one could take it away." She studies my face, searching for something, reassurance perhaps, or confirmation. Whatever she sees must satisfy her, because she shifts closer, her head finding the hollow of my shoulder as naturally as if we've lain like this 1,000 times. We haven't, of course. There have been moments, comforting hugs, casual touches, a handful of near misses when mutual desire overcame familial boundaries, but nothing like this deliberate intimacy. Nothing like the weight of her head on my chest, the scent of her hair filling my lungs, the warmth of her body pressed against mine. It feels dangerous and right all at once. "Thank you," she murmurs against my chest, the words vibrating through me. "For being here, for believing in me." I allow my arm to settle around her, pulling her closer, protective and possessive all at once. "Always." The door opens wider, Arson appearing in the frame with a flat pizza box balanced on one hand. He pauses at the sight of us together on the bed, something complicated flickering across his features. Jealousy, longing, resignation, all warring for dominance. For a moment I tense, expecting the worst. Violence, accusations, another battle in our endless war. Instead, he simply raises an eyebrow, his voice carefully neutral. "Room for one more? I brought provisions." Lillian lifts her head, extending a hand toward him in silent invitation. After a brief hesitation, a moment when I can almost see him weighing pride against need, he crosses to the bed, setting the pizza box on the nightstand before settling on Lillian's other side. It should be awkward, the three of us together like this, given our history, our competing claims, and our complicated feelings. And it is, a little. But something is also unexpectedly right about it, like puzzle pieces finally finding their proper configuration after years of being forced into the wrong places. "Peace offering," Arson says, flipping open the box to reveal the steaming pizza. The scent of basil and cheese fills the room, momentarily overwhelming the tension. "Eat before it gets cold." Lillian sits up between us, reaching for a slice. "Thank you." We eat in surprisingly comfortable silence, passing napkins and trading slices without the usual tension of our interactions. It's strange to see my brother like this, guard down, defenses temporarily lowered, human rather than the vengeful force that has dominated my existence these past months. In the dim light of the bedroom, with Lillian between us, I can almost remember the boy he was before everything went to hell, before the boathouse, before the lies. "So," Lillian says, finally breaking the silence, 7 days to dig into my father's death, figure out what they're planning, and stop them from doing whatever it is they want to do to me. And to destroy the power of attorney," I add, the lawyer in me already mapping out strategies. There has to be a legal way to challenge it. "We'll need help," Arson admits grudgingly, the words sounding like they're being dragged from him against his will. "Resources, contacts. Drew might know someone," I suggest, ignoring the flash of irritation that crosses his face at the mention of my friend. "He has connections in legal circles." "I don't trust him," Arson says flatly, lip curling in distaste. "Neither do I, at least not anymore," I concede, thinking of how quickly Drew had accepted my twin in my place. Some friend. But we're short on allies at the moment. "We also need to find out more about my father's trust," Lillian says thoughtfully, picking at a piece of crust. "Mother's had complete control of it since his death. I never questioned it before, but now you're questioning everything," I finish for her, understanding the feeling all too well. When your foundation crumbles, nothing feels solid anymore. Lillian looks between us, a small smile playing at her lips despite everything. "Are you two actually agreeing on something? Should I check outside for flying pigs?" "Don't get used to it," Arson mutters, but there's no real heat in his tone, just exhaustion and a reluctant acknowledgement of necessity. I find myself smiling too, the expression feeling foreign after months of captivity and rage. "Consider it a temporary alliance, for the greater good." "The greater good being me, I presume?" Lillian asks, her teasing tone a welcome respite from the day's trauma. "Obviously," Arson and I reply in perfect unison, then share a look of mutual surprise and discomfort at our synchronicity. Lillian laughs then, the sound bright and unexpected in the dimly lit bedroom. It's been so long since I've heard her laugh like that, genuine and without restraint, that for a moment I can only stare, captivated by the transformation it brings to her face. The weight lifts, the shadows recede, and for a second I can see the girl she was before all this, before the drugs, before the lies, and before she got caught between my brother and me. Arson seems equally affected, his expression softening in a way I wouldn't have believed possible a week ago. For this moment, the hatred between us recedes, overshadowed by our shared appreciation of her joy, however fleeting it is. We'll figure this out, I promise her, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Together. Together, she echoes, looking from me to Arson with something like hope in her eyes, fragile but real. All of us. Arson meets my gaze over her head, a silent communication passing between us. Not friendship, not forgiveness, but something approaching understanding. For now, for her, we'll set aside our grievances. We'll work as one. The night settles around us, the warehouse quiet save for our breathing and the occasional rustle as we reach for another slice of pizza. Outside, the world continues its chaotic spin. Patricia plotting, Richard scheming, unknown donors waiting. In this room, on this bed, with Lillian safe between us, there's a momentary peace I didn't know I'd been craving. Tomorrow will bring new dangers, new battles, and the resumption of old hatreds. But tonight, this strange triangular truce holds, fragile but real. And for now, that's enough.
Chapter 16. Lillian. Morning light filters through the warehouse windows, painting the room in soft gold and shadow. I blink awake slowly, disoriented for a moment before remembering where I am. The events of yesterday come rushing back. Mother, the power of attorney, the mysterious procedure. But the panic that accompanied those revelations feels somehow more distant in the gentle morning light. I'm still in bed, nestled between two warm bodies. Carefully, I turn my head to study them in their sleep. They look so peaceful like this, so eerily similar yet utterly different. Arson lies on his back, one arm thrown above his head, his features softened in sleep in a way they never are when he's awake. The perpetual tension, the barely controlled rage that seems to animate him, all of it smoothed away by unconsciousness to reveal the beauty beneath. Aries sleeps curled on his side, facing me, his breath warm against my shoulder. There's a vulnerability to him in sleep that he rarely allows himself to show anymore. A softness that captivity and betrayal have stripped from his waking hours. His hair is tousled, falling across his forehead in a way that makes him look younger, more like the boy I grew up with than the hardened man he's becoming. It strikes me, watching them like this, how much pain lies beneath their identical faces. Different wounds, different scars, but the same underlying hurt. Of abandonment, of not being seen for who they truly are. The same pain I've carried my whole life. Maybe that's why we've found each other now. 3 broken pieces from the same fractured puzzle. I shift carefully, trying to extract myself without waking them. I need coffee. I need space to think. And I need a moment to myself before diving back into the chaos that has become my life. But as I attempt to slide away, a strong arm snakes around my waist and tugs me back. "Where do you think you're going?" Arson's voice is rough with sleep, his eyes still closed despite his firm grip. "Coffee," I whisper, trying not to wake Aries. "I'll be right back." No. His arm tightens, pulling me closer to his warm body. "Stay." His eyes open then, hazel and intense, even through the fog of sleep. The peaceful expression from moments ago has vanished, replaced by something hungrier, more intentional. He studies my face, then glances at his sleeping brother before returning his attention to me. "You look good in the morning," he murmurs, his hand sliding up from my waist to brush hair from my face. "All soft and warm." The compliment brings heat to my cheeks. I'm not used to this side of him, this gentleness that appears in unexpected moments, catching me off guard. I probably look a mess. I deflect, suddenly self-conscious of my tangled hair and sleep-creased face. "No," he says simply, his thumb tracing my lower lip in a way that sends shivers down my spine. "You look perfect." Before I can respond, he leans forward and captures my mouth with his. The kiss is softer than I expect from him, almost tender in its exploration. His hand cups my face, holding me as if I'm something precious, something that might break or disappear if handled too roughly. It's a stark contrast to the fierce claiming of our previous encounters, and somehow more dangerous for its gentleness. I respond, despite myself, my body melting into his touch, into the warmth and comfort he offers. The kiss deepens, his tongue teasing at the seam of my lips until I open for him. Heat builds between us, slow and insistent. His hand slides from my face down my neck and my shoulder, coming to rest at my hip, where he squeezes lightly. I'm so lost in the sensation that I almost forget we're not alone until I feel movement on my other side. Aries shifts in his sleep, murmuring something inaudible, his arm draping across my waist just below Arson's. Arson breaks the kiss, his eyes darting to his brother before returning to me with a wicked gleam that makes my pulse quicken. "We should wake him," he suggests, voice pitched low. "Don't you think?" There's a challenge in his tone, in the slight quirk of his eyebrow. He's testing boundaries. Mine, Ares's, the fragile truce that formed between us last night. I start, but don't get to finish as Arson shifts, rolling me gently onto my back. He hovers over me, his weight supported on one elbow while his free hand traces lazy patterns on my stomach, where my shirt has ridden up during sleep. "You made the rules, remember?" He reminds me, lips brushing my ear as he speaks. "If I have you, he has to be present." Well, he's present. His teeth graze my earlobe, drawing a small gasp from me. "Even if he's not fully conscious." The implied suggestion sends a rush of heat through me that has nothing to do with embarrassment. There's something forbidden, something thrilling about the idea of Ares waking to find us like this, about watching his face as he realizes what's happening. "What are you thinking about?" Arson asks, clearly reading the desire in my expression. "Tell me." Him, I admit, the honesty surprising even me. Watching us, joining us. Something flashes in Arson's eyes, possession, jealousy, excitement, or some complex mixture of all three. "You want us both at the same time," he says, not a question but a statement of fact. I nod, unable to deny it. Is that wrong? "No," he says after a moment, his hand still making those maddening circles on my skin. "It's honest, and that's all I've ever wanted from you, Lillian. Honesty." He kisses me again, harder this time, more demanding. His hand slides higher under my shirt, skimming the underside of my breast without quite touching where I want him most. It's a tease, deliberate and calculated, to make me arch into him, seeking more contact. I comply without thinking, pressing closer, my body responding to his with a will of its own. The movement causes Ares to shift beside us, but his breathing remains deep and even. He's still asleep, unaware of what's happening just inches away. Arson pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, his expression darkening with intent.
"I want to taste you,"
he says, the words sending a jolt of desire straight to my core.
"And I want him to wake up and see exactly what he's been missing."
Before I can respond, he's shifting down my body, pushing the blankets aside as he goes. His hands find the waistband of my sleep shorts, tugging gently in silent question. I hesitate for only a moment before lifting my hips in permission. Part of me knows this is madness. To allow this while Ares sleeps beside us? To cross boundaries that can never be uncrossed. But a larger part, a hungrier part, doesn't care about the consequences or complications. It wants only the release, the connection, the temporary oblivion these two men offer. Arson slides my shorts down slowly, his gaze never leaving mine, as inch by inch he reveals bare skin. I'm not wearing underwear. Didn't think to put any on before collapsing into bed last night. And the realization makes his pupils dilate, swallowing the hazel of his irises.
"Beautiful,"
he murmurs, settling between my legs, his broad shoulders nudging my thighs apart.
"So beautiful."
The position is vulnerable, exposing, and I fight the urge to cover myself. Instead, I watch him watching me, fascinated by the naked desire in his expression, the way he looks at me like I'm something precious and wild all at once. Beside us, Ares remains asleep, oblivious to the tableau unfolding next to him. His face remains peaceful, his breathing deep and regular. The contrast between his innocence and what Arson and I are about to do adds an extra layer of forbidden excitement that I'm not proud of but can't deny.
"He's going to be so jealous when he wakes up,"
Arson murmurs, his breath warm against my inner thigh.
"Finding out what he missed while he was dreaming."
His words send a shiver through me. Anticipation, guilt, desire, all mingled together into something intoxicating. I shouldn't want this complicated dynamic, this twisted triangle we've created. I shouldn't crave the possessive looks, the competing attention, the knowledge that both brothers want me with an intensity that borders on obsession. But I do. God help me, I do. Arson's mouth finds me then, his tongue parting my folds in a long, slow lick that has my hips bucking off the bed. He pins me down with one strong forearm, keeping me still as he explores, savors, devours. Each stroke sends shockwaves of bliss rippling through my body, building on the last until I'm trembling, panting, and fisting my fingers in the sheets. It's too much and not enough all at once. I need more. Need him inside me. Need the stretch and burn and fullness only he can provide. But he seems content to tease and torment, bringing me to the edge again and again, only to back off just before I tumble over. A whimper escapes my throat as he seals his lips around my clit, sucking hard. My hand flies to his hair, gripping the dark strands as I try to hold him in place and urge him on. But he resists, lifting his head to shoot me a wicked grin.
"Patience,"
he chides, nipping at my inner thigh.
"We wouldn't want to finish before your other lover joins the party."
As if on cue, Ares stirs beside us, a sleepy groan rumbling from his throat as consciousness returns. I freeze, suddenly aware of how this must look. Me splayed out half-naked with Arson's head between my thighs. For a moment, the only sound is our mingled breathing, heavy with anticipation. Then Aries' eyes flutter open, hazy with sleep, before sharpening into focus as he takes in the scene before him.
What the hell?
His voice is thick with confusion and dawning anger. He pushes up onto one elbow, gaze darting between Arson and me, a muscle ticking in his clenched jaw. Arson lifts his head, meeting his brother's furious stare with a smug, unrepentant grin.
Morning, sunshine. Nice of you to join us.
What are you doing? Aries growls, sitting up fully now. The blankets pool around his waist, his bare chest heaving with agitation.
What does it look like?
Arson retorts, one hand still resting possessively on my thigh.
I'm giving our girl what she needs, what she craves. Don't interrupt, but you can watch as I make her scream, then fuck her mouth as a reward for being my little brat.
Aries' eyes flash with fury and possessive jealousy.
She's not just yours,
he snarls, reaching out to grab my arm and yank me toward him, away from Arson's touch.
And she's not some toy for you to use.
I gasp at the sudden movement, caught off balance as Aries yanks me into his lap. His skin is warm and fevered against mine, his arms banding around me like steel bars, holding me caged. I can feel the hard line of his cock, pressing against me already, straining through thin fabric, and the contact makes my pulse trip to a frantic rhythm. Arson sits back on his heels, unfazed by his brother's show of dominance. He smirks, hazel eyes glinting like he's already plotting his next move.
Oh, but she likes being used,
he taunts, voice low and mocking.
Don't you, Lillian? You want to be passed between us. Want us to fight over who gets to fuck you first. Makes you wet, doesn't it? Knowing we both want you so badly we're seconds from losing control.
Heat licks up my throat. I flush, humiliated and aroused, unable to deny the dark thrill his words ignite. It's twisted. It's wrong. But some desperate, shameful part of me craves this, being fought over, obsessed over, reduced to nothing but the prize between them. The center of their rivalry, the toy they'll break to prove who owns me. Aries' arms tighten around me, his breath hot against my neck.
Is that true?
He demands, a thread of vulnerability beneath the anger in his voice.
Do you want him more than me?
No, I breathe, twisting in his lap to face him. My hands come up to frame his face, thumbs stroking along his jaw. I want you both. I need you both. Something flares in his hazel eyes, hot and intense.
Show me,
he commands roughly.
Show me you need me as much as him.
Desperation claws at my throat. I surge forward, capturing his mouth in a searing kiss. It's all tongues and teeth, messy and consuming. I pour every ounce of desire, every shred of need into the press of my lips, the slide of my tongue against his. He groans into my mouth, hands fisting in my hair to hold me close. I can feel him hardening beneath me, his arousal evident through the thin fabric of his boxers. Emboldened, I rock my hips, grinding down on his rigid length. A guttural sound tears from his throat, and then he's flipping us, pressing me back into the mattress. His weight settles over me, heavy and perfect, pinning me in place.
You're mine,
he growls against my lips.
Say it.
I'm yours, I gasp, the words ripped from somewhere deep inside me. I'm yours, Aries. His eyes blaze with triumph and possession.
Damn right you are.
Then his mouth is on me again, hot and demanding. His hands roam my body, sliding under my shirt to palm my breasts, thumbs grazing my nipples until they pebble under his touch. I arch into him, my own fingers scrabbling at his shoulders, his back, desperate to feel more of his skin against mine. I need him, need this connection, this reassurance that he wants me as much as I want him. Beside us, the mattress dips as Arson moves closer. "Don't forget about me, sweetheart," he purrs, trailing a finger down my arm. "There's plenty of you to go around." Ares breaks the kiss to shoot his brother a warning glare. "Back off," he snarls. "She's mine right now." Arson holds up his hands in mock surrender, a wicked gleam in his eye. "Hey, she was on me first." He scoops me up, and Ares almost looks shocked as Arson physically drags me across the bed on my side, facing Ares. His length presses into my ass, and I almost black out at the sensation, losing myself for a moment. His mouth meets the shell of my ear. "You were mine first, at least for right now. So where were we? I think you should get on your hands and knees and suck me off as punishment for losing the thread a minute there. Come on, little brat. Taste me." I hesitate for a split second, caught between the two brothers, their desires warring with my own. But the heat in Arson's gaze, the insistent press of his arousal against me, decides for me. Slowly, deliberately, I shift over and onto my hands and knees. I crawl the short distance to kneel between his spread thighs, my eyes locked on his as I settle into position. His lips curve into a satisfied smirk. "Good girl," he praises, one hand coming to tangle in my hair. "Now show me how sorry you are." I maintain eye contact as I lean forward, nuzzling against the hard ridge straining his boxers. His breath hitches, fingers tightening reflexively in my hair. Emboldened, I mouth at him through the fabric, tracing the shape of him with my lips and tongue. A low groan rumbles in his chest. "Fuck, Lillian, stop teasing." I flash him an impish grin before hooking my fingers in his waistband and tugging downward. His cock springs free, thick and hard and perfect. I take a moment to admire him, wrapping my hand around the base and giving a few slow strokes. He hisses through his teeth, hips flexing into my touch. "Suck it, brat," he orders, his tone brooking no argument. "Put that pretty mouth to work." I obey, eagerly, parting my lips to take him into the wet heat of my mouth. He's large, stretching my jaw, but I relax my throat and take him deep. A guttural moan tears from him as I start to bob my head, working him with lips and tongue. His grip on my hair tightens, guiding my movements as he thrusts shallowly into my mouth. I hollow my cheeks, sucking hard, reveling in the broken sounds spilling from him. There's power in this, in reducing him to base need, in having him at my mercy. From behind me, I hear Ares' sharp intake of breath. I can't see his expression, but I can imagine it. The mix of anger and arousal, the war between jealousy and desire. The thought of him watching this, watching me submit so wantonly to his brother, only fuels my own passion. I moan around Arson's cock, the vibrations making him curse and jerk in my mouth. "That's it," he pants, his voice strained with need. "Take it deep. Choke on it." I comply, eagerly, relaxing my throat to accept more of him. Tears spring to my eyes as he hits the back of my throat, but I don't pull away, determined to prove myself, to earn his praise. Behind me, the bed shifts as Aries moves. A moment later, I feel his hands on my hips. His touch, searing, even through the thin material of my shirt. He yanks the fabric up, exposing my bare bottom to his gaze. "Look at you," he growls, palming the globes of my ass. "So desperate for it, letting him use your mouth like a whore." His words should sting, but they only make me wetter. The degradation stoking the flames of my desire. I whimper around Arson's cock, pushing my hips back in a silent plea. Aries answers with a sharp smack to my ass, the sudden sting making me jolt. "Greedy little brat. Take what you're given and be patient." I'm nothing but a shade of lust. I moan around Arson's cock, the vibrations making him curse and jerk his hips. "Fuck your mouth," he groans, head tipping back in ecstasy. "It feels like heaven, and you take me so well, nice and deep into that perfect little throat. Such a slut for my cock, aren't you?" His filthy words ignite something wild in me. I double my efforts, taking him impossibly deeper until I feel him nudging the back of my throat. Tears spring to my eyes at the intrusion, but I don't stop, driven by a desperate need to make him lose control. And lose control he does. His thrusts turn erratic, his grip on my hair just shy of painful. I can tell he's close, can feel it in the tension singing through his body. "Gonna come?" He grits out, a warning and a promise. "Gonna fill this hot little mouth. Fuck, Lil, I'm..." His voice is cut off with a strangled shout as he reaches orgasm. Hot jets of liquid hit the back of my throat, and I swallow greedily, milking him through the aftershocks until he's spent and panting. Arson pulls out of my mouth with a wet pop, leaving me gasping for air. A string of saliva connects my swollen lips to the head of his softening cock before breaking. I feel debauched and used in the most delicious way. "Good girl," Arson praises breathlessly, thumbing away a stray drop of cum from the corner of my mouth. "You take my cock so well." Before I can reply, Aries' hands are on me, hauling me up and back against his chest. He grips my jaw, forcing me to meet his burning gaze. "You want to be a slut for him? Let him fuck your face and come down your throat." His voice is low and dangerous, edged with something dark and possessive. "Then you'll be a slut for me too." He spins me around and bends me over, pushing my face into the mattress. I barely have enough time to catch my breath before his hand cracks against my ass, and the sudden sting of pain makes me cry out. "It's time for me to remind you who you belong to," he growls, palming my stinging flesh. "Who this pretty pussy belongs to." Without warning, he plunges 2 fingers into my dripping core. I cry out at the sudden intrusion, my walls clenching around him. He pumps in and out roughly, his thumb circling my clit in maddening counterpoint. "So wet," he marvels, with a dark satisfaction in his tone. "Wet and ready for me. Even after choking on my brother's cock. Such an eager little thing, aren't you?" I can only whimper in response, rocking my hips back to meet his thrusts. The dual sensations of his fingers inside me and his hand spanking my ass rapidly unravel any semblance of self-control. "Please, Aries," I beg, the words muffled against the mattress. "Please, I need..." "What do you need, Lillian?" he demands, curling his fingers to stroke my G-spot. "Tell me." "You..." I sob, stars exploding behind my eyelids as he works me closer to the edge. "I need you inside me, fucking me, claiming me." He withdraws his fingers abruptly, leaving me empty and aching. I whine at the loss, but it's quickly replaced by the blunt pressure of his cock against my entrance. "Beg for it," he commands, rubbing the head through my slick folds. "Beg me to fill this greedy cunt." "Please, Aries," I moan, no shame left in me. "Please fuck me. I need your cock so badly. Need you to claim me. Make me yours." He leans over me, his chest pressing against my back as he growls in my ear. "You are mine, and I'm going to make damn sure you never forget it." With one brutal thrust, he sheathes himself inside me. I scream at the sudden fullness, the almost painful stretch of his thick length invading my body. He doesn't give me time to adjust, setting a punishing pace that has the bed frame slamming against the wall. "Take it," he grunts, one hand fisting in my hair, the other gripping my hip hard enough to bruise. "Take my cock, like the desperate little slut you are." I can only moan and whimper as he pounds into me, each snap of his hips driving me closer to the brink. The obscene sound of skin slapping against skin fills the room, mingling with our harsh breaths and guttural moans. From the corner of my eye, I see Arson watching us with avid fascination, his spent cock twitching with renewed interest. He strokes himself lazily, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he enjoys the show. "Look at you," he taunts, his voice husky with desire. "Getting split open on my brother's cock. I bet you'd let us both fuck you at the same time, wouldn't you? Stuff all your greedy little holes until you can't take it anymore." His filthy words make me clench around Aries, drawing a strangled groan from his throat. The thought of them both using me, claiming me, sends a dark thrill zinging down my spine. "Yes," I pant, too far gone to filter my words. "I want you both. Want to be your perfect fuck toy." Aries snarls, his thrusts turning vicious. "You are," he growls, pressing me harder into the mattress. "Our perfect little plaything, to use however we want. And right now, I want to ruin this tight pussy for anyone else." His hand snakes around my throat, squeezing just hard enough to make my head spin with dark pleasure. I can barely breathe, can barely think beyond the overwhelming fullness of him pounding into me and the spots dancing across my vision. "Come for me," he commands, his voice guttural and strained. "Come on my cock like a good girl." As if on cue, my orgasm crashes over me in a blinding wave. I convulse around him, my walls fluttering and clenching as ecstasy consumes me. A broken scream tears from my throat, muffled by the mattress. Aries fucks me through it, his pace never slowing. If anything, the rhythmic squeeze of my pussy seems to spur him on, driving him to new heights of desperation. His groans take on a frantic edge, his thrusts becoming erratic. "Fuck, Lillian, I can't. I'm gonna..." With a final thrust, he buries himself to the hilt and stills. I feel him pulsing inside me as he finds his release, coating my inner walls with thick ropes of cum. He collapses on top of me, his harsh breaths gusting against my neck. For a long moment, we simply lie there, our sweat-slicked bodies heaving as we try to catch our breath. Aries nuzzles into my hair, pressing soft kisses to my shoulder in a surprisingly tender gesture. "Mine," he murmurs, almost too quiet for me to hear. "You're mine, Lillian." I don't have the energy to argue or to point out the complexities of our situation. At this moment, blissed out and thoroughly claimed, I can only hum in sated agreement. Arson's low chuckle breaks the spell. Don't get too comfortable, brother. You'll have to learn to share. Ares lifts his head to glare at his twin. We'll see about that. Carefully, he pulls out of me and rolls to the side. I join him to lie on my back. I wince at the sudden emptiness, the ache between my thighs, a reminder of his thorough claiming. Arson's gaze rakes over my prone form, taking in the finger-shaped bruises on my hips and the trickle of cum leaking down my thighs. Look at you, he murmurs appreciatively. Fucked out and dripping. It's such a pretty picture. He crawls over to me, settling between my splayed legs. His fingers trace the marks left by Ares' rough handling, a possessive gleam in his eyes. My turn to make a mess of you, he declares, spreading my thighs wider. Going to fill this pussy until you're overflowing with both of us. My breath hitches at his dark promise, a renewed flicker of desire stirring in my exhausted body. It should be impossible to want more after being so thoroughly ravaged. But something about these brothers, about their insatiable hunger for me, ignites a matching greed in my own veins. Please, I whimper, tilting my hips in offering. Please, Arson. A wicked grin splits his handsome face. Oh, I do love it when you beg. He leans down, his breath hot against my oversensitive flesh. I'm going to wreck this pretty cunt, he growls. Ruin you for anyone but us. Without warning, he seals his mouth over my dripping slit. I cry out at the sudden sensation, my hands flying to grip his hair. His tongue delves between my folds, lapping at the combined essence of Ares and me. It's filthy and erotic. The wet sounds of his mouth and my needy whimpers filling the air. He focuses on my clit, sucking the sensitive nub until I'm writhing beneath him. Raw, euphoric desire coils tight in my core, my body already climbing toward another peak. Just as I'm about to crest, he pulls away, leaving me desperate and aching. Not yet, he tuts, crawling up my body to hover over me. I want to be inside you when you come. He notches himself at my entrance, the thick head of his cock nudging my swollen folds. I buck my hips, trying to take him deeper, but he holds himself just out of reach. His eyes lock with mine, dark with promise and possession. Beg for it, he demands, his voice a low rasp against my ear. Tell me how much you need me to fill this greedy pussy. Please, I moan, dignity abandoned in the face of my desperation. Please, Arson, I need you inside me. I need you to claim me. Make me yours. A satisfied growl rumbles in his chest. That's my good girl. With one powerful thrust, he sheathes himself fully, stretching me deliciously around his thick length. I cry out at the sudden intrusion, my nails raking down his back as he begins to move. He sets a brutal pace, pounding into me with a force that rocks the bed frame. Each snap of his hips grinds his pelvis against my clit, sending sparks of rapture racing up my spine. It's almost too much. The oversensitivity from my previous orgasms making every sensation feel magnified. So tight, Arson grunts, his fingers digging into my hips as he drives into me. Even after taking Ares' cock, this pussy grips me like a vice. Beside us, Ares watches with hooded eyes, a mix of jealousy and arousal playing across his face. His hand drifts down to stroke his hardening length, clearly affected by the sight of arson claiming me so thoroughly. "You love this, don't you?" Arson pants, his hips snapping against mine. "Being passed between us and used for our selfish needs. Such a perfect little toy." I can only moan in response, too lost in sensation to form coherent words. He's hitting spots inside me I didn't know existed. His thick cock stretching me in the most delicious way. I feel split open and utterly possessed by his relentless thrusts. "I want to feel you come on my cock," he growls, reaching between us to circle my clit with his deft fingers. "Want to feel this pussy milking me dry." His filthy words and skilled touch send me hurtling over the edge. My inner walls begin to flutter, my body tensing as I grow closer to release. "That's it," Arson coaxes, his thrusts becoming erratic as he chases his own release. "Come for me, Lillian. Let go." His permission is all I need. With a high, keening cry, I shatter around him, my orgasm crashing over me in a tidal wave of ecstasy. I convulse and clench, my nails scoring down his back as I ride out the intense sensation. Arson curses, his rhythm faltering as my walls squeeze him like a vice. "Fuck yes, just like that. Milk my cock, you perfect little slut." He pistons into me frantically, chasing his own release. I feel him swell and pulse inside me before he stiffens, a guttural groan tearing from his throat as he spills his seed deep in my body. For a suspended moment, we're both lost to the throes of climax, our bodies locked together as the waves of pleasure crash over us. Arson collapses on top of me, his face buried in the crook of my neck as we pant harshly against each other's sweat-slicked skin. Gradually, our breathing slows, and the world comes back into focus. Arson lifts his head, his hazel eyes glazed with sated contentment as he gazes down at me. "You're incredible," he murmurs, brushing a strand of hair from my face. "Absolutely perfect." I can only hum in response, too blissed out and exhausted to form words. My body feels used in the most delicious way, every inch of me claimed and marked by the two brothers. Arson pulls out of me with a satisfied groan, rolling to the side. I wince at the sudden emptiness, a dull ache throbbing between my thighs. I'm sore in places I didn't know could be sore, but it's a good ache, the kind that serves as a reminder of the intense gratification I experienced. Aries slides closer, his warm body pressing against my back as he spoons me from behind. His arm drapes over my waist possessively, his hand splaying across my stomach. "You okay?" he murmurs, nuzzling into my hair. More than okay," I reply dreamily, nestling back into his embrace. "That was fucking incredible," Arson finishes, stretching languidly. He meets eyes with his brother over my used and relaxed body. "I guess we can share after all, brother."
Chapter 17. Arson. The laptop screen burns my eyes after hours of staring at it, scrolling through financial records, property deeds, and corporate filings, anything that might reveal why my backers are suddenly pushing their timeline. Why are they so interested in Lillian? After all this time, why now? The warehouse is quiet this afternoon. Aries went out to meet with some contact, against my advice, but nobody gives a shit what I think. Lillian's been in the shower for the past 20 minutes, the distant sound of running water the only thing breaking the silence. I rub my eyes, trying to focus on the screen again. Something's missing. There's some missing connection I'm not seeing. These men didn't invest millions in my revenge plot out of the goodness of their fucking hearts. They want something. Something specific, and it has to do with Lillian. She's the only connection I can think of. They might have kidnapped her to get to Aries and me, but they didn't really hurt her, and they accepted my request for more time too quickly after all the trouble of catching her. It's been bothering me for the past couple of days. When we first met, a couple of years ago now, they found me at the edge of campus stalking Aries. So why had they been stalking Aries in the first place? The deal we made involved them setting me up completely to bring down the Hayes Empire. They asked it be done quickly, once the warehouse was in place, even going so far as to make sure I had extra resources to set up my very specific revenge for Aries. However, they never set a strict timeline for when they wanted my work done, and they didn't start escalating things until Lillian entered the picture. I did what research I could on the guys. The older one is always the one in charge. I think the other is his son, but they never seemed to talk to each other as father and son, nor had they ever let a single name slip in all the time we spoke. Instead, they used mutually assured destruction as a means of leverage between us. On a hunch, I searched for information about the day of the boathouse incident. It's not something I do often. Deliberately dredge up the worst day of my life, but my gut tells me I'm missing a connection there. I find photos from that summer gathering at the lake house, everyone dressed in white like some Great Gatsby bullshit. Richard with his first wife, my mother, Elizabeth, and there's Patricia, not as Richard's wife yet, but as his assistant, hovering at the edges of the frame. She worked for him back then, years before they married after my mother's death. Patricia knew Richard. Patricia was there that day at the lake house. Patricia witnessed what happened. The realization sends me hurtling back, not to a forgotten memory, but to one I've spent years trying to bury. The lake house, summer, the boathouse, my mother's face disappearing beneath the dark water. I slam the laptop shut, as if that might block out the memories lurking just beneath the surface of my consciousness, the ones that fuel my rage, my revenge, and my entire existence since that day. Fuck, I mutter, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Arson? I whirl around to find Lillian standing in the doorway, hair still damp from her shower, concern etched across her features. I must look as unstable as I feel because she approaches cautiously, like she's dealing with a wild animal. "What's wrong?" she asks, glancing at the laptop, then back at me. "Did you find something?" I can't answer immediately. The memories of the boathouse, memories I've carried for years, ones that have shaped every aspect of my existence, are too close to the surface. My throat feels tight, my chest constricted. It's been years since I've had a panic attack, but I recognize the signs. Hey! Lillian's voice cuts through the roaring in my ears. She's closer now, her hand hovering near my arm like she wants to touch me, but isn't sure if she should. Breathe with me, okay? In through your nose, out through your mouth. I follow her lead mechanically, dragging in air through my nose and forcing it out through my mouth. Once, twice, 3 times. The room stops spinning gradually, the edges of my vision clearing. "That's it," she encourages, her voice soft in a way I'm not used to people speaking to me. "Just keep breathing." When I can finally speak again, the words come out rough, scraping against my throat. "I found something about your mother and the boathouse incident." "My mother?" she asks, finally allowing her hand to settle on my arm. The touch grounds me, giving me something to focus on besides the memories that threaten to pull me under again. I open the laptop and show her the photo. Patricia was there, the day my mother died. She worked for Richard back then, before they got married. Lillian studies the image, her fingers hovering over the screen as if she could touch the people in it. She was there that day? Looks that way, I say, watching her reaction carefully. She was Richard's assistant back then, before they got married after my mother's death. Her eyes narrow slightly as she examines the photo. She never told me she knew the Hayes family before Richard. Another lie in a lifetime of them. Patricia's always been good at hiding things she doesn't want others to see. I comment, the bitterness in my voice impossible to disguise. What happened that day? Lillian asks, her voice gentle like she knows she's treading on broken glass. At the boathouse? I've never told anyone the whole truth, not that it matters. I've lived with it every day since it happened, and replayed it in my mind so many times that it's etched into me like a scar. But looking at Lillian now, at the genuine concern in her eyes, at the absence of judgment or fear, something compels me to speak. I was 14. We were 14. I begin, the words coming easier than expected. It was summer, one of Richard's business gatherings at the lake house. I move back to the desk, turning the laptop so she can see the photo better. Aries wanted to impress a girl. I pause. Her name was Sophia, just a girl who'd been hanging out with us, one of Richard's business associates' daughters. He suggested they check out the boathouse. I followed them, not because I cared, but because I was bored. 14-year-olds at an adult party, you know. Lillian nods, pulling up another chair to sit beside me, close enough that I can smell the clean scent of her shampoo and feel the warmth radiating from her skin. The boathouse was off limits. Richard had been clear about that. It was being renovated. It wasn't safe. Aries didn't care. He was always pushing boundaries, seeing what he could get away with. My hands clench involuntarily, nails digging into my palms. He was climbing on the rafters, showing off, dared Sophia to join him. She was hesitant, but he kept pushing. "Don't be a baby," he told her. "It's perfectly safe." I can still hear his voice, see his smirk as he balanced on the wooden beam above the boats, so confident, so certain of his own invulnerability. She finally gave in and started climbing up to join him. I stayed on the ground, watching. I knew it was stupid, but I shrugged, the old familiar guilt settling heavy on my shoulders. I didn't stop them. Lillian's hand finds mine, her fingers cool against my overheated skin. "You were just a kid," she says quietly. "So was Aries," I counter. Didn't stop him from being a reckless asshole. I take another deep breath, forcing myself to continue. Sophia slipped. The beam was wet or rotted, I don't know. She fell, hit her head on one of the boats on the way down, then landed in the water. The image is so vivid now, the girl's body twisting in the air, the sickening thud as her head connected with the edge of the speedboat, the splash as she hit the water, the blood spreading like spilled wine across the surface. Aries froze, just stood there on the beam, staring down at the water where she'd disappeared. I yelled at him to do something, to help her, but he wouldn't move, couldn't move. My voice hardens as the anger rises, familiar and comforting after the disorienting panic. I was about to jump in after her when my mother appeared in the doorway. She must have heard the commotion and come looking for us. Lillian's grip on my hand tightens, as if she senses what's coming next. She saw Sophia in the water, saw the blood, and didn't hesitate to go in after her. My throat constricts around the words, making them come out strangled. She managed to grab Sophia and pushed her toward the edge where I could reach her, but one of the smaller boats, a canoe or something that was hanging from the ceiling, it fell, hit the water and capsized, trapping her underneath. The memory is crystal clear now. My mother's face, visible through the dark water for just a moment, her hand pushing Sophia's limp body toward the edge where I knelt. Then came the crash as the boat fell, followed by the terrible stillness that ensued. No. I shake my head, trying to bring the memories back like the dark, hazy surface of the water that day. She was listing to the side before she jumped in, almost like she didn't have her balance. Then when she didn't come back up, I tried to lift the boat to get to her, but I wasn't strong enough. My voice cracks on the admission, the failure that has haunted me for years. I wasn't fucking strong enough. Lillian makes a small sound, something between sympathy and pain. Her other hand comes up to my face, her thumb brushing away moisture I hadn't realized was there. By the time Richard and the others arrived, it was too late. Sophia was unconscious, but breathing. My mother was... I can't say it, even now. Gone. Arson, Lillian whispers, and just my name in her voice nearly breaks me. Ares was still up on that fucking beam. I continue, the words bitter as bile. Still hadn't moved, just watching everything happen below him like it was a movie, like it wasn't real. I pull my hand away from hers, needing the distance, needing the anger to get through this next part. Richard took one look at the situation and made a decision. Protect the heir, protect the golden child. I laugh, the sound harsh and humorless. He told everyone I pushed Sophia, that I caused the accident that killed my mother when she tried to save the girl. Lillian's eyes widen in shock. But that's not true. No, but it was convenient. I stand, unable to remain still any longer, pacing the small confines of the room. Ares was the one they wanted, the perfect son, the worthy heir. I was just extra, disposable. So they sent you away, Lillian says, realization dawning. To the facility. Ares didn't say anything to try to protect you? I shrug. It wouldn't have mattered. Not right away. First came the psychological evaluations, the medications, the concerned discussions about my violent tendencies and unstable behavior. Richard made sure there was a paper trail, a documented history of problems. The memories of those months after the accident are almost worse than the accident itself. The way everyone looked at me, the whispers, the sudden fear in eyes that had previously held only indifference. Ares might have told the truth, but it did nothing to help me. He just went along with Richard's version of events, nodding when asked if I'd been acting strangely, if I'd threatened Sophia, or if I'd been jealous of the attention she was giving him. Maybe he believed it, Lillian suggests gently. Trauma can do strange things to memory, especially in children. I stop pacing to stare at her incredulously. Are you defending him? No, she says quickly. I'm just trying to understand. There's nothing to understand. He was a coward then, and he's a coward now. I resume my agitated movement, unable to contain the energy coursing through me. By the time I was sent to the facility, everyone believed the official story. Even Ares, probably. It's amazing what the mind can do to protect itself from guilt. What about Sophia? Lillian asks. Didn't she remember what happened? Traumatic brain injury, I reply flatly. Convenient memory loss, and her family was well compensated for their silence. A new vacation home in the Hamptons, private school for Sophia and her brother. Amazing how money can buy people's morality. Lillian is quiet for a moment, processing everything I've told her. When she speaks again, her voice is careful, measured. In all these years, you've never told anyone the truth? Who would believe me? The troubled twin, the violent one, the crazy one they had to lock away for everyone's safety. The bitterness in my voice could corrode metal. Besides, what would be the point? My mother would still be dead. Nothing would change. Justice would change, Lillian says softly. The truth would change. Truth, I scoff. The Hayes family wouldn't recognize the truth if it slapped them in their perfect faces. I'm a Hayes, she reminds me, and I want the truth. All of it. I stop pacing, really looking at her for the first time since this conversation began. She's still damp from her shower, dressed in borrowed clothes that are too big for her small frame, hair curling as it dries. She looks vulnerable, exhausted, pushed to her limits by revelations about her own life. Yet there's a steel in her gaze that I recognize, the same determination that's kept me going all these years and fueled my revenge when nothing else could. The truth is ugly, I warn her. It doesn't set you free, it just gives you new chains to carry. I'll take my chances, she replies, rising to stand before me. I'm tired of living in the dark, Arson. Tired of other people deciding what I get to know about my own life. Before I can respond, a movement in the doorway catches my attention. Aries stands there, face pale, eyes wide with shock. How long has he been listening? How much has he heard? Aries, Lillian says, surprise evident in her voice. You're back. He doesn't answer her, doesn't even look at her. His gaze is fixed on me, a storm of emotions I can't or won't decipher, churning in his eyes, identical to my own. Is it true? He finally asks, his voice barely above a whisper, something like confusion on his face. Is that what really happened? I meet his stare unflinchingly, all the rage and resentment of years bubbling just beneath my skin. You tell me, brother. You were there. He flinches as if I've struck him, one hand reaching out to steady himself against the doorframe. I can't. Remember? I finish for him, contempt dripping from the word. How convenient for you. Arson, Lillian says, a warning in her tone. Don't. I'm beyond warnings, beyond caution. Seeing him standing there, still playing the victim when he's been the architect of my destruction from the beginning, ignites something in me that can't be contained. You let me take the blame, I say, each word precise and cutting. You let them lock me away. You let them convince the world, convince me that I was broken, dangerous, unworthy of freedom or family or basic fucking human dignity. I didn't know, he whispers, but there's doubt in his voice, cracks forming in the narrative he's built around himself. Bullshit, I spit. You knew. Maybe not at first, maybe not consciously, but part of you has always known the truth. Lillian moves between us, hands raised as if she can physically hold back the tide of rage and recrimination. This isn't helping, she says firmly. We need to focus on the present, on what's happening now. Oh, I'm focused, I assure her, never taking my eyes off my brother. I'm very focused on getting you safely through whatever Patricia has planned, on destroying Richard and everything he's built. And when all that's done, I take a step toward Aries, satisfaction flickering through me when he instinctively backs away. You and I have a score to settle, brother. For a moment we stand frozen in tableau, me vibrating with barely contained violence. Lillian caught between us like she's always been. And Ares, face drained of color, finally confronting the truth he's denied for so long. Without a word, he turns and walks away. No defense, no denial, no acknowledgement of what his cowardice cost me. Just the sound of his footsteps fading down the hallway like the gutless retreat it is. "Arson," Lillian says quietly, her hand coming to rest on my arm. "He's been through a lot, too. I don't think I care about making things easier for him." I laugh, the sound harsh and grating even to my own ears. "I spent years in that place, Lillian. Years of treatments and therapy and being told that I was fundamentally broken, that I'd killed my own mother, that I deserved everything that happened to me." She doesn't flinch away from my anger, doesn't retreat like most people would. Instead, she steps closer, fearless in a way that continually surprises me. "I know," she says simply, "and it was wrong. All of it was wrong. But Ares isn't Richard. He was a child, too." "He was a coward," I correct her, "and he still is, running away instead of facing what he did." "Maybe," she concedes, "or maybe he's just as damaged as you are, but in a different way." I want to argue, to rage against the implication that my brother has suffered anything comparable to what I've endured. But the fight suddenly drains out of me, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. The memories, the confrontation, the constant vigilance required to keep my anger in check. It all takes a toll. "Just give me some space," I say, turning back to the desk, to the research that now seems insignificant compared to the ghosts I've just unleashed. "I need to keep working." She hesitates, clearly reluctant to leave me alone with my demons. "Are you sure?" "Yes." I don't look at her, focusing instead on the screen, on the image of my mother standing next to Patricia, both of them unaware of the tragedies waiting just a few years ahead. "Please." After a moment, I hear her soft footsteps retreating, followed by the gentle click of the door closing behind her. Only then do I allow myself to sink back into the chair, bury my face in my hands, and feel the full weight of memories I've spent years trying to outrun. The boathouse, the beam, the fall, my mother's face beneath the water, Richard's cold calculation as he decided which son to save and which to sacrifice. The facility, with its white walls and expressionless doctors and medications that turn the world gray. And through it all, Ares. Always Ares. The twin who got everything while I got nothing. The one who caused our mother's death and walked away without a scratch, while I paid the price for his actions. The one who even now can't face the truth of what he did. When this is over, when Lillian is safe and Richard is destroyed, I'll have my reckoning with my brother. Not for revenge. I'm beyond that now. Instead, I want justice and the truth. For my mother, who deserved so much better than to die saving someone else's child from her son's recklessness. For Elizabeth Hayes, who loved both her sons, even the one everyone else deemed disposable.
Chapter 18. Lillian. The warehouse feels hollow, echoing with unspoken words and buried truths. I wander through its concrete corridors, searching for Ares, needing to make sure he's okay after what just happened. The confrontation with Arson was brutal. Necessary maybe, but brutal all the same. I check the common areas first, the makeshift kitchen, the security room with its wall of monitors, and the cramped living space we've been sharing. No sign of him. It's only when I pass by a heavy metal door, left slightly ajar, that I hear it. the soft, rhythmic sound of someone trying to control their breathing. He sits on a broken chair, back against the wall, knees drawn up to his chest like a child trying to make himself smaller. The position makes him look vulnerable in a way I've never seen before. Not the confident haze heir or the angry captive, but just a man, overwhelmed by truths he spent years denying. Aries? I keep my voice soft, not wanting to startle him. His head jerks up, eyes wide and unfocused for a moment, before recognition settles in. Lillian. He straightens, trying to compose himself, to rebuild the walls I've just witnessed crumbling. What are you doing here? Looking for you? I step into the room, fighting back a shiver at how cold and empty it feels. God, how did he survive months in a space just like this without losing his mind? I was worried. I'm fine. The lie is so obvious it would be funny if it wasn't so sad. Just needed some space to think. Here? I gesture to the empty, decrepit room, not hiding my disbelief. In this place? He shrugs, the movement stiff and uncomfortable. Seemed fitting. I move closer, sitting on the rickety chair beside him, careful not to crowd him. The last thing he needs right now is to feel trapped. And careful I don't topple on my ass as the chair wiggles ominously. What happened back there? I start, not really sure where I'm going with this. The things Arson said are true. He cuts me off, voice flat. Every word. Well, shit. I hadn't expected him to just come out and admit it like that. I'd prepared myself for the usual deflection, the careful reframing, the subtle shifting of blame. You remember? I ask, studying his face. Not consciously. Not until now. He runs a hand through his hair, messing it up in a way that always makes him look younger. But hearing him tell it, it was like watching a movie I'd seen before but forgotten. Like the memories were there all along, just buried. You were a kid, Aries, I remind him, because it seems important that someone says it. 14 years old. So was he. His gaze meets mine, raw with self-loathing. And he didn't freeze. He didn't let someone else take the blame for what he did. I reach for his hand, half expecting him to pull away. He doesn't, but his fingers remain limp in mine, neither accepting nor rejecting the comfort. I killed her, he whispers, the words so quiet I have to lean closer to hear them. My mother. I killed her with my stupidity, my showing off, and then I let them blame Arson for it. Let them lock him away. Let them convince me it was his fault, not mine. You didn't kill her, I counter, squeezing his hand. It was an accident. A horrible, messed up accident. That I caused. He pulls his hand away, shifting to put more distance between us. And then I made it worse by being a coward, by going along with the lies. You were in shock, traumatized. Stop. His voice hardens, a flash of the old Aries breaking through the vulnerability. Don't make excuses for me. Not for this. I fall silent, recognizing that my attempts to comfort are only pushing him further away. For a moment, we sit in the quiet of the cell, the weight of the revelations pressing down on us both. I don't deserve your kindness, he says finally, staring straight ahead at the blank concrete wall. Or your forgiveness, or your whatever this is between us. That's not for you to decide, I reply, a firmness entering my voice that seems to surprise him. My feelings, my forgiveness, they're mine to give, not yours to reject. He glances at me, confusion mixing with the guilt in his eyes.
How can you even look at me after what you heard, after what I did?
Because I see you, Aries. All of you. Not just the mistake you made as a kid, but the man you've become. The good and the bad. The strength and the weakness. All of it.
The man I've become,
he repeats with a bitter laugh.
The perfect haze heir, the dutiful son, the coward who let his brother suffer for his crimes.
Also the guy who's trying to protect me now, I counter, who survived months of captivity without breaking, who's finally facing the truth he's denied for so long. He shakes his head, not ready to accept any version of himself that isn't completely awful.
You should go. Be with Arson. At least he's honest about who he is.
No. The word comes out stronger than I intended, echoing slightly in the concrete space. I'm not going to let you push me away. Not anymore.
Lillian.
No, I repeat, moving closer despite his attempt to create distance. I've spent my entire life being controlled, being told what to do, who to be, how to feel, by my mother, by doctors, by everyone who thought they knew what was best for me. I'm done with that. Done with people deciding for me. Something shifts in his expression. Surprise, maybe, at the steel in my voice. I've never been one to push back, to stand my ground, the perfect fragile daughter, following the rules, taking her meds, and accepting the limitations placed on her. Not anymore. I choose who I care about, I continue, holding his gaze. I choose who gets my forgiveness, my understanding, I hesitate, not quite ready to name the other feeling swirling inside me. And right now, I'm choosing to be here, with you, whether you think you deserve it or not. For a moment, I think he might keep arguing, might keep trying to push me away out of some misplaced sense of nobility or self-punishment. Instead, his shoulders slump, the fight draining out of him.
I don't understand you,
he says softly. You don't have to understand me, I reply. Just accept that I'm not going anywhere. Tentatively, I reach for his hand again. This time, his fingers curl around mine, holding on like I'm a lifeline in a storm. A shadow falls across the floor, and I look up to find Arson standing in the doorway, his expression hard as he takes in the scene before him, Aries and me sitting close, hands intertwined.
Well, isn't this touching?
He says, voice dripping with sarcasm.
The prodigal son, repenting his sins.
Aries tenses beside me, but doesn't rise to the bait. I shoot Arson a warning look, silently pleading with him not to push things further. He ignores it, of course.
No matter what I do, no matter what I reveal, you always go back to him, don't you?
The accusation is directed at me, sharp, with something that might be jealousy or might be simple resentment.
The golden child, the chosen one.
That's not what this is. He cuts me off with a dismissive gesture.
Save it. I don't need your explanations or your pity.
His gaze shifts to Aries, cold and calculating.
Enjoying the accommodations, brother? I can always lock the door again if you're feeling nostalgic. It's not quite the same, but I could make it work.
Aries rises slowly, his hand slipping from mine.
I deserved worse than that cell,
he says quietly.
We both know that. And I know you think I had it good being on the outside, but you don't know my side of the story. What happened after you left?
The simple acknowledgement seems to throw Arson off balance, as if he were prepared for denial, argument, or anything but acceptance.
It'll have to wait. We have work to do,
he says, after a moment, defaulting to practicality when emotions become too complicated. He waves his phone between us.
The backers are getting impatient.
What does that mean for us? I ask, standing as well, trying to diffuse the tension vibrating between the twins.
It means we need to move faster. Figure out what your mother is planning before she can implement it. Or take both her and Richard down, and hope the backers leave us alone after that.
He glances between us, something like disgust flashing across his features.
If you two can tear yourselves away from this little therapy session, that is.
Arson, I say, not hiding the plea in my voice. Come on, this isn't helping anyone. For a moment, I think he might relent, might set aside the antagonism long enough for us to work together. Then his expression hardens again, walls slamming back into place.
Meet me in the main room when you're done playing Confessor, he says, turning to leave. Some of us are actually trying to solve this mess.
He stalks away, footsteps echoing down the corridor, leaving a chill in his wake. Aries watches him go, then turns to me with a resigned expression.
He's right about one thing. We do need to focus on what's happening now, and not on the past.
The past is part of what's happening now, I counter. It's all connected somehow. The boathouse, my mother, the backers, all of it.
Maybe.
He runs a hand through his hair again, composure gradually returning.
But right now, we need information more than we need reconciliation.
Before I can respond, he's moving toward the door, away from the moment we'd shared.
I'm going to check some contacts, see if I can find out anything about what Patricia might be planning.
Aries.
It's okay, Lillian,
he says, pausing in the doorway.
Really, I just need some time to process everything, to figure out what to do with it all.
I want to argue, to insist that we finish the conversation, but I recognize the need for space when I see it. Okay, but we're not done talking about this. A ghost of a smile touches his lips.
No, I don't suppose we are.
Then he's gone too, leaving me alone in the empty room. The irony doesn't escape me. He sought it out for solitude, and now I'm the one left here, alone with my thoughts. I sink back into the chair, suddenly exhausted by the emotional whiplash of the past few hours. The revelations about the boathouse, Aries' guilt, Arson's rage, the complicated tangle of feelings between all of us. It's a lot to process. My phone buzzes in my pocket, startling me. The screen shows an unknown number, and for a moment I consider ignoring it. But curiosity wins out. Hello?
Miss Hayes.
The voice is smooth, cultured, vaguely familiar. The older of the two men who took me, who funded Arson's revenge. My pulse spikes with fear, but I force myself to keep it together. What do you want? I ask, surprised by how steady I sound.
To help you, believe it or not.
He sounds almost amused.
You're running out of time and spinning your wheels rather inefficiently.
Why would you help us? I don't bother hiding my suspicion. When you went through so much to kidnap me before, didn't you just contact Arson too? Hedging your bets?
A necessary complication, he says dismissively, but one that's become a distraction for our primary objectives. Best to resolve it quickly so we can return to the original plan.
Something about his voice niggles at me, some familiarity I can't quite place, like I've heard it before, long ago. What do you suggest, then? I ask, playing along while trying to place the voice.
Your father's will, he says simply. I suggest you look into the specifics of your father's will. The original document, not the summary your mother provided you when you turned 18. Since it seems you didn't read the paperwork thoroughly.
My breath catches. How do you know about that?
I make it my business to know things, Miss Hayes. Especially things people would prefer to keep hidden.
A chill runs down my spine, despite the blandness of his tone. Why are you telling me this? What's in it for you?
As I said, this is a distraction from our main purpose. The sooner it's resolved, the sooner we can proceed with what really matters.
He pauses, and I can almost hear the calculating smile in his voice.
Consider it a professional courtesy.
Professional courtesy, I repeat, not bothering to hide my disbelief. From the people who kidnapped and threatened me?
Business, he counters smoothly. Nothing personal, I assure you. Well, not for me, at any rate. For others involved, it's very personal indeed.
Before I can question him further, he continues.
Do look into the will, Miss Hayes. Time is running short, and I'd hate to see the Hayes women's little power struggle derail everything we've worked toward.
The line goes dead before I can respond, leaving me staring at the phone in confusion and unease. The Hayes women's power struggle? What does that mean? And how would my father's will help? I stand, pocketing the phone, a new determination settling over me. Whatever game these men are playing, whatever their connection to my mother and the Hayes family, I need answers. And it seems my father's will might hold at least some of them. Now I just need to figure out how to get my hands on it.
Chapter 19. Aries. A day of pacing these concrete floors, staring at the same faces, drowning in guilt and rage and memories I've spent years burying. It's too much. We need resources, information, people who aren't trapped in this twisted family drama. We need help, I announce, striding into the security room where Arson and Lillian are hunched over a laptop. Professional help. Arson doesn't look up. We're handling it. Are we? I gesture to the laptop screen, covered in dead ends and unanswered questions. Your backers are breathing down our necks. Patricia has some medical procedure plan that requires donors, whatever the hell that means. And we've got nothing. No leverage, no plan, nothing but speculation and paranoia. And your solution is what? He finally glances up, eyes cold with distrust. Call in the cavalry? Alert the whole world to our situation? Not the whole world, just my people. I cross my arms, bracing for the fight I know is coming. Drew, Sebastian, Lee. They have resources, connections, and skills we could use. Arson's laugh is short and bitter. Your people, the same ones who didn't notice you were replaced, who drank and partied with me for months without realizing I wasn't you, those people. The accusation stings because there's truth in it. My friends, my supposed friends, didn't notice the switch, didn't see the differences, the tells, the subtle shifts in personality that should have been obvious to anyone who truly knew me. Maybe you played your part a little too well, brother. I remind him, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. I can give them a little leeway, considering you played the part from graduation, not like the entire senior year. They barely saw you. Even so, if we need allies, we need people who are at least observant enough to notice the change of an entire person. Arson stands, squaring off against me. Your friends are either oblivious or complicit. Either way, I don't want them anywhere near this operation. They're not perfect, but they're loyal to me. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Are they loyal? Was Drew? Is anyone in this fucked up world actually trustworthy? And they have skills we need. Sebastian's family has connections in every legal firm in the city. Lee can hack anything with a circuit board. And Drew is too distracted by his own life. Arson cuts in. He didn't even realize I was you for months. Why would you trust him now? I don't, I admit, the words sharper than intended. But I trust his self-interest, and right now his interests align with ours. If anything, the fact that you tricked them all for months will batter their pride into helping us. Even if... I swallow hard, not ready to admit that men I saw as my brothers for so long could just let me rot away in a cell. We aren't as close as we used to be. Lillian stares between us, tension evident in the set of her shoulders, but it's clear she was listening. Maybe Aries is right. We do need help. People who aren't emotionally compromised by all this. Arson's gaze flicks to her, something softening momentarily before the walls slam back up. Fine, but we aren't doing this here. I'm not bringing your frat boy entourage anywhere we're trying to live. Fine. I pull out my phone, already composing a text. Then we take Lillian to Drew's place. Neutral ground. Absolutely not. Arson's vehement refusal is immediate. I'm not letting her out of my sight, especially not at Drew's. Then where? I demand, my own frustration mounting. We need somewhere secure, somewhere we can talk freely without worrying about Patricia's people finding us. The answer comes to me as I'm asking the question. The mill house. My room. It was our plan to go there after we left this safe house anyway, right? Your old room? Arson corrects, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. I was living there, remember? Sleeping in your bed, using your things. I packed it all up. The reminder is a deliberate jab, designed to get under my skin. It works, but I refuse to give him the satisfaction of seeing it. The point is, it's on campus. Secure building, familiar territory. Neither Patricia nor your backers would have surveillance set up there. Arson seems to consider this, weighing risks against benefits. And your friends would meet us there? They would. I finished the text and hit send, a group message to Drew, Sebastian, and Lee. Millhouse, my room, 1 hour. Emergency. Tell no one. The replies come almost immediately, 3 variations of on my way. No questions asked. Whatever else they might be, they respond when called. It's done, I say, pocketing the phone. They'll meet us in an hour. Arson's expression darkens. I didn't agree to this. You want to protect Lillian? Want to figure out what Patricia is planning? This is how we do it. I hold his gaze, refusing to back down. Unless you have a better suggestion, your own allies maybe, but considering your allies so far, I'm not holding my breath. He glances at Lillian, who offers a small nod of encouragement. I think it's worth a try, Arson. We need all the help we can get. His jaw works silently, frustration evident in every line of his body. Fuck it. Fine. But if I get even a whiff of betrayal from any of them, I'm shutting it down. Hard. Fair enough. I turn to Lillian. Pack whatever you need. We leave in 15 minutes. She nods, rising from her chair with a wince she tries to hide. The bruises from her captivity are fading, but they're still there, a visual reminder of everything at stake. As she leaves the room, Arson turns to me, voice pitched low to ensure she can't hear. If this blows up in our faces, if she gets hurt because of your friends... My friends have girlfriends and wives. They wouldn't do anything to hurt her. I cut him off. And if they tried, I'd end them right fucking there. I won't let anything happen to her. Like you didn't let our mother die. The accusation slips out, casual as a knife between the ribs, whispered so there's no chance of Lillian hearing. Is that how it's going to be, then? I flinch, the guilt of physical pain in my chest. Low blow, brother. Just keeping perspective. He moves past me toward the door. 15 minutes. Alone in the security room, I allow myself a moment of doubt. Am I making the right call? Can I trust Drew? Sebastian with his family's corporate connections? Lee with his questionable ethics and even more questionable contacts? Does it matter? We need help, and they're the only allies I have left, the only ones I've ever had. My phone buzzes with another text from Drew. Is this about Elle? I don't bother responding. He'll find out soon enough. The mill house looks exactly the same. The old Victorian facade, the ivy-covered wall, the pretentious entry. It's the most exclusive residence on campus, home to legacy students and the exceptionally wealthy if they can get in. I lived here for 4 years, right up until arson decided to steal my life. Now I'm returning as an intruder, a ghost haunting my own past. This was a mistake, I mutter as we approach the building. Campus is quiet tonight, most students either studying or partying elsewhere, but a few curious glances follow us. I'm thinner, unkempt, dressed in clothes that are too big, hardly recognizable as the Aries Hayes who used to hold court in the mill house common room. Too late to back out now, Arson says beside me, looking far more the part in his tailored shirt and designer jeans. Your fan club is waiting. I ignore the jab, focusing instead on Lillian. She's been quiet since we left the warehouse, withdrawn in a way that concerns me. You okay? Fine, she says, the automatic response unconvincing. Just, a lot is happening very quickly. We enter through the side door, bypassing the main entrance where we'd more likely be noticed. The familiar hallways bring a wave of unwanted nostalgia, memories of late-night study sessions and pre-game drinks, the countless mundane moments that made up my life before arson destroyed it. My room, former room, is on the 3rd floor, a corner suite with a view of campus. Another perk of being a Hayes, of being Richard's golden child. The irony doesn't escape me. I hesitate outside the door, suddenly uncertain. Is this still my space? Has Arson changed it? Marked it as his own? Will my friends even recognize me as I am now? After you, Arson says, mocking courtesy in his tone. I push the door open and step inside. The room is surprisingly unchanged. Same furniture, same art on the walls, same organized chaos I've always preferred. 3 figures rise as we enter. Drew, lounging in my desk chair like he owns it. Sebastian, impeccable as always in a tailored suit despite the late hour. And Lee, sprawled across my bed, looking like he just rolled out of someone else's. Holy shit, Lee says, the first to break the silence. It's true. There really are 2 of you. A smile plays on his lips like an eager puppy. I don't even want to know what he's thinking. Astute observation, Arson drawls, closing the door behind us. I can see why you keep him around. Drew steps forward, eyes cataloging the changes in my appearance all over again. Aries? A nod to me, then to my twin, Arson. His gaze lingers on Lillian. Lillian. Sebastian, ever the diplomat, breaks the tension. Perhaps we could skip the pleasantries and get to why we've been summoned. But first, what the fuck? Drew sighs, and Sebastian flicks him a glance. You told us, but I guess I didn't see it until right now. Lee laughs gleefully and pats the bed. Come sit, Lillian. You look a little pale. Lillian steps closer to Arson. She knows of Lee, but hasn't interacted with his particular brand of crazy, so it makes sense she'd be leery. Some things never change, I mutter, moving farther into the room. It feels surreal, standing here with my twin, my girl, and my friends, the collision of worlds I've tried to keep separate. "Nice outfit," Lee says to Arson, gesturing to his clothes. "Enjoying the perks of being Hayes 2.0? "Lee," Drew warns, but Arson just smiles, cold and predatory. "I've found certain aspects of Aries' life educational," he says. "The privilege, the deference, the unearned respect. It's fascinating what people will give you when they think you're someone important." "Enough," I snap, patience already fraying. "We're not here for a philosophical debate on identity. We need your help, and we don't have time to go into all the details. TLDR version? After graduation, Arson kidnapped me and locked me up in revenge for the years he spent in a mental institution through no fault of his. We are now working together to bring down my asshole father and his asshole company. Any questions?" Lee sits up in bed and grins again. "So that time in the bathroom." He eyes Arson and blinks, perplexed by his statement. Sebastian straightens his already perfect cuffs. "With what, exactly? Your message was rather vague." "Wait." I glance at Arson, too. What the fuck happened in the bathroom? Arson wraps his arm around Lillian's waist, and I shake myself back to the present. I look at Lillian, silently asking permission to share her situation as she meets my eyes. She nods, a barely perceptible movement. "We've got two problems. Patricia is planning something." I keep my voice low, despite knowing the walls of Millhouse are practically soundproof. "Something medical involving Lillian. Something that requires donors. Money. We need to find out what it is and stop it. All they gave us was some kind of procedure. Additionally, we need to determine who is behind Arson's revenge against my family and why. And finally, we need to bring my father down for good. If we can do all three without any of us getting killed, all the better." "And this concerns us, how?" Sebastian asks, ever practical. "Family disputes are hardly our area of expertise." "It concerns you because I'm asking for your help," I reply, an edge creeping into my voice. "Because when you needed me, all of you, I was there. No questions, no hesitation. And family disputes are all we seem to fucking handle," I snap. Drew has the decency to look uncomfortable at this. Lee just shrugs, unaffected as always. Sebastian maintains his poker face, but I know him well enough to see the calculation behind his eyes. "What do you need?" Drew asks finally. "Information," Arson answers before I can. "Access to Patricia's medical research, her communications, her schedule, the location of David Harlow's original will, and a secure place to operate from that isn't my warehouse or this fishbowl." "That's a substantial ask," Sebastian observes. "Some of it is potentially illegal." "All of it is potentially illegal," Lee corrects with a grin that doesn't reach his eyes. "Which is where I come in, I'm guessing. And I'll have you know this is a very secure fishbowl. No outside observers. You gotta be inside the bowl to get a good view." "Your particular skills would be useful," I admit. "But we need all of you. Sebastian, your family has connections to every law firm in the city. We need to find that will. Drew, you have security contacts, people who can help us stay off Patricia's radar. And Lee can hack anything with a circuit board." He finishes for me, echoing my earlier words to Arson. "Yeah, I got it. Digital B&E is my specialty." "What do you need?" Sebastian asks, always the point-blank businessman. I snap, not really at Sebastian, but more at myself, our circumstances, at the distance I feel between these men I've shared so many years with. "I don't fucking know. I need this fixed. I need Lillian safe. That's what I need." "I don't know what's going on in your head anymore, man," Drew says, apparently taking exception to my tone. "We're here to help, so let us help. Maybe the evil twin has some ideas." "Evil twin?" Arson repeats, amused rather than offended. How original. You know what I mean, Drew says, not backing down. I don't care which of you is more evil. I need to know what we are getting into here. I step between Drew and Arson before this can escalate further, but Arson speaks up anyway. What you get is the truth about everything. The Hayes family, the facility, what really happened at the boathouse that day. No more secrets, no more lies. And you get the satisfaction of paying Aries back for all the times he stepped up to save your ass without question. I've been watching your little gang for years. I know your secrets, and I've kept them. Sebastian's eyebrows rise fractionally, the equivalent of shocked disbelief from anyone else. The boathouse incident? You mean when our mother died? Arson confirms, watching Sebastian carefully. Yes, that incident. A heavy silence falls over the room. The boathouse has been taboo for years, a subject none of my friends dared to broach directly. They knew the official story, that I had a troubled twin who caused an accident that killed our mother, but none of them knew the truth. Not even Drew, apparently. Some small part of me always thought he knew. His family had been there that day, too. I'm in, Lee declares, breaking the tension. This sounds way more interesting than debugging the trust fund baby app I've been working on. Sebastian, I prompt, turning to the most cautious of my friends. He considers for a long moment, gaze moving between Arson, Lillian, and me. The Harlow will is likely a public record. Accessing it should be straightforward, assuming it wasn't sealed for some reason. I'll make some calls. Relief washes through me. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, he cautions. I'm not promising results, just effort. Drew is the last holdout, his expression unreadable as he studies Arson. You're really going through with this? Taking down your own family? Not my family, I correct. Just Patricia and Richard, and anyone else involved in whatever they're planning for Lillian. Same difference, Drew shrugs. The Hayes name, the Hayes empire. It's all connected. You bring down one piece, the rest follows. That's the idea, Arson confirms, a savage satisfaction in his voice. Drew nods slowly. All right, I'm in. But we do this my way. Careful, controlled, no unnecessary risks. Your way, Arson repeats skeptically. The way that involves betraying your best friend to his long-lost twin. Drew's expression hardens. I made choices I'm not proud of. We all have. I'm here now, trying to make it right. I let things slide. I wasn't as observant as usual, and I apologize for that. But that is the last I'm going to say about it. Drop it and accept our help, or get the fuck out. How noble, Arson sneers. Can we save the pissing contest for later? Lillian interrupts, frustration evident in her voice. We have work to do. The lady has a point, Lee agrees, already pulling out his laptop. Where do we start? Patricia's emails, medical records, the will? All of it, I say, the weight of command settling back on my shoulders like a familiar coat. Sebastian, start with the will. Lee, see what you can find on Patricia's medical connections. Focus on anything related to the Hayes Enterprises. Drew, I'll secure transportation and a safe house, he finishes. Somewhere off the grid, but comfortable enough for extended use. You'll need somewhere safe to go after the fallout, at least. And us? Lillian asks, gesturing between Arson, herself, and me. We stay here tonight, I decide. It's secure enough for now, and we all need rest before whatever comes next. I'm not sleeping here, Arson objects immediately. Then don't sleep, I snap, patience finally breaking. Stand guard, pace the halls, give the mirror dirty looks. I don't care, but we're staying put until morning. Fine, he bites out, but I'm not letting her out of my sight. His possessive tone ignites something ugly in my chest. She's not your property, Arson. She doesn't belong to you. Or to you, he counters. I don't belong to anyone, Lillian interjects, voice tight with controlled anger. And I'm standing right here, so stop talking about me like I'm not in the room. Sorry, I mutter, embarrassed by my behavior. You're right. Lee whistles low. Damn, Hayes. Never thought I'd see the day you apologized to anyone. Shut up, Lee, I growl, in no mood for his commentary. And he's back. Lee grins, unfazed. The Aries Hayes we know and tolerate. Sebastian clears his throat. If we're staying the night, I'll need to make some calls, reschedule my morning appointments. Do it, I nod, and order food. I'm starving. Pizza? Drew suggests, already pulling out his phone. Like old times. Like old times, I agree, a strange nostalgia washing over me. It feels bizarre, this attempt at normalcy in the midst of chaos. Playing at being college friends again when everything has changed. As the others fall into familiar patterns, Lee setting up his equipment, Sebastian making calls, Drew ordering food, I notice Lillian slipping toward the door. Where are you going? I ask, sharper than intended. She flinches at my tone, and guilt immediately floods me. Just getting some air, she says. There's a lot of testosterone in here. I'll come with you, Arson says, already moving to her side. No. She holds up a hand, stopping him. I need a minute, alone. I'll be right outside, okay? You can watch me through the window if you're that worried. Before either of us can object, she's gone, the door closing softly behind her. Nice job, brother, Arson says, contempt dripping from every word. Very smooth. Like you're any better, I shoot back, hovering over her like she's going to break if you look away for 2 seconds. At least I don't snap at her for breathing wrong. I didn't. I cut myself off, recognizing the futility of arguing. Forget it. I move to the window, watching as Lillian steps out onto the drive. She grips the railing of the steps, head tilted back to look at the pale imprint of the moon rising into the dusk, and something in my chest constricts painfully. She looks lost, overwhelmed, and I helped put that look on her face with my impatience, my jealousy, and my inability to control my temper. One more failure to add to my growing list. One more reason I don't deserve her forgiveness, her faith, her whatever it is she feels for me. Behind me, the room fills with the sounds of planning and preparation. My friends, if I can still call him that, mobilized to help despite everything. Arson, my twin, my mirror, watching me with eyes that see too much. And outside, Lillian, bearing the weight of secrets and lies not of her making. We are all trapped in a web of Hayes family manipulations. All of us are seeking truth, seeking justice, seeking some kind of resolution to the mess our lives have become. I just hope we find it before Patricia's plans come to fruition, before whatever procedure she has planned for Lillian, before the backers lose patience and take matters into their own hands, before the fragile truce between Arson and me shatters completely. Time is running out. I can feel it.
Chapter 20. Lillian. The night air hits my face like a slap, cold and clarifying after the suffocating tension inside. I grip the railing, metal biting into my palms, and just try to breathe. In, out, in, out. The way the doctor taught me during panic attacks. Though this isn't quite that. This is something else. A pressure building inside my chest, a feeling of being pulled in too many directions at once. Below me, the campus stretches out in carefully manicured lawns and winding paths. Students move between buildings, their laughter floating up to me, oblivious to the drama unfolding above them.
God, I envy their normal problems. Tests to study for, relationships to navigate, and futures to plan. Not life and death medical procedures. Not twins locked in some eternal revenge cycle. Not mysterious backers with cryptic warnings. Just everyday college bullshit. Bullshit I would have killed to be a part of only a few short months ago. I tilt my head back, searching for stars through the light pollution. Finding constellations used to calm me as a kid. Connect the dots, find the pattern, make sense of random points of light. But there's no pattern to this mess I'm in. No constellation to guide me home. Home. What a joke. I don't even know where that is anymore. The mansion certainly isn't. It never was, really. Just a gilded cage my mother built around me. The warehouse isn't home either, just a temporary shelter in the storm. And this place, this college campus where I've spent the last 3 months pretending to be normal, it feels like someone else's life now. I'm caught in a web, each strand pulling me in a different direction until I'm stretched so thin I might snap. The door opens behind me, and I know without looking who it is. Arson moves differently than his brother, more fluid, more predatory. Even their footsteps sound different to me now.
You okay?
He asks, keeping his distance and giving me space. Peachy, I reply, not turning around. Just needed some air. He moves closer, coming to stand beside me at the railing. Not touching, but close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body.
It's a lot,
he says, voice uncharacteristically gentle.
All of them in there, the planning, the tension.
Yeah. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. A lot doesn't begin to cover it. We stand in silence for a moment, watching the campus below. It's almost peaceful, almost normal.
Almost. I've never had many people in my life,
Arson says suddenly.
The facility wasn't big on socialization.
The admission catches me off guard. Arson doesn't talk about the facility willingly. He doesn't share personal details unless pushed. Makes sense, I say, not sure where he's going with this.
What I'm trying to say is...
He searches for words.
I understand being overwhelmed by people, by their expectations, their demands, their constant fucking talking.
That pulls a genuine laugh from me. Small, but real. Yeah, the constant fucking talking.
We don't have to go back in there,
he offers.
We could leave. Find somewhere quiet to regroup.
Where else would we go? I ask, turning to look at him finally. Back to the warehouse? Another hotel? We're running out of places to hide, Arson.
We could leave town,
he suggests, and I can tell by his expression that he's only half joking.
Start over somewhere new, somewhere without Hayes' baggage.
For a brief, wild moment, I let myself imagine it. Just walking away from all of this. The medical mystery, the family secrets, the revenge plots. Starting fresh, somewhere no one knows the name Hayes or Harlow. Somewhere I'm just Lillian. And not the fragile daughter or the pawn in someone else's game. It's a beautiful fantasy, but that's all it is. You know we can't, I say softly. Whatever my mother's planning, whatever these backers want, it doesn't go away just because we do.
Worth a shot,
he shrugs, the casual gesture belied by the intensity in his eyes. I study his face, so identical to Ares's in features, yet so different in expression. Ares wears his emotions more openly,
even if they are often lies, raw and unfiltered, while Arson keeps his locked down and controlled, except when he doesn't. Except in rare moments like this, when he lets me see beyond the mask. "Thank you," I say, surprising myself with the words. "For offering." He looks almost embarrassed, turning back to the view. "Just an option. Not a good one, probably." Still, I nudge his shoulder with mine. It's nice to know I have options. The door opens again, and the moment shatters like glass. Aries steps onto the front steps, his gaze moving between us as he catalogues our proximity, our posture, and our body language. "Everything okay out here?" he asks, and I can hear the effort it takes to keep his voice neutral, not to bite out. "Fine," I say, moving slightly away from Arson. "Just getting some air." "Pizza should be here in a minute," Aries says, eyes fixed on his brother now. "If you're hungry." "We'll be in soon," Arson replies, not moving from his spot beside me. Aries hesitates, clearly reluctant to leave. "Sebastian thinks he might have a lead on the will. You might want to hear it." 5 minutes, I say, a request for space that sounds more like a plea. Just give me 5 minutes to clear my head.
5 minutes.
Aries agrees, but he makes no move to leave. Instead, he leans against the doorframe, a silent sentinel. Guarding me? Guarding Arson? Guarding the space between us? I don't even know anymore.
"Actually,"
Arson says, a dangerous edge entering his voice.
"I think Lillian asked for some space." "She asked for 5 minutes,"
Aries corrects.
"She didn't ask to be alone with you."
Jesus Christ, I mutter, the pressure in my chest building again. Can you two not do this right now? Neither of them seems to hear me, too focused on their staring contest.
"You don't decide who she spends time with, brother,"
Arson says, emphasizing the last word like it's an insult.
"Neither do you,"
Aries fires back.
"And I'm not the one who dragged her into this mess in the first place." "No, you're just the one who spent years pretending she doesn't exist unless it's convenient for you. The one who treated her like a dirty secret until I forced your hand." "You don't know the first thing about our relationship,"
Aries snarls, taking a step forward.
"I know enough,"
Arson says, not backing down.
"I know she deserves better than either of us." "On that, we finally agree." "Congratulations," Arson sneers. "First honest thing you've said all day." "That's rich coming from you."
"Stop it!" I explode, the words tearing from my throat before I can stop them. Just stop, both of you. I can't do this anymore. I can't be the rope in your endless tug of war. They both turned to me, identical expressions of surprise on their faces, like they'd forgotten I was even there. And that, somehow, is the final straw. I'm not a prize to be won, I continue, rage making my voice shake. I'm not a weapon for you to use against each other. I'm a person, a whole separate person with my own shit to deal with. And I can't be your referee or your therapist or your fucking emotional support animal while also trying to figure out what the hell my mother is planning to do to me. The words pour out in a torrent. Months, years of bottled frustration finally finding its release. I'm trembling now, fingers gripping the railing so hard they've gone numb.
"Lillian."
Aries reaches for me. Don't. I step back, away from both of them. Just don't. I need space. Real space. Not 5 minutes on this stupid step with one or both of you hovering like I might shatter. Without waiting for a response, I push past them and down the short steps out to the lawn. The night air hits me again as I burst into a short jog toward the woods. Running was never good for me with my health issues, but I don't slow down. Can't slow down. My feet find the path that leads toward the woods at the edge of the mill grounds. I hear shouting behind me. They've realized I'm gone and are probably arguing about whose fault it is and who should come after me. The thought only makes me move faster. I'm running now, desperate to put distance between myself and the toxic cloud of their combined presence. The trail disappears into the trees, the campus lights fading behind me as the forest closes in. It's darker here, cooler. The sounds of student life are replaced by the rustle of leaves and the distant call of night birds. I slow down, my lungs burning from the exertion and the lingering effects of my short kidnapping. My body isn't as strong as my anger, unfortunately. Behind me, the voices grow louder. They're following the path, following me, arguing still. Their words are indistinct, but their tones are clear enough. Accusation, defense, counter-accusation. The same cycle over and over with no end in sight. I duck off the main trail, taking a smaller path I discover. It winds deeper into the woods, toward a small clearing with a fallen log that makes a perfect thinking spot. They won't find me there. Not right away. Not until I'm ready to be found. As their voices fade behind me, replaced by the quiet of the forest, I feel something loosen in my chest. For the first time in days, weeks, maybe, I can breathe without feeling like I'm inhaling shattered glass. Alone in the darkness, surrounded by trees older than all our petty human dramas, I finally let myself cry. Not the quiet, controlled tears I've allowed myself in private moments, but real, messy sobbing that racks my whole body and leaves me gasping for air. I cry for everything I've lost, the illusion of a normal life, the false security of believing I knew who I was, the comfort of ignorance. I cry for the mother who never was, for the father I barely remember, for the family I thought I had. I cry for arson, locked away for years for a crime he didn't commit, for Aries, carrying the weight of guilt and denial, even for Richard and Patricia, so warped by ambition and secrets that they lost whatever humanity they might once have possessed. Most of all, I cry for myself, for the girl who just wanted to belong somewhere, to someone. The girl who's spent her life being careful, being good, being whatever everyone needed her to be. The girl who's finally realizing that none of it was ever going to be enough. When the tears finally stop, leaving me empty and hollowed out, I sit in the silence and wonder what comes next. Where do we go from here? How do we untangle this web without destroying ourselves in the process? I don't have answers, not yet. But as my breathing steadies and my pulse returns to normal, I know one thing with absolute certainty. I'm done being a passive participant in my own life. Done letting others, my mother, the twins, anyone, dictate my choices, my future, my identity. Whatever happens next, whatever truths we uncover in my father's will or my mother's plans, I'm facing it on my terms. Not as the fragile Hayes daughter, not as a pawn in someone else's game, but as myself. Just Lillian, whoever that turns out to be. In the distance, voices call my name, frantic now rather than angry. They've realized I'm really gone, not just sulking nearby. They're worried, probably imagining the worst, that I've been taken again, that I'm hurt, that I've done something stupid. Part of me wants to stay hidden, to let them stew in their fear a little longer. a petty revenge for all the emotional whiplash they've put me through. Footsteps crash through the underbrush, coming closer. 2 sets, moving in tandem for once instead of against each other, united briefly in their concern for me. It's not much, not nearly enough to fix the damage between them, between all of us. But it's something. A starting point, maybe? And right now, that's all I can ask for. I settle in and wait until they reach me. We need to talk, and I need to be prepared to walk away if they can't get past their differences. I'm not expecting them to get along, per se, but at the very least, they have to stop putting us all in danger because they can't focus past their hatred of one another. Can I walk away from them? Go on my own? I could run, leave everything behind and start over. I have some cash stashed away. Not enough to start over completely, but enough to escape. Would Arson and Ares let me go? Or would they come after me? The thought sends a shiver down my spine as the movement in the trees grows louder. I guess it's time to find out if I mean more to them than their animosity.
Chapter 21. Arson. She's gone. Ares states the fucking obvious as he stares at the empty space where Lillian stood seconds ago. No shit, Sherlock. I shove past him, rage clawing at my insides like it wants out, like it wants blood. My shoulder slams into his with enough force to bruise, to break, to ignite. And it does. Something feral snaps loose inside me. The need to hurt, to ruin, to finally make my perfect fucking reflection feel a fraction of what I've suffered. He whirls around and grabs my arm, fingers biting into flesh, then spins me back so fast I hear something pop. "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" he growls. "This is your fault." "My fault." A jagged laugh tears from my throat, sharp and broken like shattered glass. "Of course you twist this around and make me the villain." I lunge at him, the desire to wrap my hands around his throat and squeeze until he understands, almost overpowering me. "If you weren't such a self-righteous prick, if you could have given her 5 fucking minutes without hovering like she was made of glass, maybe she wouldn't have run." His features twist into something that looks like disgust. "Fuck you. Like always, you deflect and refuse to admit fault. If you hadn't kidnapped me," he snarls. We're chest to chest now, and I can feel the rage simmering in his veins, feeling the feral beast threatening to break free. "She wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't dragged her into your sick revenge fantasy. I think you're forgetting that she came to me, not the other way around, fuckface. And she wouldn't have been so infatuated with me if she hadn't spent years obsessed with you, a man who never truly saw her for the woman she is. So don't act like I forced her into anything when I didn't. All of this is your fault. All of it. I didn't drag her into anything. If you didn't want her to fall for me, maybe you should have done something about all that pent-up need before I came along. You didn't want her. You wanted to use her to hurt me, and that's all on you. In fact, if you hadn't let them lock me away for a crime I never committed, then there never would have been a plan in the first place." The words explode out of me, 8 years of rot and rage pouring from the wound he left in me. Infection turned to fire. Fury turned to truth. "Shut the fuck up!" he roars. The golden boy mask finally cracks, the sound echoing off the trees. I can't stop myself from smiling. My lips tug up at the sides the moment I catch a glimpse of the monster hidden beneath. "There he is. Welcome back, brother," I taunt, wanting him to lose control, wanting him to feel as close to the edge as I do. "Looks like you aren't that different from me after all. I'm nothing like you. Nothing." He spits the words at me as if they are knife blades. I think you're right. Confusion flickers in his eyes, and my smile becomes a full fucking grin. You're fucking worse. Worse? I don't think so. I wasn't selfish enough to put Lillian in danger, unlike you. At least I'm not a murderer. It was an accident. A fucking accident. You don't have the first clue about what happened to me after they took you. You think you're the only one who suffered? He snaps, his voice shaking. His identical hazel eyes shine with rage. An accident. That's rich. Only you would downplay our mother's death. I spit, grinding my nose against his. As soon as I was removed from the picture, you stepped into playing the role of the traumatized golden boy. Poor Aries, living in a mansion, given opportunities that I never had. Sure, you might have suffered, but you didn't suffer like I did. I got shock therapy and isolation rooms. I got pumped full of drugs that made me want to claw my own skin off, while you reaped the benefits of freedom and privilege. I'm so caught up in my own rage, on getting the words out, that I don't notice his fist coming until it's too late. It connects with my jaw, and the strike is as hard as a fucking sledgehammer. The wet, coppery, metallic taste of blood fills my mouth in an instant as my head snaps back from the impact. Bright pain ripples across my cheek, sharp, hot, blooming outward like a lit fuse under my skin. It stuns me for a second, not because it hurts, but because it's real, honest, direct, not like the clinical torture of the facility. That was sterile, cold, detached. This is pure animal rage. I stagger a few feet back and spit a mouthful of blood onto the grass, red splattering against green like a fucking war painting. My lips pull into a grin, tight, skeletal, more of a death mask than a smile. Finally, I rasp, my tongue thick and my jaw throbbing. There's no warning of my movements. I launch at him, all teeth and fury, every second of captivity boiling to the surface. My body moves on instinct, violence baked into my bones. Our bodies collide and slam into the ground, the breath leaving our lungs in brutal unison. A tangle of matching limbs, two sides of the same cursed coin. My fist finds his cheekbone with a sickening crunch. It echoes in my skull like music, and pain sears across my knuckles as the skin splits. I don't even care. This is for the first night. I snarl, my voice as jagged as glass as I drive my fist into his stomach. I feel the resistance of muscle. Then he gags. The choking sound he makes is beautiful. When they strapped me down and pumped me so full of drugs I pissed myself and couldn't remember my own fucking name. He wheezes, doubling over like I knocked the soul out of him. Then suddenly he lunges, headbutting me with a savage force. My vision whites out, pain detonating behind my eyes. For a heartbeat, I'm floating. Then I crash back into my skull. "Fuck you!" he pants, blood streaming from his nose in thick rivulets. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did Daddy cut your allowance while I was being electroshocked into screaming and begging?" He snarls and swings again, his fist connecting with my side. I grunt and a laugh escapes me. The sound is wet, guttural, completely unhinged. "Tell me, brother, did they rough up your conscience in therapy, or just make you watch while they ate your guilt with a silver spoon? Are you really so naive to think that you're the only one who suffered? I might not have been locked in a fucking cell, but I promise you, I suffered." That question, those fucking words, sliced through me like barbed wire. He fucking dares to compare his pampered, guilt-ridden conscience to my hell. The nerve of him breathing the word "suffered" like he earned it. Rage floods my veins, thick and hot, and I see nothing but red. He fights back harder than I expected for someone who spent months locked in my cage. We throw jabs at one another, and then his fist lands against my ribs. Something gives with a sickening crack that fills my ears, followed by a jolt of white-hot agony. I grunt, doubling over but not dropping. I didn't make it this far to wave a white flag of defeat. "You had everything," I roar, surging forward and slamming him against a tree trunk. The crack of impact is vicious, and I hear the air whoosh out of his lungs. I pin him there, forearm grinding into his throat, watching his face begin to turn a mottled shade of purple. The family, the name, the life that should have been ours. He claws at my arm, gasping, but I don't let up. "You let them take me," I snarl, fury boiling over. "You stood there and said nothing while they dragged me away like I was already dead." I drive my knee into his gut, and he folds over with a strangled sound. But I hold him upright, refusing to give him the dignity of falling. "Your silence was the loudest fucking betrayal of all." His chest heaves, and something dark and lifeless trickles into his eyes, a look I know all too well. "I was only 14. "Me fucking too. Or did you forget? Forget that we're identical in every single way, that your brain is wired the same as mine. I was a child when I was abandoned by my family, by my own fucking brother." With unexpected strength, he shoves me off him, his jaw twitching, his entire body vibrating like an animal in a cage. "I didn't abandon you. They told me you were dangerous, that you'd killed Mom. I didn't have any other way to try to save you." All I can do is shake my head. Disappointment and anger so hot it burns me to ash, sears my insides. "That's the worst part, that you fucking believed them." I'm on him, tackling him to the ground with such force the air leaves his lungs in a harsh wheeze. My fists find his face. 1, 2, 3 brutal blows that snap his head to the side. "Over your own fucking brother." He catches my wrist on the 4th swing, twisting until something pops. Pain lances up my arm, but I barely feel it. I'm consumed with rage, with anger, with the need to make him feel as broken and abandoned as I felt in that place. "I tried to stop them," he screams, and his voice cracks at the edges while his eyes bleed into mine, willing me to believe him. "I begged our father not to send you away." "Liar!" I slam my forehead into his nose, hearing it crunch beneath the impact. More blood sprays between us. "I might believe that if you had made an attempt to stop them, if you had tried to intervene, but you didn't. You didn't even try. Instead, you stood there like a coward and watched them drag me away. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when you didn't come to visit, not even once in the 8 fucking years I was there. You didn't even try, didn't make a fucking effort." He bucks beneath me with sudden ferocity, flipping us over. Now he's on top, pinning my shoulders with his knees, raining down blows that make stars explode behind my eyes. The fucked up part is I'd rather feel pain, rather endure this than anything else I have in the past. "You aren't the only one who suffered, as if I ever had a choice." Each word is punctuated with another punch. "Richard, beat the truth into me." I catch his fist mid-swing, using his momentum to throw him sideways. We roll again, grappling in the dirt like animals, all pretense of humanity stripped away. His teeth find my shoulder, savage and primal. I howl, grabbing a fistful of his hair, smashing his head against the ground. "He made me forget you. Aries screams, blood and spittle flying from his lips. Do you understand? Any time I asked a question or tried to find out any little bit of information, he would beat me. At some point, he started beating me just to beat me until I couldn't remember what happened, until I started believing what he told me about you, that you were dangerous, that you were the one who killed our mother, that you were the problem, and eventually that you were dead. The rubber band securing all my rage, all my revenge, snaps, and they drain out of me like water escaping an overflow.
As you listen, remember that rest is also part of the experience. Enjoy this break as a small gift for your mind, and thank you for choosing this free audiobook.
Damn. I didn't die, I rasp, driving my elbow into his sternum. I was living in hell while you played football and fucked cheerleaders. He laughs, the sound manic and broken. Of course that's what you'd think I was doing, living a life of luxury, and I guess from the outside looking in, it appears that way. But my life was anything but a luxury. Richard controlled every second of every day. One toe out of line, and it was belts, fists, or whatever he had handy to hit me with. I spent years walking on eggshells, of never being good enough, of jumping at shadows. We separate momentarily, circling each other like wolves. Blood drips from a dozen wounds between us, split lips, broken noses, gashes where knuckles have met cheekbones. In the moonlight, we must look like ghosts, identical specters haunting each other's lives. I swear to you, I tried. His voice breaks on the words, and he lurches forward, his hand fisted in my shirt. The first week after they took you, I told them the truth. I told them it was my fault. Something in his tone makes me hesitate, checking the fist pulled back for another strike. Richard beat me until I couldn't stand. The dam in him is broken, the words flowing out of his mouth like a rapid river. Again and again, for weeks, I had no choice but to believe his version of things. He conditioned me. I don't fucking believe you, I whisper, but my voice cracks, giving away my emotions. Then don't. But I was there, Arson. I was fucking there when he said you died. Aries' grip on my shirt tightens. There, when they said they'd tried to help you, but you were too far gone, that you'd killed yourself at the facility, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I believed him. I'm sorry that for years I thought you were dead when you were really alive, suffering in that place. If I had known, if I'd had any idea, I would have done more. I roll off him, sprawling on my back in the grass. The night sky spins above me, stars blurring as something hot and unfamiliar burns behind my eyes. Is it possible that none of this was really his fault? If so, that makes everything I've done for nothing. It opens the door for an emotion I've refused to allow myself to feel for anyone but Lillian. There's no room for guilt when it comes to my brother. But now I wonder if I've spent so much time blaming him when I should have been blaming someone else all along. Richard. They told me you knew exactly where I was. I say to the darkness that you visited the facility and laughed about how pathetic I was. If I had been given the chance to visit, I would have done whatever I could to get you out of there. His voice is a broken thing beside me. I didn't even know the place existed until you locked me in that facsimile of it. I never said it out loud or thought about it too much for fear that Richard would find out some way. But I always hoped maybe you were out there somewhere. We lie side by side, blood cooling on our skin, breath coming in harsh gasps. Identical bodies, identical faces, lives split by a single moment of cowardice and calculation. Fuck, he whispers, the single syllable weighted with horror. All this time, all these years, we were pitted against each other, fed lies, conditioned and manipulated for others' control. Yeah, I laugh, the sound hollow. His voice cracks, and it worked. They made us hate each other, made us enemies. There was never going to be enough room for both of us in the Hayes world. That's not true, Aries whispers. We can't change the past. That's water under the bridge. But on my fucking life, I want you to know that I thought you were dead. Some days I wished I was. The confession slips out before I can stop it, torn from some dark place I've kept buried. Early on, before I learned how to survive, how to hate. He turns his head to look at me, his face, my face, a bloody ruin in the moonlight. I wasn't lying when I said I would have come for you if I'd known. I would have burned that fucking place to the ground. I want to reject his claim, to call him a liar again, to cling to the hatred that's defined me for so long. But I know better now. The weight on my chest is a little lighter. "They made me believe you were a monster," he continues, words spilling out like infected pus from a lanced wound. "That you'd always been unstable and violent. They showed me records going back to when we were toddlers, photos of injuries you supposedly caused. Of course, like I said, not enough room for both of us. He needed one golden child and one scapegoat. Luckily, you drew the winning ticket. My laugh tastes like blood and broken teeth. I didn't win shit." He sits up suddenly, wincing as something in his chest makes an audible grinding sound. "I wouldn't call 8 years of manipulation and control winning, of never knowing who I really was, of being molded into his perfect little puppet. None of it was fun or enjoyable." "At least you weren't being electroshocked in a fucking basement," I counter, but the anger has burned away, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. There's no point in comparing each other's torment and trauma. We both suffered in different ways. No, just beaten until I couldn't stand whenever I showed a hint of independence. He runs a shaking hand through his bloodied hair, grimacing as his fingers catch on a matted clump. Different methods, same goal. Break us down and remake us into the image he wanted. We remain silent for a short time, but no words are needed when the truth is practically screaming in the air between us. Neither of us won. Both of us lost. Our childhood, our identity, our brotherhood, everything that mattered. "The cell where I kept you," I eventually speak, forcing the words past the tightness in my throat. It wasn't just revenge. It was familiar, safe in a twisted way, the only home I knew for years. "It wasn't a rescue," he replies, understanding dawning in his battered features. "Just another prison. Different jailer, same cage." I push myself into a sitting position, every muscle screaming in protest. Blood drips from numerous wounds, seeping into my t-shirt and painting my skin red. I know tomorrow the pain I feel will be much different, but today it doesn't feel like pain. It feels like freedom. "I'm not sorry I kidnapped you or took over your life. What I am sorry for is the person I became because of them." He nods slowly, accepting the non-apology for what it is. "And I'm sorry I didn't remember sooner, that I believed their lies. It's not forgiveness, not yet. Maybe it never will be. I don't know. But it's something. An acknowledgement of shared victimhood, of manipulation that ran deeper and longer than either of us realized." Slowly, he climbs to his feet, wincing at what must be a spectacular collection of bruises. His face is a mess, eye swollen shut, lips split in 2 places, blood matting his hair where I slammed his head into the ground. No doubt I look just as bad. I can feel it, the swelling, the bruises forming beneath my skin. Twin disasters. "We should probably go find Lillian." He extends his hand to me. I stare at it for a moment, this unexpected olive branch. Before I can think of a reason not to take it, I do. I let him help me to my feet. Pain ripples through my body, every cell screaming in protest with the movement. Yeah, my ribs are definitely broken, not just bruised. My left eye is swollen almost completely shut, and something's definitely wrong with my shoulder. Worth it? All of it is worth it for this moment of terrible clarity. "Let's go find our girl," I say, testing the word "our" on my tongue. It tastes strange, but not entirely wrong. We can't erase the past, but we can try to move forward. As it is, she's going to be pissed. He spits blood out onto the grass. Understatement of the year. I test my weight on my right leg, finding it functional despite the throbbing pain. She might just finish what we started when she sees us. A ghost of a smile flickers across his battered face. Worth it, though. I agree. I'm surprised to find I mean it. The hatred that's fueled me for 8 years hasn't vanished. Nothing so simple as that. But it's changed shape, redirected toward the one who truly deserves it. Richard, the architect of our mutual destruction. Something close to an understanding passes between us. One mind, one purpose. Find her, protect her, whatever it takes. Richard's next, Aries says as we limp toward the woods together, our steps falling into identical rhythm despite our injuries. It's not a question. Richard's next, I confirm, the promise tasting like blood and something sweeter. Retribution, finally aimed at the right target. We end him and the empire he built around us. Together, he adds, the word hanging between us like a bridge over 8 years of manufactured hatred. Together, I echo, testing how it feels. Not comfortable, not yet, but possible. We move forward, broken but somehow more whole than we've been in decades, blood brothers in more ways than one. The night swallows us as we enter the woods, following the path Lillian took. Our girl is out there somewhere, and for once the Hayes twins are on the same side. God help anyone who gets in our way. Lillian, I call into the empty quiet of the woods. I risk a look at my brother. My fucking brother. It feels good to say that, to accept it. He just grins and swipes a fresh dribble of blood from his split lip. Let's find our girl. Chapter 22. Aries. The forest breathes around me, alive with shadows and secrets. Blood still dries on my knuckles, mine intermingled with my brother's, the violent proof of everything spoken and unspoken. The pain in my ribs is a dull, steady throb, anchoring me to this strange moment of clarity. Arson walks beside me, our steps finally in sync after 5 years of silence and betrayal. She went this way, I say, tracking the faint disturbance in the underbrush. The rain has washed most of it away, but I don't need much. I've always been able to find her, like something inside me is tethered to her, magnetic, primal, unwilling to let go. Remember, she's pissed off and probably scared, Arson says. She also doesn't know we've worked things out. I nod once, jaw tight, that same pull dragging me forward like a leash around my throat. Nope, she thinks we're still trying to kill each other. There's nothing to say we won't try to kill each other again in the future. Arson grins. He's right. Even if we've dealt with some of our issues, nothing says we won't collide again. If anything, it's likely. We both know there's no undoing the past, no erasing the years I spent believing my brother was dead, years of suffocating guilt, of rage so hollow it nearly consumed me. There's still a lot of bad blood and anger that we have to sort through, but there is one thing we can stand together on, and that's Lillian. I crouch low, fingers brushing a broken twig, sap still bleeding from the split. My voice drops. This is fresh. Arson kneels beside me, eyes narrowing as he scans the ground. Look. He points at a partial footprint pressed into the mud, the small, unmistakable outline of a shoe. My heart kicks inside my chest, hard. She's out here, alone, vulnerable. My mind spirals out of control with all the possible what-ifs. What if she's hurt? What if she ran into an animal? What if someone else found her before we did? The panic builds into something jagged and hungry. It twists with urgency and obsession. Once I have her in my arms, it'll stop. I inhale sharply, and beneath the petrichor and damp earth, I catch the lingering scent of her shampoo. It's faint. She's close by, I say, voice dropping to a growl that scrapes my throat raw. Deep inside my chest, something dark unfurls. It's possessive and brutal, this need to protect. It's not just desire I feel for Lillian, but an instinct to claim her, to take and never let her fucking go. I don't know if you feel the same, but I want you to know that I love her. I say aloud, the words hanging in the damp air between us. Arson's eyes meet mine, understanding passing between us. So do I. I wait for the jealousy to sink in, but it never comes. There's nothing but truth hanging between us. We both love her, differently yet the same. She's all that matters, I whisper, and he gives me a nod. You can come out of your hiding spot, Lillian, I call out, my voice echoing through the trees. We've stopped fighting, Arson adds from a short distance away, and we'll always find you. It's not a threat, but a promise. We both spot her at the same time. She's sitting on a fallen log, her face in her hands. So she wasn't running. She was waiting. We step into the clearing and I approach first, but when I reach out, she flinches away. Don't touch me right now. Then her eyes snap up to mine, cataloging the cuts, bruises, and all the harm we did to each other. What the fuck? I shrug. We're brothers. We're going to fight. You both could have killed each other. What the hell are you thinking? Then she shakes her head hard. No, what the hell am I thinking? That you two could get over your issues for me? That somehow I could be more important than your hate? Hubris, I think they call it. She stands and adjusts her pants. I'm not doing this anymore. I warned you both, if you couldn't at least be civil to each other, that I would walk away. So that's what I'm doing. I slip in front of her, and almost as if he can read my mind, Arson boxes in her backward retreat. You're not going anywhere. Please listen. Anger sparks in her blue eyes, and she shoves at my chest. I wince from the bruises already forming from Arson. You do not get to tell me what to do after the shit you just pulled. I warned you. A tear slips free as her voice breaks. I warned both of you. I cup her cheek and pull her in tight. Sweetheart, I'm sorry. We both are. We had to get that out of our systems, or we'd never be able to move forward. I promise we're going to do better. For you. For us. She scoffs and swipes hard at her cheeks, leaving smears of dirt. Right. Until the next time you get into a disagreement, then I'll be stuck in the middle all over again. Arson tugs her against his front, dropping a kiss to the side of her neck. No, we won't. We will fight. That's a given. We have a lot of shit to sort through, and we're brothers. I can't promise you that we won't have problems, but I can tell you that we're done fighting against this, against what we both want. I love you. He loves you. On that we can agree. She lets out a long exhale, searching my face. I want to believe you. I step into her, our bodies creating a cage we never want her to escape. Let us prove it to you. Believe in us. Give us one more chance. She gulps hard, then lets her long lashes rest against her cheeks for a moment. When she finally opens her eyes again, her blue eyes shine, meeting mine. Fine, but I'm not lying. I won't be a doormat for either of you. I meet Arson's eyes over her shoulder. We don't want you to be a doormat. In fact, we prefer you fierce and sassy. A soft snort leaves her pert lips. I don't know about that. I do, and I have an idea. Arson probably knows this, but you don't. What's that? The mill holds a traditional hunt every year. It's like a glorified game of hide and seek. You get a small head start and get to use the woods to whatever advantage you can. Most of the time, a monetary value can be won, but you won't be winning anything but an orgasm. Or 5, Arson interjects. Her eyes go wide, her pupils dilating until the blue is almost all gone. So if you catch me, then... I lean into her face and finish the sentence she can't seem to speak out loud. We get to do whatever we want with you. Are you asking to chase me? Both of you? Together? We sure are, Arson replies, nipping at her earlobe. I can't help the feral grin that spreads across my face. The way I see it, right now, Arson has had you more than me, and he took what I wanted for myself. I'm still a bit salty over it, so I'm going to claim the only virgin hole left, your ass. That is, unless I catch you first, Arson chimes in. Which isn't going to happen, I growl, my gaze cutting to him before skirting back to Lillian. So, you run, and we'll chase. Whoever captures you first gets the privilege. Her eyes narrow and she licks her lips, her pulse fluttering hard in her neck. And if neither of you catches me? I shrug. Then you can have anything you want. You can have us any way you want. Another gulp, and I can visibly see the arousal growing, her fingers flexing. When should I run? How about now? We'll give you a 5-minute start. I announce with a gentleness that doesn't match the tension and need coursing through my veins. She squeaks, throws Arson a grin, then rushes past me into the trees. Arson crosses his arms over his chest. Is this a good idea? Is it safe? She'll be fine. The only people out here are us. It won't take long to find her, and I doubt she'll put up a fight. She wants this just as bad as we do. Naughty little minx. Arson purses his lips, and I nod in agreement. We both want her, and this time, when we have her, it'll be together. After 5 minutes, we wander into the trees to hunt our little rabbit. Soon enough, I find myself breaking out into a run, the forest blurring around me as I search the area in front of me. My boots sink into the soft earth with each stride, my muscles burning as I push harder. There's a primalness to the pursuit that strips away civilization, leaving raw instinct in its place. Hunter and hunted, the ancient dance that's been encoded in our DNA for millions of years. Split up, Arson calls, veering left. Circle around. I nod, cutting right through a dense thicket of brush, thorns tearing at my sleeves. Blood wells from a dozen tiny cuts, but the pain only sharpens my focus. I vault over a fallen log, landing hard, the impact sending shockwaves up my legs. I remain upright through the sheer determination and will to find my girl. A flash of color ahead catches my eye, a scrap of fabric snagged on a bramble. I snatch it up, recognizing the pattern from her shirt. She was meant for us, meant to be hunted and taken. I bring the cotton to my face, inhaling deeply, letting her essence fill my lungs. A sound, the snap of a twig, followed by a muffled curse, interrupts my thoughts. I smile and change direction, stalking toward the noise with predatory focus. The rain picks up again, fat drops hammering down through the canopy and onto us. "Why are you running?" I call out, enjoying the game now despite the urgency. "Isn't this what you wanted? Both of us, together?" There's a rustle to my left. She's changing direction, trying to throw me off. Smart, but futile. I'm too attuned to her now, too connected. I adjust my course accordingly, cutting diagonally through a stand of young pines. "There's nowhere for you to run," We aren't leaving these woods without you, and no obstacle or person will stop us from making you ours. Not even you." Arson's voice comes from somewhere to the east, completing our pincer movement. Her pace quickens, panic giving her a burst of speed. The sound of her footfalls grows louder, more careless. She's abandoned stealth for pure flight now, crashing through the underbrush like a wounded deer. "Lillian," I call out, taunting. I want her to be frantic when I reach her, just like that day outside my cell. I push harder, faster, my heart hammering against my bruised ribs. The distance between us shrinks with every pounding footstep. I break through a screen of ferns and pause, the air in my lungs evaporating the moment I catch sight of her. There she is, just 20 yards ahead, weaving between trees, her golden hair wild and tangled with leaves and twigs. The sight of her hits me like a physical blow. She's magnificent in her desperation, all instinct and survival and raw life. "Lillian," I shout, my voice breaking with emotion. "We've got you now." She hesitates, half turning, and that moment of hesitation, of second-guessing herself, is all I need. I close the distance in 3 long strides, catching her arm and spinning her toward me. Her petite frame crashes against my chest, and the impact catches me off balance. We tumble to the forest floor, leaves and moss cushioning us. I catch myself at the last minute and brace my arm against the ground to keep from crushing her with my weight. We're suspended in time, her beneath me, chest heaving, her blue eyes wide and sparkling, not with fear, but a lingering excitement. Rain soaks us both, plastering her shirt to her skin, revealing every rapid rise and fall of her chest. Using my hands, I bracket her shoulders, pinning her to the ground. "Look at what I caught!" I pant, triumph surging through me like lightning. "A little rabbit." She bucks against me, refusing to surrender. Her knee comes up, nearly connecting with my groin before I shift my weight to block her. The struggle is intoxicating. Her strength, her defiance, even knowing it's futile. "Shh," I murmur, using one hand to brush wet hair from her face. "It's time for me to claim my prize." I pin her wrists above her head with one hand, using the other to trace the delicate line of her jaw, feeling her pulse hammering beneath my fingertips. "That's what you want, isn't it?" I question, lowering my face until we're sharing breath. "For me to claim your ass while my brother fucks your pussy." She struggles against my hold, but it's nothing more than an act. I can see her nipples poking through the fabric of her wet shirt. "Shh, you don't have to fight it anymore. You don't have to worry about us fighting over you anymore. We want the same thing, you, and we aren't willing to risk losing you again." I whisper fiercely, "You're ours, and we're yours, both of us." She relaxes against me, and I hear Arson approach, his deliberate footsteps announcing his presence. He appears at the edge of my vision, bruised and bloodied from our earlier fight, but his eyes are clear and focused on her. His chest heaves from both the run and at the way she looks so delicious and dirty for us. "Looks like you're the winner," Arson says softly. "But that's fine, because while you claim her ass, I'll worship her pussy." "Say it," I demand, needing to hear it from her lips. "No more running," she breathes. "I'm both of yours." Fuck yes, she is. I lower my mouth to hers, claiming what's mine, what's ours, as the forest bears silent witness to what was always meant to be. She tastes of rain and fear and ours, I drink her in, savoring the moment when resistance melts into acceptance. Arching against me, she's no longer fighting, but seeking, demanding. Even though I don't want to, I break the kiss, pulling back just enough to see her face. Her eyes are dark, pupils blown wide with adrenaline and desire. The chase has awakened something in her, too. Something wild and hungry that matches the beast inside me. The tension between us crackles like electricity before a storm. Years of separation, of longing, of broken pieces trying to fit back together. None of us is the same person we were before. We're all scarred, all haunted, all hungry for something we can't name. Reaching for her hand, one I'm still pinning above her head, Arson laces his fingers through hers with deliberate slowness. The sight of it, his scarred knuckles against her pale skin, sends a jolt of possessiveness through me that's immediately tempered by how right and complete this moment feels. The three of us, I say, releasing her other wrist at last. That's how it was always supposed to be. She sits up slowly, forcing me to shift back onto my knees. The forest floor has left impressions on her skin. Dirt, leaves, the texture of moss. She looks wild and untamed, like a creature born of the woods themselves. I reach for her face, cupping her cheek with a hand that's still trembling slightly from exertion, and something deeper. It only feels like this because you never thought you would get both of us to agree. You never thought we would give it all up so we could both have a piece of you. Some things are worth more than the need for revenge or blood. The rain is slowed to a gentle patter, filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns that play across her skin. For a moment, none of us move, suspended as we are in this fragile new reality we're creating. You two are insane. She shakes her head. Absolutely fucking insane. Arson grins, that familiar, reckless smile I thought I'd never see again. Never claimed otherwise. I feel my own lips curving in response. You knew what you were getting into. Did I? She challenges, but there's warmth beneath the words now. Did any of us? I lean in closer, my breath mingling with hers. No, but this is our life, messy, bloody, full of pain and love. Her eyes search mine, seeking truth and certainty. I let her see it all, the hunger, the need, the love that's consumed me for longer than I care to admit. Arson's hand slides up her arm and over her shoulder to cup the back of her neck, a gesture of comfort, of claiming. We want you, he murmurs, both of us together. She shivers under his touch, under the intensity of our combined focus. I can feel the rapid rise and fall of her chest, the heat emanating from her rain-soaked skin. Say it again, I demand softly. Who do you belong to? Her lips part, tongue darting out to wet them. I track the movement, transfixed. You, she breathes. Both of you. Satisfaction rumbles in my chest, primal and deep. I lower my head, brushing my lips across her jawline, tasting salt and rainwater. She tilts her head back, offering me her throat in a gesture of surrender that makes my blood sing. Arson's mouth finds hers then, claiming her with a ferocity that steals my breath. I watch as she yields to him, her hands fisting in his shirt, pulling him closer. A low growl escapes me, part warning, part approval. He breaks the kiss, breathing hard, eyes dark with desire. Share, he rasps, the single word heavy with meaning. I nod, leaning in to take his place. Her lips are swollen, tinder from his onslaught, and I gentle my approach, savoring the soft glide of her mouth against mine. She sighs into the kiss, her body melting against me, trusting in a way she hasn't allowed herself to be in years. My hands roam her curves, relearning dips and hollows that have haunted my dreams. She arches into my touch, a soft moan escaping her as my thumb grazes the underside of her breast. Arson's hands join mine, his touch rougher, more demanding. He palms her hip, fingers digging into soft flesh as he pulls her back against his chest. She gasps at the contact, at the evidence of his arousal pressing insistently against her. "You belong to us," Arson growls against her ear, his breath hot and soaked in hunger. "And we're going to claim every inch of you." He nips her earlobe, not hard, but sharp enough to make her flinch, to make her gasp. Together. Her breath shudders. She's trembling from the cold, from the rain, from us. Together, she whispers, like the word might ruin her. I catch her chin between my fingers and tilt her face to mine. "Yes, together," I murmur, dark and sure. "You're going to take us both, one in your tight little cunt, one in your ass. You're going to feel us everywhere, stretching you wide, claiming what's ours." Her lips part, but no words come out. Arson strokes her throat with the backs of his fingers. "Look at her," he breathes, voice wrapped in quiet reverence. "We've just gotten started, and she's already trembling and soaked." I shift behind her, pressing my chest to her back. She stiffens, then shudders as my hands find her hips and drag her against me. "How many times have you thought of this very moment?" I whisper, picturing us taking you at the same time, fucking you in unison. She sucks in a ragged breath, and I'm not sure if it's needy or shame-filled. "There's no reason to hide what you want. Not anymore," Arson says gently, brushing her wet hair behind her ear. "We're going to make all of your filthy fucking dreams come true, baby. Because we already know how dirty you are," I growl, dragging her soaked shirt over her head. Her bare skin gleams in the rain, flushed and sensitive, nipples tight. Arson cups her face and kisses her, soft at first, teasing her lips open with his tongue. When she moans, he deepens it, claiming her mouth while I work my hands down her body. My palms slide over her breasts, down her ribs, then between her legs, where her soaked panties stick to her like a second skin. I drag them down slowly, bearing her inch by inch. She gasps as the rain hits her thighs, cool air on flushed flesh. "Fuck, Lil," I murmur. "You're dripping like a faucet. So perfect and so fucking wet for us," Arson whispers, dragging kisses along her jaw. I slip 2 fingers knuckle deep inside her wet cunt. The sound her body makes as she clenches around my fingers is music to my ears. I've waited what seems like an eternity to be able to touch her, to have a moment like this with her. "You were made for us," I pant, curling my fingers inside her. "Weren't you?" "Yes," she gasps. "God, yes." "Good girl," Arson praises. "Look at you, falling apart already." Her knees wobble as I pump my fingers slow and deep, dragging slick sounds from her core. Arson's mouth finds her breasts, kissing and sucking, tugging at her nipples with his teeth until she cries out. His gaze meets mine over her head, eyes glittering with shared euphoria. A look of perfect understanding passes between us. This is how it was always meant to be, the 3 of us together, bound by a love that defies definition. You're going to be such a pretty mess by the time we sink inside you. She arches into my touch, silently begging for more. I oblige, dipping my fingers into slick heat, then back behind to her tight little asshole. She tenses, but then relaxes under Arson's ministrations. We work in tandem, our movements synchronized by an unspoken understanding. Push and pull, give and take, a dance as old as time itself. She's the instrument, and we're the musicians, coaxing forth a symphony of sighs and moans that echoes through the hushed forest. I stretch her slowly, spreading, widening, as Arson does the same to her pussy. Yes, I need this. I want to claim the last piece of innocence she has left. She trembles as I work a second finger inside her ass, her body resisting for a moment before yielding to the stretch. Arson keeps her distracted with deep, drugging kisses, his tongue mimicking the thrusts of his fingers buried knuckle-deep in her slick heat. "Please," she gasps, the word muffled against his mouth. "I need." I reach up, twist her thick blonde hair in my fist, and pull her head back while I fuck her asshole, gently. The last thing I want to do is hurt her. "Say it," I whisper, lips brushing her throat. "Tell us how bad you want it." "Please, need you both. Need to be filled." "Where?" I press. "My pussy," she whimpers, "and my ass." "Use your words, sweetheart," Arson adds. "I want your cocks," she cries. "I want to be split open, stretched, used." Arson strokes her cheek with aching tenderness. "That's our girl." I press a kiss to her lower back, whispering, "Now we give you exactly what you asked for." A moment later, I withdraw my fingers slowly, relishing her whine of protest at the loss. But it's only a momentary reprieve. I position myself at her tight rear entrance, the head of my cock nudging against the slick pucker. Arson mirrors my movements, his thick length pressing insistently at her dripping slit. We pause there, poised on the brink, savoring the anticipation. "Ours," Arson rasps, the word heavy with possession. "Forever." "Yours," she agrees breathlessly. "Always."
Chapter 23. Lillian. I am frozen and unable to move. I'm not an idiot. I know they haven't solved everything between them, but the idea that I can bring them together after so long is heady in my blood. It's too much, too fast, too overwhelming. Every nerve ending is aflame, every inch of skin electrified by their touch. I'm drowning in sensation, in the scent of their arousal mingling with petrichor and pine. Arson's hands grip my hips, holding me steady, as he notches himself at my entrance. The blunt head of his cock parts my slick folds, teasing, promising. Behind me, his brother mirrors the movement, the thick length of him, pressing insistently against the tight pucker of my ass. Then I feel a hot wash of liquid against my asshole that makes me gasp. Glancing back, I watch as Ares digs his teeth into the cut on his arm Arson gave him from the fight and uses his own blood to lube me up. Fuck. What the hell did I get myself into with them? And why does watching him go absolutely feral for me ignite me even further? My thighs even slicker now with my own arousal. I'm trembling, caught between apprehension and desperate need. I've never done this before, never even let myself imagine it. But now, with both of them surrounding me, claiming me, the thought of being filled so completely sends a dark thrill shuddering through me. "Breathe,"
Arson murmurs against my throat, his lips brushing over my thundering pulse. Just breathe and let us in. I try to obey, forcing air into my lungs, willing my body to relax. But it's not easy when every cell screams for more, when the ache between my thighs is a gnawing hunger that demands to be sated. They begin to push forward in tandem, stretching me, filling me. The burn of the intrusion warring with the searing sensation of finally being claimed so completely. I cry out, my voice echoing through the hushed forest, and Arson swallows the sound with his mouth on mine. His brother's hands smooth over my back, gentling me even as he continues to press deeper. "That's it," he croons, his voice rough with strain. "Take us in, all the way." I feel like I'm being split in two, skewered on their thick lengths. It's almost too much. The fullness, a sharp edge of pain that is so keen, it's pleasure entwined. But beneath that is a deeper ache, a primal need that urges me to open further, to submit entirely to this claiming. "Please," I whimper, not even sure what I'm begging for. More, less, harder, gentler. I'm lost to everything but the feel of them inside me, possessing me, branding me as theirs. They begin to move then, a slow, deliberate rhythm that drags over every sensitive nerve. Arson's cock slides against a spot deep within me, sending sparks of electricity ringing through my core. Aries matches his pace, the thick drag of him stretching my tight channel, igniting a different kind of fire. I'm suspended between them, impaled, utterly at their mercy, and I've never felt so complete, so right, like every broken piece of me is being fused back together by the heat of their possession. Their hands roam my body as they thrust, calloused fingers mapping every curve and hollow, claiming each inch as their territory. Arson's teeth graze my shoulder, a sharp counterpoint to the silken slide of his tongue. Aries' lips find my ear, his hot breath sending shivers cascading down my spine. "You're ours now," he rasps, punctuating the words with a particularly deep stroke that has me seeing stars. "Body and soul. No more running. No more hiding." Arson agrees, his hand slipping between my thighs to find the swollen pearl at their apex. He circles it slowly, teasingly, drawing a keen cry from my throat. "This is where you belong. With us. Always." I can only moan in agreement, words lost to the maelstrom of sensation threatening to sweep me away. They're everywhere, inside me, surrounding me, filling my senses until there's nothing left but them. The slick slide of skin, the mingled scent of our arousal, the harmony of panted breaths and satisfied moans. Their thrusts grow harder, faster, more demanding. Arson's fingers work me mercilessly, stroking and rubbing until the coil of tension in my core winds tighter than a spring. Aries' grip on my hips tightens to the point of bruising as he drives into me, each powerful surge stoking the flames higher. I'm climbing rapidly, my body no longer my own, merely an instrument for their need, for our desire. The wet sounds of our joining fill the air, obscene and erotic, urging me onward, upward, until, with a suddenness that steals my breath, the crest of rapture breaks over me. I shatter between them, my body convulsing, clenching, milking their hardness as I come apart. A hoarse scream tears from my throat, only to be swallowed by Arson's greedy mouth. They ride me through it, hips churning, stroking me through the aftershocks until I collapse, boneless, against Arson's chest. But they're not done with me yet. Not even close. I can feel the rigid heat of them still pulsing inside me, demanding more. Again. Arson growls against my lips, his hand still moving between my thighs, coaxing me back from the edge, only to push me over once more. We're going to fill you up, Ares promises darkly, punctuating the words with a sharp snap of his hips that makes me yelp. Fuck you so deep and hard, you'll never want anything else. Brother, you want to feel how good her ass takes a cock? I want to feel the sweet heat of her cunt again. Arson releases an against my lips, and I shudder, lost to them both. They both pull out of me, and I feel a spill of liquid down my ass and thighs. My own arousal, Ares' blood, their pre-cum, all of it adding to the slowing of time and the languid sensations in my body. They shuffle around for a minute, Ares and Arson passing back and forth a ripped shirt between them, cleaning themselves off before reshifting into opposing positions. Arson moves behind me, and Ares traps my face in his hands and kisses me like I am his oxygen. All I can do is hold on while they invade me again, this time my body slick, in a way for them to easily use, even as it doesn't ease the tightness of them both filling me up. A soft moan against my ear sends arousal through my veins all over as Ares plunders my lips. When he pulls away, he stares me straight in the eye as he pumps into me. Faster, harder, deeper. Arson matches his pace like they were made for this, made for me. I moan brokenly, shuddering as a second orgasm crashes into me before the first has fully receded. They don't relent, wringing pleasure from my quivering flesh with ruthless skill. I'm lost in a haze of ecstasy, my body no longer my own, as they use me for their own ends. Arson's hand fists in my hair, pulling my head back to expose the arch of my throat. His teeth scrape over the sensitive skin before he sucks hard, making me his. Ares' fingers dig into the flesh of my stomach as he pounds into me, the force of his thrusts rocking me backward into Arson's chest. I'm mindless, reduced to nothing but sensation and need. The slap of flesh on flesh, the filthy praises they groan against my skin, the relentless drive of their cocks stretching me wide. I could happily drown in this feeling, subsumed by the tidal wave of pure bliss cresting over me again and again. Distantly, I feel the tension in their powerful frames, the stuttering rhythm of their hips that signals their impending release. Part of me wants to beg them to wait, to make this exquisite torment last forever. But the other part, the wanton creature of desire they've awakened, wants nothing more than to feel them pulse and throb as they empty themselves inside me, marking me irrevocably as theirs. Please, I moan, my voice a broken rasp. Please, I need... We know what you need, Arson soothes, his fingers tightening in my hair, and we're going to give it to you, every last drop. Ares' thrusts turn erratic, his breathing harsh against my cheek. Fuck. I can't. I'm going to... Do it, Arson commands, his own hips driving up to meet his brother's. Fill her up. Make her ours. With twin groans of surrender, they let go, their cocks jerking and twitching as they spill their release deep inside me. I keen at the sensation, the hot flood of their seed triggering one final, shattering climax that seems to go on forever. My world narrows to nothing but fire racing through my veins, obliterating everything except pure, overwhelming sensation. Distantly, I'm aware of their hands gentling on my sweat-slicked skin, their lips brushing tender kisses over my face as they murmur words of praise and possession. But it's all secondary to the pulsing fullness of them still buried inside me, the warm trickle of their combined release seeping out to coat my thighs. Slowly, carefully, they ease out of my tender flesh, drawing whimpers from my throat at the loss. For some strange reason, I'm afraid they'll both disappear, but they don't go far. Arson gathers me into his arms, cradling me against his chest as he lowers us to the moss-covered ground, while Ares stretches out beside us, one large hand splaying possessively over my hip. I'm not sure how long we simply lie there, our racing hearts gradually slowing, and our breathing evening out. The air is heavy with the musk of sex and sweat, the earthy scent of the forest floor beneath us. In the distance, a bird trills out a sweet song, the melody at odds with the primal act we've just engaged in. As the haze of lust slowly dissipates, reality starts to creep back in. Uncertainty churns in my gut, the magnitude of what we've just done hitting me full force. This changes everything. There's no going back from this, no pretending it never happened. I tense in Arson's arms, my mind racing with all the implications, all the potential fallout. What if this ruins everything? What if it makes things awkward and strained between us? As if sensing my spiraling thoughts, Arson tightens his hold on me, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. "Stop overthinking," he murmurs, his deep voice rumbling through me. "Just feel." Ares' hand strokes soothingly along my side, his calloused palm rough against my oversensitive skin. "This is right," he says softly, conviction ringing in every word. "This is how it's meant to be. The three of us, together." I want to believe them, want to let myself sink into this moment, this feeling of absolute rightness. But the doubts persist, nibbling at the edges of my mind like hungry mice. But what if it doesn't work? I whisper, giving voice to my fears. What if we can't make this, whatever this is, last? Arson's fingers catch my chin, tipping my face up to meet his intense gaze. "We will," he says firmly, his eyes blazing with determination. "We'll fight for this, for us, no matter what it takes." "We're not letting you go," Ares adds, his arm tightening around my waist. "Not now, not ever. You're a part of us, Lillian. The piece we didn't even know was missing until we found you." Tears prick at the backs of my eyes, my heart swelling with a hope I hardly dare to acknowledge. I want to trust in their conviction, in the strength of what we've forged between us. But a lifetime of disappointment is hard to shake off, the scars of abandonment still raw and aching. I'm scared, I admit in a small voice, the words catching in my throat. I don't know how to do this, how to be what you need me to be. "You already are," Arson assures me, his thumb stroking tenderly over my cheekbone. "Just by being you, by letting us love you. That's all we need, Lil. All we'll ever need." "We're scared too," his brother confesses, vulnerability roughening his deep baritone. "This is new territory for all of us, but we're in this together, figuring it out as we go. And I know, down to my bones, that it will be worth it. What we have, what we feel for you, it's real. It's everything." Their words wash over me, soothing the jagged edges of my fears, my doubts. I want to believe them, want to trust in the strength of this bond we've forged through fire and fate. And looking into their eyes, seeing the depth of emotion shining there, the unwavering certainty, I feel something slot into place inside me. A puzzle piece I didn't even know was missing until it settled into its rightful spot. "Okay," I whisper, a shaky smile tugging at my lips. "Okay. Let's do this. Let's be together. All in." Their answering smiles are blinding. Joy and relief and love shining through like sunbeams cutting through clouds. Arson dips his head, capturing my mouth in a kiss that steals my breath and pours his very soul into me. Aries' lips find my shoulder, pressing reverent kisses to the skin as if in worship. We lay there entwined, savoring the closeness, the rightness of our bodies pressed together. The forest seems to hum with approval around us, the ancient trees standing sentinel over this moment of perfect communion. Slowly, reluctantly, we untangle ourselves and rise on shaky legs. My muscles ache in places I didn't know could ache, a delicious reminder of all that transpired. Arson's hands skim over my body as if reassuring himself I'm real, and this wasn't just some fevered dream. Aries watches us with a soft smile, his eyes reflecting the same incredulous wonder I feel bubbling up in my chest. We help each other dress, fingers lingering on exposed skin, unwilling to let go of this cocoon of intimacy we've spun. There's a new undercurrent between us now, a pulsing awareness that feels as vital as the blood in our veins. The brothers share a look over my head, some silent communication passing between them before they each take one of my hands in theirs. "Let's go home," Arson says quietly, the word laden with unspoken meaning. Home. The idea of it sends a thrill down my spine. But where is home? Not the mill house, so close. Definitely not the warehouse that represents Aries' trauma and Arson's revenge. As if reading my thoughts, Aries speaks up. "We don't have anywhere to go yet, but we'll find a place to start over, to build something new, together." The image forms in my mind. A cozy log cabin nestled among towering pines. Smoke curling from the chimney, wildflowers blooming in the clearing. A sanctuary, a haven, a home. That sounds perfect. I breathe, emotion clogging my throat. What about a cabin in the woods? Away from all of this. I wish we could go now. We all lapse into silence, dreaming hopefully for a moment. We have a fight ahead, and I'm not naive enough to think it's not going to impact us all. But for now, this is all I want, all I've ever wanted and needed. Wherever they are is home, and I'll follow them, just as soon as the rest of our issues are dealt with. Richard, my mother, Arson's captivity. We'll be free of it all.
Chapter 24. Aries. I wake before dawn, my body still aching from yesterday's fight with Arson and what followed with Lillian in the forest. The mill house is silent except for their breathing. My brothers deep and even. Lillian's soft and delicate between us. We'd stumbled back here after dark, exhausted but unwilling to separate. The three of us tangled together in my bed, a temporary sanctuary. The memory of her between us sends heat through my veins, but it's quickly doused by the cold reality seeping in with the pre-dawn light. Last night, drunk on lust and adrenaline, it seemed so simple, so right. The three of us against the world, forging something new from the ashes of all we'd destroyed. As consciousness fully claims me, so does clarity, and with it, suffocating guilt. I carefully extract myself from the tangle of limbs, pausing when Lillian stirs. She murmurs something unintelligible before turning into Arson's chest, seeking his warmth. The sight of them together, my brother's arm instinctively tightening around her even in sleep, makes my stomach twist with an emotion I can't name. Is it jealousy, regret, or something deeper and more corrosive? Standing in the half-light, I study them, my brother's face so identical to mine, yet marked by years of torment I escaped. The scars are visible even in the dim light, physical manifestations of what our family did to him, what I allowed to happen. Beside him, Lillian looks impossibly fragile, her blonde hair spilling across the pillow, dark lashes fanned against pale cheeks. Both of them are victims of my silence, my cowardice, and what will soon be my betrayal. I know what I have to do, what I've known since I woke up with the weight of my sins pressing against my chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. I dress silently, each movement deliberate. The decision crystallizes with every passing second. There's no other way. No chance for any of us to have a real future while we're running, hiding, and pretending the past can be buried. Some debts can only be paid with a sacrifice. I scribble a note, a lie about getting supplies, and leave it on the desk. One last mercy. Let them sleep a little longer before their world implodes. Again. The drive to my family's estate takes 40 minutes, each mile adding another layer to the armor I'm building around my heart. By the time I reach the wrought iron gates, I'm numb, hollow inside and out. The guard recognizes me immediately, buzzing me through with a deferential nod. It's barely 7 a.m., but I know Father will be in his study. He's always been an early riser, attacking the day like an enemy to be conquered. Patricia, too, will be awake, probably reviewing her social calendar over coffee on the terrace. The predictability of their routines used to suffocate me. Now it's the only certainty I can cling to. I park in front of the mansion, not bothering with the garage. I won't be staying long. The housekeeper opens the door before I can even knock, surprise flickering across her features. "Mr. Aries, we weren't expecting you today." I know she sees the differences in my body and in my face, but she doesn't comment. Is my father in his study? My voice sounds foreign to my own ears, detached. "Yes, sir. Shall I share your arrival with him?" "No worries. I'll go up myself." The house feels cavernous around me, echoing with ghosts of a childhood fractured by lies. I climb the grand staircase, each step heavier than the last. The portrait at the landing catches my eye, the family portrait taken the year after Arson was sent away. My father, Patricia, Lillian, and me, smiling as if nothing was missing, as if two whole people, my mother and Arson, hadn't been erased from our lives. I pause outside Father's study, hand hovering over the ornate brass handle. Once I open this door, there's no going back. After today, everything changes. Everything ends. It needs to end. Has to. The lies, the running, the pretending. I push the door open without knocking. Father looks up from his desk, reading glasses perched on the end of his nose, irritation flashing across his features at the interruption. It softens slightly when he sees me, but the wariness remains. We haven't spoken since my graduation, since I walked away without committing to the position he'd arranged at Hayes Pharmaceuticals. To be fair, I didn't have a choice once arson took me captive. Not that I would have anyway. Aries, his voice is cool, measured. This is unexpected. We need to talk. I closed the door behind me, the soft click somehow more final than a slam. He removes his glasses, setting them carefully on the polished mahogany desk. I assumed you'd call when you were ready to discuss your future with the company. Since you decided against going out of the country to handle the business I assigned you, I assumed you were falling back into old habits of dodging your responsibilities after months of actually being a son I can be proud of. So what do you want now, son? Money? To dig you out of something? He shakes his head in disgust. I thought you were finally turning into the man I trained you to be. This isn't about the company. I remained standing, hands clenched at my sides, fists tight at the thought of arson turning out to be the son he really wanted, even if it was only the perfect act. It's about arson. The name lands like a grenade in the pristine office. Father's expression doesn't change, but I see it in his eyes, a flicker of shock, quickly masked by practiced indifference. I don't know what you're talking about. He's alive. The words tear from my throat. Arson is alive, and he's been living as me. Father's gaze sharpens, assessing me with new wariness. Sit down, Aries. You're clearly unwell. I'm not sitting down, and I'm not unwell. My voice rises despite my efforts to control it. Stop gaslighting me. I know everything. About the institution, about what you and Patricia did to him, about what really happened at the boathouse. For a long moment, silence stretches between us, taut as a wire about to snap. Then, with deliberate slowness, Father rises from his chair. If you know all this, then you also know why it was necessary. It's insane how steady his voice remains, how emotionless he becomes. Your brother was unstable, dangerous. We did what was best for this family. Rage flares hot and bright behind my eyes. Best for the family? You locked him away for 8 years, tortured him. You tried to erase him, all because he was inconvenient to your precious image. He took the blame for your mistake. Father's eyes narrow, calculating. Isn't that what truly bothers you, Aries? Not what happened to him, but your own guilt. There's a deadly accuracy to his statement, and I flinch, unable to hide the truth of it. Yes, the admission costs me, each word torn from somewhere vital. It was my fault. I was showing off. I froze when it went wrong. Arson stepped in to protect me like he always did, and I let him. I let you take him away. I let you hurt him. Okay, and what do you want to do about it now? Father's voice is dangerously soft. Surely you didn't come here to confess your sins. I've come to end it. I meet his gaze unflinchingly. All of it. The lies, the cover-up, the study door opens and Patricia glides in, elegant as always in a cream silk blouse and tailored pants. Her gaze widens fractionally at the sight of me, then narrows with suspicion. Richard, what's going on? Her gaze slides to me. Aries, what an unexpected surprise. I can feel her eyes scanning me, her face filling with confusion at what I can only assume is my altered appearance. Perfect timing, I say, bitterness coating each syllable. We were just discussing family secrets, specifically how you helped orchestrate my brother's disappearance. Patricia doesn't flinch. She doesn't even blink. Instead, she closes the door with a soft click and moves to stand beside my father in a unified front. I see. Her voice is cool, controlled. This is nothing more than an accusation. It's not an accusation if it's true. I feel strangely calm now, detached from the hurricane of emotions raging inside me. Arson is alive. He escaped the institution you sent him to. He's been impersonating me while planning his revenge. If this is true, Father says carefully, then he's a threat that needs to be contained. Again. The clinical way he says it, like arson is a problem to be solved rather than a son who was wronged, makes my skin crawl. Yet it's exactly what I expected. He's so caught up in his need to ensure the secrets he buried stay there, whatever is the quickest and most efficient way to keep it all under wraps. Yes, I agree, the word tasting like ash. He's dangerous, more than you know. Patricia studies me, head tilted slightly. Why are you telling us this now, Aries? After all this time? Fuck me. Here it is. The moment of betrayal. I force myself to meet her gaze, to speak the words that will damn us all. I can't take this back, but it means the game is over. And if all goes well, the three of us, Arson, Lillian, and I, will be the ones left standing. I can only hope they will forgive me for setting things in motion without them. I'm telling you because I know where he is. My voice doesn't waver, and I'm willing to help you deal with him. Permanently. In exchange for what? Father's question is immediate, his business instincts never failing. In exchange for my rightful place as heir to Hayes Pharmaceuticals. The lie comes so easily it's scary, but it's what they expect me to say. No more discussions about my future, no more conditions. I take my position as COO immediately, with full autonomy over the research division. Father and Patricia exchange a look, measuring, calculating. I can almost see the wheels turning behind their eyes. The threat arson poses to their carefully constructed world versus the benefit of having their golden child back in the fold. There's more, I continue, pressing my advantage. Lillian knows everything. She's been helping him. Patricia's perfectly composed facade cracks slightly at this. Lillian? My Lillian? Yes. Another betrayal. Another knife thrust. The easiest way to sell a lie is to use the truth as a buffer. She found evidence in the attic, medical records, payment receipts, enough to destroy Hayes Pharmaceuticals if it ever went public. Father's jaw tightens. Where are they now? Arson and Lillian. Not so fast. I want my position secured in writing. Right here, right fucking now. I hold out the paperwork I drafted this morning and drop it down onto the desk. What is this? Richard asks, eyeing the papers suspiciously. My protection. I won't disappear like Arson did. Richard looks from the papers and then back at me, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Full control of your inheritance and your position as COO secured. Is that all you want? You could have had that at any time by showing up at the office. I shrug. I could have, but I wasn't ready then. I'm ready now. Sign the papers and I'll give you the information. We should have a lawyer look this over, Patricia comments, and I glare at her. To have a lawyer take a look at this means lost time, and lost time could be the difference between catching them or chasing them forever. But sure, go ahead. Call a lawyer. That's nonsense, Patricia. My father shakes his head and grabs the paper, scribbling his name on the signature line. Patricia blinks, looking nervously at the documents, skimming her cold gaze over me and Richard as if she's waiting for something else to happen. Now tell me where they are. Of course. I tuck the papers away in my back pocket. The mill house, my old dorm room. I check my watch with deliberate casualness. They're sleeping. If we leave now, we can be there before they wake. You're certain they have these documents with them? Patricia asks, a tremor finally breaking through her collected demeanor. Oh, yes. Lillian has been hiding them. I force a cold smile. She's not as fragile as you led everyone to believe, Patricia. In fact, she's quite resourceful when properly motivated." The barb lands, Patricia's lips thinning to a hard line. Father moves to his desk, pressing a button on his phone. "Jenkins, prepare the car and call Hanson. Tell him I need his security team to meet us at Oakmount University. The mill. Immediately." "We're doing this now?" Patricia asks, already moving toward the door. "Of course. What better time than the present?" Father's voice is steel. "We need to contain the situation before it escalates further." "Understandably, but you're only as good as your plan. If we have a plan, then we can be better prepared for what might take place." Father rolls his eyes at her, and it's the first crack in their united front. Pin them against each other. They're so much alike that it's easy to cause problems. "Nonsense. They're basically children. Arson is dangerous, yes, but by using the element of surprise against him, he won't be prepared to fight back." I don't bother telling them that there is no preparation for him. He's been ready for a fight since the moment they put him in that cage. My only hope is he sees this as the opportunity he needs to get revenge. I follow them from the study, down the grand staircase and out to the waiting town car. Each step makes me feel like I'm sinking deeper and deeper in quicksand. There's a hollow pit where my stomach should be, emptiness spreading through my veins like poison. This is necessary, I tell myself as we slide into the back seat, Patricia beside me, Father facing us. This is the only way to make things right. I spent so long being a coward, being a victim, letting my father control me, giving up my wants and desires. Even if it hurts, even if it's scary, it's what must be done. The car pulls away from the mansion, tires crunching on gravel before hitting the smooth asphalt of the main road. Father makes calls the entire drive, speaking in clipped, coded phrases about retrieving assets and containing liabilities. Patricia stares out the window, her profile sharp against the morning light, one manicured hand tapping a restless rhythm against her knee. I close my eyes, trying to block out the voices, the dawning horror of what I've set into motion. If this backfires and Lillian gets hurt, fuck, I will never be able to forgive myself. Images flash behind my eyelids. Arson's face, battered but alive with something like hope as we tracked Lillian through the forest. Lillian's eyes, wide and vulnerable as she surrendered to us both. The promise of something new, something real that existed between us for one perfect night. All of it ash now, all of it sacrificed on the altar of my guilt and fear, of my need to make things right. No, I can't think like that. If it means they survive, then it's worth it. I know Richard better than any of them. With his paranoia and the suspicious meeting he had with Arson, it's only a matter of time before he brings everything crashing down on us all. I needed to accelerate things. It isn't long before we arrive at the mill house, just as the campus is beginning to stir with life. Early risers heading to breakfast or the library cast curious glances at our procession. The driver parks the car at the end of the driveway, and we climb out. Father leads the way, his stride purposeful. Patricia a half step behind, her heels clicking on the pavement like an impending countdown. I hang back slightly, each step heavier than the last. My heart pounds so loudly I'm certain everyone can hear it. A drum signaling the execution that's about to take place. We reach the front door, and I punch in the entry code with numb fingers. Will they understand? Will they see what I'm trying to do here? Or will they condemn me like before, them against me? Father nods to me, impatience oozing from every pore. This way, I say, leading them up the stairs and down the hall to my old bedroom door. I hesitate, key in hand. Behind this door are the two people who, against all odds, have shown me what it means to be seen, to be known. I'm about to destroy them both, if only for a second, until the dust settles and I can explain myself to them. "Open it," Father commands, voice low but sharp. With my heart in my stomach, I do just that. The door swings open onto the dimly lit room. They're still in bed, tangled together, Arson's arm protectively draped over Lillian, even in sleep. For one frozen moment, no one moves. Then, as he can sense a change in the air, Arson's eyes snap open. In a flash, he's alert and aware of the threat lingering just a few feet away. In one fluid motion, he's sitting up, shoving Lillian behind him as he takes in the tableau at the door. Me, flanked by Father and Patricia. "Aries?" Lillian's voice is thick with sleep, confusion clouding her features as she peers around Arson's shoulder. Then her gaze lands on my father, on Patricia, and understanding dawns with devastating clarity. "No, I'm sorry, and I've never meant the words more than I do right now. I didn't have a choice." Arson's penetrating gaze locks on mine, and the betrayal that I see there cuts me deeper than any knife could reach. There's no surprise or anger, just betrayal that's so loud it feels as if it's a living, breathing thing. It's like he's been expecting this all along. "Of course you didn't, brother," he says, voice flat. "I should have known, should have anticipated this." Lillian's expression is worse, naked betrayal, shock giving way to a hurt so profound it physically pains me to witness. Tears well in her eyes, but don't fall. She's too strong for that, even now. "Why? How could you do this? You said we were in this together," she whispers. "You promised." I open my mouth to explain, but I can't. Not yet. Father steps forward, his presence filling the small room like a thundercloud. "Arson, it's been a long time." "Not long enough, Richard." Arson's voice is ice, his posture deceptively relaxed, despite the tension I can see coiled in every muscle. "I see you've finally come to deal with your dirty little secret. And I see you've corrupted my daughter," Patricia interjects, her gaze flicking dismissively over Lillian's disheveled appearance, the obvious intimacy of the scene we've interrupted. Lillian laughs, the sound brittle and sharp. "Your daughter? Strange how I'm your daughter now, but any other time I'm an unnecessary nuisance. Please be honest. We all know I was never anything but an accessory to you, a prop for your charity work." "We can discuss family dynamics later," Father cuts in. "Right now we have more pressing matters. The documents, Lillian. Where are they?" "Documents?" Lillian tilts her head to the side. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't play dumb," Richard growls. "The records, the items you stole." Lillian's chin lifts, defiance blazing through her hurt. "Oh, those documents." She nods her head ever so slightly. "You will have to kill me if you want them." Patricia steps forward, hand raised as if to strike her, but Arson moves with lightning speed, catching her wrist before the blow can land. "Don't," he warns, voice deadly quiet. "Touch one fucking hair on her head, and I won't hesitate to break every bone in your body." The tension in the room ratchets up to an unbearable level. "Enough!" Father's command freezes everyone in place. "This ends now. Arson, you're coming with us. Lillian, too. We'll sort this out at home, away from prying eyes." "We aren't going anywhere with you," Arson challenges, still holding Patricia's wrist, his grip tight enough to make her wince. "Nor can you make us." Father's smile is cold, calculated. "Of course I can't make you do anything, but I know people who can. Let me give the police chief a call, report you for identity theft, fraud, and kidnapping. How long do you think it would take them to connect you to all of this, especially with Aries' statement about kidnapping and forced imprisonment? Arson's expression doesn't change, but I see the calculation behind his eyes. He's cornered, and he knows it. Whatever move he makes now puts Lillian at risk. Fine, he says finally, releasing Patricia with deliberate slowness. Lillian stays out of it, though. She's innocent. No, Lillian protests immediately, gripping his arm. I'm not leaving you. How touching, Patricia sneers. I'm afraid that's not an option. You're both coming home. Now. I stand frozen at the door, watching as a security team moves in, Father issuing clipped instructions about transporting them separately and securing the room for evidence, watching as Lillian's fearful gaze finds mine one last time, silently pleading for an explanation, for help, for anything but this betrayal. I do nothing, say nothing. The perfect haze sun, falling in line when it counts. Arson is the last to be let out, flanked by 2 burly guards. As he passes me, he pauses, leaning in close enough that only I can hear his whispered words. I hope it was worth it, brother, because I won't be dumb enough to fall for your betrayal a 3rd time. Next time, I'm ending you. I have nothing to say. I deserve his anger, his hate. In an instant he's gone, marched down the hallway with Lillian toward the common room. I remain in the doorway of my empty dorm room, surrounded by the wreckage of what might have been. The sheets still warm from their bodies. The air is still heavy with the scent of them. The promise of a fresh start, of redemption, all of it gone. At least for now. I've made my choice. I'll let Richard and Patricia think I've chosen the path of least resistance. The devil I know over the uncertain future Lillian, Arson, and I might have forged together. I've chosen to be the heir, the golden child, the survivor rather than the savior. Soon enough, they'll learn I've really chosen to beat them at their own game. I turn away from the empty room, from the ghost of possibility that lingers there, and follow my father down the hallway, back to the life I was groomed for, back to the cage I've chosen for myself. Behind me on the rumpled bed lies Lillian's inhaler, forgotten in the chaos, small and insignificant, yet suddenly the most important object in the world, her lifeline, abandoned, like her, like Arson, like the person I might have become if I'd found the courage to choose differently all those years ago. I take a deep breath, because they have to get out of the mill house to do anything that might hurt Arson or Lillian, and I don't plan on letting them leave without making them first pay for their own sins. Drew steps into the hall, his hair disheveled. What's going on? I wave him back. Stay out of sight up here. I'll handle this for now. If I need you, I'll call for you guys. Drew nods and steps around me toward Lee's door. Then handle it. We'll be listening. I nod once, my heart in my throat. Drew nods back. I'm here for you. We're all here for you. All 3 of you.
Chapter 25. Lillian. The Millhouse common room feels too small for all the tension it's currently holding. No, I can't let them take me home. Who knows what they will do to me? I cough once and drop to my knee, forcing the guard to release my arm. I risk a glance and he looks panicked. Good. I cough again. I need my inhaler. It takes nothing to wheeze out a breath. To fake what I've been forced to endure for years. I can't breathe. Just give me a minute. I move toward the fireplace as though I need a little air. What I really need is space to think. Richard paces by the fireplace like a caged animal, while my mother drops to the edge of the leather sofa, not a wrinkle in her cream silk blouse despite the morning's chaos. The guards at least look worried. 1 minute, I was asleep between Arson and Ares, safe and warm and wanted. The next, I was being dragged from bed. Richard Hayes's security goons handling me like I'm made of glass, while my mother watched with cold, calculating eyes. And Ares, standing in that doorway like a statue, his face a perfect mask of nothing. I refused to believe it, refused to accept that after everything, after the forest, after our promises, after what we shared, he would just hand us over like this. There has to be another explanation, a plan I'm not seeing yet. From somewhere upstairs, I hear a floorboard creak. Drew, Lee, and Sebastian are up there hiding. I'd caught a glimpse of Sebastian's wide eyes peering over the banister when they first marched us downstairs, before one of Richard's security guys had spotted him, and he'd ducked back into hiding. I hope they stay put. The last thing we need is for more people to be caught in this mess. Luckily, they got rid of the usual groups of people who move in and out of here. I shift to the fireplace and flick the switch to warm up the cold room, my gaze darting to the staircase, wondering if our friends are listening, piecing together fragments of a story they couldn't possibly understand. How strange this must seem to them. Richard Hayes himself storming into the mill house at dawn, security team in tow, demanding to see his son. Arson shifts like he might bolt, but I know he wouldn't leave me here. His hands are zip-tied in front of him, and he looks disheveled but defiant. He's still wearing yesterday's clothes, rumpled from sleep. Our eyes meet across the room, and I see it there. The same certainty I feel. This isn't over. Whatever game is being played, we're not the only ones with cards left.
"Sit," Richard orders, and I watch as Arson nods to the chair across from him and then takes the other. The guards take up positions outside, blocking the exit. "Where's Ares?" I ask, unable to keep the edge from my voice.
"He'll join us shortly," Richard says dismissively. "First we need to discuss the documents you stole."
My heart skips a beat. Of course that's what this is about. The evidence, the paper trail of all their crimes. "I didn't steal anything," I say, the lie coming easily. "They were already stolen. I just found them." Mother makes a sound of disapproval.
"Semantics, Lillian. Where are they now?"
I shrug, feigning a nonchalance I don't feel. "I don't know what you're talking about." Richard's jaw tightens.
"Don't play games with me, young lady. Ares told us everything. About the files you found in the attic. About how you've been helping Arson with his vendetta."
I press a hand to my chest dramatically, letting my breathing hitch just enough to be noticeable. "I need my inhaler," I say, voice deliberately faint. "I can't breathe." The effect is immediate. Mother's expression shifts from irritation to concern, not for me, but for her perfect fragile charity case.
Let me play it up a bit more.
"Where is it?" she asks, already moving toward me. "In your purse?" I shake my head, forcing my breathing to become more labored. Upstairs, in Ares' room." Mother glances at Richard, who nods curtly.
"Go get it. We can't have her collapsing on us."
Perfect. Just what I was hoping for. As soon as she's gone up the stairs, I let my breathing ease, sitting up straighter. Richard's eyes narrow suspiciously.
"You're faking,"
he says flatly. I smile thinly. Years of practice. Arson watches me with newfound appreciation, the ghost of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
"Clever girl."
Richard slams his fist against the mantel. The fire crackling below him is a jaunty contrast to the anger simmering off him. "Enough!
I want those files, Lillian. Now, before this escalates further.
Or what? I challenge, feeling bolder now that Mother isn't here to maintain the pretense of my frailty. You'll lock me away, too? Add me to your collection of inconvenient family members? I know that's not what you want. Please, listen to me. To us. Don't tempt me, Richard growls, and for the first time I glimpse the monster beneath the polished businessman exterior. You have no idea what I'm capable of. And if getting you the help you need means things go back to normal, well, I'm happy to do just that. Oh, I think I know perfectly well what you are capable of, I reply, my voice steadier than I feel. I've read the files, Richard. All of them. The experimental treatments, the payoffs to doctors and judges, the other children you helped treat to neutralize business rivals. It was never your grand plan to begin with. It was all her. You can still do some semblance of the right thing here. Something flickers in his eyes. Uncertainty? Maybe even fear. Good. He should be afraid. You're bluffing, he says, but there's less conviction in his voice now. Am I? I raise an eyebrow. Ask Arson. He was there. He saw what you did, to him and to others. I'm not saying you shouldn't pay for that, but I'm starting to realize she might be worse than you. Richard's gaze shifts to his son, and something passes between them. Decades of hatred compressed into a single look. You always were too smart for your own good, a trait you and your mother share, Richard says to Arson, almost conversationally. The difference between the two of you is that at least she knew how to get out of her own way. There it is, the opening we've been waiting for. Funny you should mention her, Arson says, leaning forward despite his bound hands. I've been thinking a lot about that day at the boathouse, about how convenient her death was for you. Richard's face pales slightly. What are you talking about? Convenient? Mother was a champion swimmer in high school. Arson continues, his voice deceptively calm. Did you know that, Lillian? State champion 3 years running. Yet somehow she drowned in a boathouse barely 10 feet deep. No current. No reason she couldn't have surfaced. I didn't know this. He'd told me about his mother's death, but never any of the background details pertaining to the police records. It was an accident, Richard says stiffly. She hit her head when she dove in to save Sophia. That's what was assumed. But did she? Arson tilts his head, studying his father like he's a particularly interesting specimen under a microscope. The autopsy report said otherwise. No head trauma. Just drowning. Almost like she couldn't swim. Almost like something was preventing her from saving herself. When I hunted for the doctor who had done the autopsy, I discovered he'd passed away not long after the incident. He either has really bad luck, or... The room grows unbearably tense, the accusation hanging in the air, its soft smoke from the fireplace filtering it. I barely dare to breathe, watching Richard's face carefully for any reaction that might confirm what Arson is suggesting. I'm surprised to see genuine pain wash over Richard's features, his composure cracking for the first time. How dare you? He whispers, voice raw with emotion. How dare you suggest I had anything to do with your mother's death? I loved my wife more than anything in this world. Before Arson or I can respond, my mother returns with my inhaler. She pauses on the threshold, clearly sensing the tension in the room.
What's going on? She asks, eyes darting between us.
Nothing, Richard says shortly. Just more wild accusations.
Mother approaches cautiously, holding out the inhaler. I take it, wondering if I should continue the charade or drop it entirely. Arson makes the decision for me.
We were just discussing my mother's untimely death, he says pleasantly, as if commenting on the weather. Specifically, whether someone might have slipped her something that made it impossible for her to swim that day.
Mother freezes, her hand still outstretched, and something flickers across her face. Not surprise, not shock, but something more calculating. Knowledge. She knows something.
That's absurd, she says finally,
but her voice lacks conviction.
It was a tragic accident. Nothing more.
Arson watches her closely, missing nothing.
You know, don't you, Patricia? You know what happened to her.
I know you're disturbed, she replies coldly. I know you're trying to distract us from the real issue, the confidential medical files you and Lillian stole. It's too late. I've seen it now, too. That flicker of awareness, of complicity. Mother knows exactly what Arson is talking about, and she's terrified. Richard is staring at my mother, something shifting in his expression.
Patricia,
he says, and there's a question in the single word that makes my skin crawl.
What is he talking about?
Nothing, she insists, but her voice has lost its usual smooth control. He's manipulating you, Richard. Don't let him deflect from the problem at hand. Aries appears in the doorway, slightly out of breath, eyes wild, as they scan the room and land on me.
What did I miss?
He asks, trying for casualness but missing by a mile.
Perfect timing, Arson says, voice dripping with sarcasm. Did you know Patricia had something to do with our mother's drowning?
Aries' gaze sharpens and focuses on Mother with new intensity.
What?
Don't listen to him, Mother says quickly, too quickly. He's trying to manipulate you, Aries, to drive a wedge between us. Richard takes a step toward her, his expression hardening.
Patricia, what is going on? It's clear you know something about my wife's death.
Richard, please, she says, reaching for his arm. You can't possibly believe. He shrugs off her touch.
Tell me.
I've never seen my mother cornered before. She's always so composed, so in control. That image is long gone with 4 pairs of eyes drilling into her. Like a rope, she's unraveling at the edges. There is no escaping the truth. It was a long time ago, she says finally, straightening her spine. Ancient history. We have more pressing matters to deal with right now.
It's not ancient history. Not to me,
Richard says, his voice deadly quiet.
Not when it comes to my wife.
There's a muffled thump that can be heard from upstairs, followed by urgent whispers. Mother's head snaps up, her eyes narrowing. Who else is here? She demands. Just some of Aries' old dorm mates, I say quickly. It's a public campus, you know. Aries moves farther into the room, positioning himself between Mother and the staircase.
Let's focus on what matters. Patricia, what were you saying about our mother's death?
I wasn't saying anything, she snaps. I have nothing to say. It was an accident. Stop accusing me of something that I had nothing to do with.
The autopsy report says otherwise, Arson counters. No head trauma. No indication of anything. Not that the boat hit her when she went into the water. Just drowning. A champion swimmer who somehow couldn't save herself in 10 feet of water.
Richard's face has gone ashen.
She hit her head. Yes.
It sounds more like he's trying to convince himself now.
Right. And who was the first person to come and find you, Father?
The room goes so still I can hear the old grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. Richard turns slowly to face my mother, his expression a mixture of dawning horror and disbelief.
Patricia.
Her name is barely audible.
You were there that day. You said you went looking for her before she went down to the boathouse.
Mother's mask slips completely, revealing something cold and calculating. Goodness. Fine. She was going to ruin everything, she says, her voice oddly detached. She found the files, Richard. The trial data, the side effects Hayes Pharma was covering up. We had an argument, and she told me she was going to go public with the information. The color drains from Richard's face.
What are you saying?
I'm saying your precious wife was going to destroy everything we built. Mother continues, her voice taking on a fervent quality that makes my skin crawl. So I did what needed to be done.
You killed her,
Arson says, the words hanging in the air like a physical presence. Mother doesn't deny it. I protected our interests, our future. She was going to take the boys, Richard, take them away from us.
From us,
Richard repeats, his voice hollow with disbelief.
She was my wife. The boys were our sons. There was no us, Patricia.
There would have been, she insists, a desperate edge creeping into her voice. Once she was gone, we could be together, build the company, raise the boys as our own.
Jesus Christ,
Richard whispers, staggering back as if physically struck.
You're insane. You killed her because you wanted what she had?
I did it for you, Mother says, reaching for him again. For us. For Hayes Enterprises. She was going to ruin everything. Richard recoils from her touch like it burns.
How?
He demands, voice cracking.
How did you do it?
It was easy, she says, and the casualness of her tone sends ice through my veins. A little something in her tea before she went down to the boathouse. Something from the lab. It causes temporary paralysis of the limbs. All I had to do was follow her down and wait for it to take effect. Even I couldn't have planned that she'd jump into the water, or that the kids would be down there. I really didn't do anything. She did it all herself. The room goes deathly quiet. I can't breathe, can't think, can't process the cold calculation in my mother's voice. This woman raised me, tucked me in at night, held my hand during doctor's appointments, all while hiding a monster beneath her perfect facade.
You watched her drown,
Arson says, his voice eerily calm.
Your friend, the mother of the children you claimed to love. But that's not the worst. The worst part is, you let us watch her drown. You let her kids watch her die.
It was a necessary evil, she repeats, but there's a frantic quality to her now, her usual composure fracturing under the weight of her confession. I figured the trauma would keep you in line. I couldn't risk any of you destroying things further.
You're mad. Richard pulls his cell phone from his pocket. I can't. I need to.
Mother whips a small handgun out of her purse on her hip, stopping his movements. I think we need to have a more private conversation, she says smoothly, her composure fully restored.
"Where did you get that?"
Richard asks, staring at the gun with disbelief. "I've always had it," she replies with a small shrug. "A woman in my position needs protection. Now, where were we?"
"You were confessing to murder," Arson says coldly. "To drowning our mother."
Mother's lips curve into a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. "I wasn't confessing. I was hypothesizing. And this conversation is over." She levels the gun at Richard. "You've disappointed me, Richard, after everything I've done for you, for this family."
"Patricia,"
he says, voice low with pain and anger.
"Put the gun down. More death isn't going to solve anything."
"It solves the immediate problem," she replies, gaze flicking between all of us. "It gives us time to think, to plan our next move. Don't act the martyr. We've worked together on any number of projects over the years. If I go down, then I'll conveniently start talking, and you'll be just as guilty in all of it as I am. Maybe more so, since it was your money that set it all up." Arson flexes his hands as he snaps his zip ties, one loop hanging broken off the other, his expression dangerously calm. No one notices.
"There is no next move,"
he says.
"The sham is over. You've already confessed. The only place you're going is a mental hospital."
"Confessed?" Mother tilts her head slightly. "I don't recall confessing to anything. I merely suggested a scenario, explored a possibility." "We all heard you," I say, fury building inside me. "You admitted to drugging her." "Did I?" Her voice is light, almost amused. How would that sound to an outsider, I wonder? The troubled twin with delusions of persecution, his codependent stepsister with her own mental health issues, both making wild accusations against a respected philanthropist. Richard makes a move toward her.
"This is madness, Patricia. Please, you can't possibly think you'll get away with this."
"Get away with what?" she asks innocently. "I haven't done anything wrong. I've only tried to protect my family, including my disturbed stepson, who clearly needs to return to proper care." I want to interject, to speak up for Arson, but there's no point. It's clear that she is past sanity. The calculated look in her eyes terrifies me. She's already spinning a new narrative, already plotting how to turn this situation to her advantage.
"No one will believe you,"
Aries says, moving to stand beside his brother.
"Not this time."
"Won't they?" Mother smiles, the expression never reaching her eyes. "The Hayes family is one of the most respected in the country. Hayes Enterprises employs thousands, and I've spent years building my reputation as a champion for children with mental health issues." She gestures with the gun toward Arson. "Who would they believe? Me, or the young man who spent years in psychiatric care? The young man who apparently escaped, assumed his brother's identity, and has been living a dangerous delusion." A knock on the hall interrupts us. Mother's eyes narrow. Then she calls out in a voice suddenly tremulous with emotion. "Who is there?" Drew pokes his head down, followed by Lee and Sebastian. They take in the scene, Richard looking shell-shocked, Arson coiled like a snake, Mother standing near the door, me frozen in place, and stop dead in their tracks.
"What the?"
Drew starts, but Mother cuts him off. "Thank goodness you're here," she says, her voice transformed, thick with tears and worry. "There's been a terrible situation. My stepson Arson has been making wild accusations." The boys stare at her, then at us, clearly trying to make sense of the tableau. "What's going on?" Sebastian asks, his gaze lingering on Arson, ready to pounce. "My stepson, Arson," she gestures toward him with the gun, making the boys flinch, "has been struggling with some serious delusions. He became aggressive, and I had to take precautions to protect my family." It's masterful, the way she shifts the narrative, the way she becomes the concerned mother, the protective wife, the reluctant defender, all in a space of seconds. "That's not what happened," I say, finding my voice at last. "She's lying. She confessed to murdering their mother, to locking Arson away for years, to—" "Lillian, sweetheart," Mother interrupts, her voice dripping with concern. "You're confused. The stress has triggered an episode. You know how fragile your condition is." Drew's eyes dart between us, his eyebrows raised, uncertainty etched into his features, but there's a shrewdness there, too. There's no way he couldn't have been listening.
"Aries?"
he asks, looking at his friend for clarification. But I can see the calculation in his eyes there, too. He knows damn well what's happening here. But before Aries can answer, Mother speaks again, her voice carrying just the right note of command. "Boys, we need to call the police. We need to get Arson proper help before he hurts someone."
"Don't listen to her,"
Arson says, his voice tight with controlled fury.
"She's manipulating you. She's been manipulating all of us for years."
Sebastian takes a small step forward, hands raised in a placating gesture.
"Mrs. Hayes, maybe you should put the gun down so we can talk about this."
"The gun stays with me," she says, her smile tight but determined. "Until Arson is properly restrained. He's dangerous when he's like this." Lee looks from Mother to Richard, then back again.
"I'm calling the police,"
he says firmly, pulling out his phone. Then he makes meaningful eye contact with Aries and steps aside. Mother doesn't try to stop him. Instead, she smiles faintly, as if everything is proceeding exactly as she planned. "Good. We need to get this situation under control." The way she says it, so confident, so certain, sends a chill down my spine. Because even now, with everything falling apart around her, she's thinking ahead, planning, manipulating.
"Right,"
Sebastian agrees.
"We'll get everything under control. Don't worry."
"While we wait," she continues smoothly, "perhaps you boys could help Richard to the sofa. He's had quite a shock." Drew and Lee move toward Richard, who looks both pained and bewildered at the sudden shift in dynamics. As they settle him on the couch, Mother maintains her position by the door, gun held casually but deliberately visible. "And Arson," she says, her voice hardening slightly, "why don't you sit down too? Over there." She gestures to a chair isolated well away from any of us. He doesn't move.
"No."
Mother's smile tightens. Always so difficult, so contrary. Even as a child, you resisted every attempt to help you.
"Help me?"
Arson laughs, the sound sharp and bitter.
"Is that what you call it? Locking me away for years, torturing me with experimental drugs and treatments?"
"You see," Mother says to Drew and the others, as if Arson has just proven her point. "These paranoid delusions. It's heartbreaking, really. We tried for so long to get him proper treatment." Lee finishes his call, looking uneasy.
"Security is on their way. The ambulance, too."
"Thank you," Mother says warmly, as if he's done her a great favor. "You boys have been so helpful, such good friends to Aries." The way she says it, separating Aries from Arson, reinforcing the division, is subtle but unmistakable. She's already building her narrative, brick by careful brick.
"Mrs. Hayes,"
Drew says cautiously.
"What exactly happened here?" before we came in."
"A terrible misunderstanding," she replies, without missing a beat. "Arson has been unstable since his escape from the treatment facility. He's been impersonating Ares, living his life, even stealing his clothes and identity." The ease with which she lies is breathtaking. The conviction in her voice, the sorrow in her eyes, all of it perfectly calibrated to evoke sympathy, to create doubt.
"That's bullshit,"
Ares says flatly, finally breaking his silence.
"She's lying. About all of it."
"I'm sorry," Richard says softly.
"For everything.
For not seeing.
For not knowing."
I don't know what to say to that. Sorry doesn't erase 10 years of Arson's torture. Sorry doesn't undo a lifetime of manipulation and control. Sorry doesn't bring back the mother his sons lost. The pain in his eyes is real. The shock and betrayal. Whatever he did or didn't know, the revelation of his wife's murder at Patricia's hands has broken something fundamental in him. She had us all fooled, I say finally, offering what little comfort I can. All of us. He sighs, and I settle back, waiting for the inevitable, until something I don't expect happens. It's not the police who walk in. It's Arson's backers, my kidnappers.
"Hello, Patricia. Still spinning lies, I see,"
the older man says.
Chapter 26. Arson. I flex my wrists, the broken zip tie hanging loose around my wrist. No one noticed when I snapped them, all eyes on Patricia's confession, her transformation from poised socialite to cold-blooded killer happening right before us. But for all the satisfaction of finally hearing the truth, I'm fucking trapped, boxed in. The gun in Patricia's hand makes any sudden movement a death sentence. Maybe not for me, but for Lillian. The fireplace crackles behind Richard, casting dancing shadows across the room. The heat from it radiates outward, making the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. Flames lick at the logs, hungry and eager, reminding me of the rage building inside me for 8 goddamn years. Waiting, consuming, ready to devour everything in its path. 8 years locked away, treated like a fucking animal. 8 years planning my revenge, and now I'm standing here watching this psychopath wave a gun around, unable to do a goddamn thing about it. My fingers itch to wrap around Patricia's throat, to watch the life drain from her eyes the way she watched my mother drown. But the gun keeps me rooted in place as my body vibrates with impotent fury. The rage builds inside me like a physical pressure, threatening to crack my ribs from the inside out. I'm not powerless, not anymore. In this cramped common room with Lillian caught in the crossfire, I might as well be back in that fucking institution, strapped to a table while they pump me full of chemicals. Sweat beads on my forehead, and I clench and unclench my fists at my sides, the broken loop of a zip tie digging into my wrist where it's still strapped, its mate hanging loose, broken, a small pain to focus on, to keep me grounded when everything inside me is screaming to move, to act, to end this shit once and for all. Ares hovers at the edge of my vision, his expression giving nothing away. Always calculating, always 3 steps ahead. I catch his eyes flicking between Patricia and the door, between the gun and Lillian, measuring angles and assessing risks. I still don't know if I can trust him, if his little betrayal this morning was part of some master plan, or just him being the weak fucking coward he's always been. But right now, I don't give a shit. If he can get Lillian out of this, all is forgiven. She's all that matters now. The Millhouse common room feels claustrophobic, the walls closing in with every passing second. The battered sofa, the glass coffee table, the out-of-place, overly expensive lamp in the corner. All of it so ordinary, so fucking mundane for the scene playing out here. Murder confessions, family secrets, a mad woman with a gun. The jarring contrast between the everyday setting and the life and death stakes makes everything feel surreal, like I'm watching it happen to someone else. My gaze sweeps the room, taking in the tableau. Richard looks hollowed out, like a man who's just watched his entire life burn to ash. He's not speaking and barely even breathing. The firelight casts harsh shadows across his face, aging him a decade in minutes. His hands tremble slightly where they rest on his knees, his eyes fixed on some middle distance, unseen. Learning that your wife of over a decade murdered your first wife will do that to a man, I suppose. Pathetic bastard. Patricia stands by the door, gun trained on us, her eyes cold and calculating even now. Her cream silk blouse remains pristine despite everything, with not a hair out of place. The perfect facade is maintained even as her world crumbles around her. Something about her composure is almost admirable, if it wasn't so fucking terrifying. The gun looks strange in her manicured hand, but she holds it with the confidence of someone who knows how to use it. Not a novice, not hesitant. Another lie in a lifetime of deception. Drew, Lee, and Sebastian hover near the stairs, waiting for an opening that isn't coming. Sebastian's eyes are wide with the same calculation Ares shows, but Drew's expression is shrewd, surprisingly steady for a man who just walked into a hostage situation. Lee keeps glancing at Ares, some unspoken communication passing between them. What the fuck did my brother tell them before this all went down? And Lillian, brave, beautiful Lillian, stares defiantly at the woman who raised her, who lied to her, who cut her open for profit for years. Her eyes burn with a mixture of rage and betrayal, so potent it's almost a tangible force in the room. Her cheeks are flushed, whether from the heat of the fireplace or the intensity of her emotions, I can't tell. There's no fear in her stance, no cowering, just steel and fire. Fucking incredible, even now. The grandfather clock in the corner ticks steadily, each second stretching into eternity. Outside, campus life continues, oblivious to the drama unfolding within these walls. Someone laughs, the sound carrying through an open window, jarringly normal against the deadly silence in this room. The front door opens, and the men who've been backing me walk in like they own the place, like Patricia doesn't have a gun trained on us. The oldest one, silver-haired and imposing in an expensive suit, steps forward with casual confidence. Something about him reminds me of a predator, patient, assured, lethal. The kind of man who doesn't need to raise his voice to command attention. "Hello, Patricia," he says, his voice carrying the weight of old money and older grudges. "Still spinning lies, I see." Patricia's composure cracks just for a second before her mask slips back into place. A flash of genuine fear in her eyes is quickly suppressed. "Hector," she says, the name like poison on her tongue. Hector's gaze sweeps over the room, taking in Richard's broken posture, the gun in Patricia's hand, Lillian's defiant stance, and my barely contained rage. His expression gives nothing away, but the tension in his shoulders speaks of carefully controlled fury. His eyes linger on the fireplace for a moment, the flames reflecting in his pupils before he turns his attention back to Patricia. His gaze finally lands on Lillian. Something shifts in his expression, an almost imperceptible softening. Recognition, familiarity, something deeper than professional interest or casual concern. "Hello again, Lillian," he says, his voice gentler now. "I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I'm Hector Marlowe, your father's brother, your uncle." Lillian goes utterly still, shock written across her face. The color drains from her cheeks, her lips parting in silent surprise. My uncle? But my mother said that all your family was dead? Hector finishes for her. Yes, I imagine she would say that. It's much easier to control someone when they have nowhere else to turn. He takes another step into the room, ignoring the gun completely. The men with him position themselves near the door, watchful and ready. They're professionals, that much is obvious. Not hired muscle, but trained operatives. The kind of men who could disarm Patricia in seconds if given the opportunity. Yet they wait, taking their cues from Hector, patient as their employer. You know, Hector continues conversationally, I always assumed Richard was in on it with you, Patricia. The deaths, the cover-ups. It was quite a cozy little arrangement. Richard flinches, and he seems to shrink further into himself, shoulders hunching as if to ward off the words. Although now I can see it seems you were the mastermind behind it all, Hector says, his eyes narrowing. My brother's death, Elizabeth's drowning. My head snaps up at that, the pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. Not just my mother, not just me. How many fucking lives has this woman destroyed? How far does her web of manipulation extend? What do you mean, her father's death? The words tear from my throat, rough with the effort of controlling my rage. Hector's gaze shifts to me, something like respect flashing in his eyes. David Marlowe, Lillian's father. Patricia made sure he was out of the picture, freed herself up to join with Richard. The fireplace pops loudly, once, twice. The sudden sound makes everyone jump, except Patricia and Hector. Their eyes remain locked in silent combat, decades of hatred compressed into a single, unblinking stare. You're lying, Patricia hisses, but there's panic edging into her voice now. The gun wavers slightly in her grip before steadying again. David died in an accident, a car crash. Did he? Hector's voice is soft, dangerous. Just like Elizabeth accidentally drowned. Just like arson needed to be institutionalized. Just like Lillian happened to develop a heart condition that required medication that kept her compliant. Each accusation lands like a physical blow, the truth of each impossible to deny. The pattern is too clear, too consistent to be a coincidence. You killed my father? Lillian whispers, the words barely audible over the crackling of the fireplace. For the first time since I've known her, I see genuine fear in Lillian's eyes. Not just anger, not just betrayal, but fear, raw and primal. She's looking at her mother like she doesn't know her at all. And then again, why the fuck would she? The woman standing before us isn't the careful, composed Patricia Hayes, philanthropist and devoted mother she plays. This is someone else entirely, someone who's been hiding in plain sight for decades. Patricia's expression hardens, all pretense of the concerned mother finally dropping away. The transition is chilling to witness, the mask of humanity slipping to reveal something cold and reptilian beneath. I did what was necessary, she says coldly. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. There's something inhuman in Patricia's eyes now, something calculating and merciless that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I've seen that look before, in the eyes of the doctors at the institution who saw me not as a person, but as a subject, a problem to be solved, an inconvenience to be eliminated. Tell me, Patricia, Hector says, taking another step forward, ignoring the weapon entirely. His shoes press into the worn carpet, deliberate and unhurried. Are you going to shoot me? Add one more body to your count? The tension in the room is thick enough to choke on. Patricia's eyes dart from Hector to Richard to Lillian, calculating her odds, her escape routes. I can almost see the wheels turning behind her eyes, weighing options, assessing threats. She's backed into a corner, literally and figuratively. But cornered animals are the most dangerous kind. "You know," she says, swinging the gun toward Lillian, "I think I'll start with the person who decided not to listen, the one who brought this all down around us." My muscles coil, ready to spring, but I force myself to remain still. One wrong move and Lillian gets a bullet. The distance between us is too great, the gun too steady in Patricia's hand. I'd never reach her in time. The knowledge burns in my gut, acid and bile rising in my throat. "I wouldn't," Hector says calmly. "That's the only shot you'll get off before someone takes you down." He gestures around the room, at me, at Ares, at Drew and his friends, at his own men by the door, all of us coiled and ready to spring the moment she gives us an opening. The odds are overwhelmingly against her, and Patricia knows it. I see it in the slight widening of her eyes, the barely perceptible tightening of her jaw. She backs herself further into the corner, desperation edging into her movements. The firelight casts her shadow long and distorted against the wall, a monstrous silhouette that better matches the true nature of the woman than her carefully maintained appearance. Without warning, she fires a shot into the ceiling, the sound deafening in the small room. Plaster rains down like snow, dust motes dancing in the air. Everyone skitters back. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingles with the wood smoke, creating a choking miasma that stings my eyes and burns my lungs. "Fine," she says, lowering the gun back to point in Lillian's direction. Her voice is steadier now, her initial panic giving way to a cold, pragmatic acceptance of her situation. "Then we negotiate. How do I get out of this alive? With my money." Hector laughs, the sound devoid of any real humor. It echoes off the walls of the common room, hollow and bitter. "There is nothing that you can give me that would make me let you walk out of here, Patricia. Nothing." "I have offshore accounts," she says quickly, words tumbling over each other in her haste. "Millions. Information about Hayes Enterprises that could be worth even more to the right people." Her desperation is palpable now, sweat beading on her upper lip despite her otherwise immaculate appearance. The facade is crumbling, revealing the terrified woman beneath. But there's something else there, too, a cunning that makes me wary. Patricia Hayes doesn't beg, doesn't plead. This is another manipulation, another fucking angle she's playing. "Do you really think I care about your money?" Hector asks, disgust evident in his voice. "What level of insane do you have to be to think you can buy your way out of this? You can just kill someone and trade justice for cash." "Everyone has a price," Patricia insists, desperation creeping into her voice. Her eyes dart around the room, searching for an ally, but she won't find one here. Not in this room. Even Richard won't look at her, her gaze fixed on the floor, shoulders slumped in defeat or disgust, or both. "Not everyone," I say, my voice low and controlled despite the rage boiling inside me. Every instinct screams to lunge at her, to end this now, but I stay rooted in place. Too much at stake, too many variables, too many ways this could go wrong. Patricia's eyes find mine, and for a moment I see something like recognition there, a mirror image of my own hatred, my own capacity for violence. We understand each other, Patricia and I. Both of us are willing to do whatever it takes to get what we want. The difference is, what I want is justice. What she wants is survival at any cost. "I know what you're thinking, and I promise you won't get away with it," she says, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carries over the crackling of the fire. None of you will. We already have, Hector replies, his confidence unshakable. It's over, Patricia. The only question now is how it ends. The grandfather clock chimes the hour, the sound startlingly normal amid the surreal tableau. Outside, life continues unaware. Students crossing the quad, professors preparing lectures, the ordinary rhythm of a college campus on an ordinary day. In here, time seems suspended, stretched taut like a wire about to snap. Patricia's eyes dart to the window, perhaps calculating if she could make it out before we reached her. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Her carefully constructed empire is crumbling around her, and for the first time in perhaps her entire life, she is truly cornered. The realization settles over her features, hardening them into something terrible and resolute. The gun in her hand steadies, her finger tightening almost imperceptibly on the trigger. "If I'm going down," she says coldly, "I'm not going alone."
Chapter 27. Lillian. I can't breathe. Not because of my blown-out-of-proportion heart condition, but because my mother, the woman who raised me, who tucked me in at night, who held my hand through doctor visits, is pointing a gun at me, with murder in her eyes. Fear constricts my breath, slowly slithering up my spine like a snake. My mouth goes dry, and my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. The taste of copper floods my senses. I've bitten the inside of my cheek without realizing it. My heartbeat thunders in my ears, drowning out everything except my mother's voice and the click of the safety being released on her gun. I could cower. No one would blame me right now. But I don't. I force myself to stand straight, to not show it. Not with everything hanging in the balance. Not with Arson and Ares watching. I've spent my entire life being the fragile one, the broken one, the one who needs protection. Not today. Not now, when it matters most. God, Arson and Ares. How can it end like this? After everything they've been through, the separation, the torture, the years of planning, it can't all come down to this moment in a crappy college common room with my psychopath mother waving a gun around. The unfairness of it hits me hard, making my knees want to buckle. All I can think about is getting them out of here, both of them, safe. The thought pounds through me with each heartbeat. Get them out, get them out, get them out. These two men who've survived so much already, who've clawed their way back from hell. They can't die here. I won't let them. It feels like the room is closing in on me, the walls shrinking with each passing second. The heat from the fireplace is now stifling, sweat beading at my temples, at the nape of my neck, and trickling down between my shoulder blades. I can smell the acrid tang of my own fear sweat. Time stretches and contracts, seconds feeling like hours, as my mother's finger tenses on the trigger. Drew steps forward, hands raised in a placating gesture.
"Mrs. Hayes,"
he says carefully,
"maybe I can help. I have connections with the state attorney general. We could work something out."
His voice sounds far away, like he's speaking underwater. Everything has taken on a dreamlike quality, reality bending at the edges. Is this what shock feels like? The edges of my vision blur as darkness creeps in. I dig my fingernails into my palms, the sharp pain bringing me back to the present. I can't check out now. I need to stay alert, stay ready. My mother's eyes flick to Drew, dismissive. The look she gives him, like he's something she found stuck to the bottom of her designer shoe, makes my stomach clench.
I've seen that look so many times growing up. It's the look that precedes cruelty. Shut up, boy. This doesn't concern you. Her voice drips with contempt, each syllable a tiny blade. No, Hector says firmly. There will be no negotiation. His voice is steel wrapped in velvet, smooth but unyielding. You walk out with me, Patricia, and I might let Richard live. For now. That's the only concession I'm willing to make. Mother laughs, the sound brittle and sharp as breaking glass. It's a sound I haven't heard often, her real laugh, not the carefully modulated social titter she uses at charity events. This laugh comes from somewhere dark and twisted, a place I never wanted to know existed inside her. Let Richard live. Hilarious of you to think I care what happens to him. Her gaze shifts to my stepfather. Contempt etched into every line of her face. The mask is completely gone now, revealing the stranger beneath. Weak, pathetic Richard. Couldn't see what was happening right under his nose for years. Richard flinches, the words hitting him with each syllable. He looks smaller somehow, diminished, as if the truth of what my mother has done has physically shrunk him. His shoulders curve inward, his eyes hollow. For the first time, I feel something like pity for him. He's as much a victim as any of us, in his way. Blind, yes, but deliberately kept that way. Patricia, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. Please, don't do this. It's strange to hear him beg. Richard Hayes, titan of industry, reduced to pleading. His voice trembles, thick with grief and betrayal. I allow myself a reprieve, to see him not as the distant, cold stepfather I've known, but as a man whose entire world has just imploded, who's discovered that the last decade of his life was built on lies and manipulation, that the woman he thought he knew was a murderer who killed his first wife. Don't do this, she repeats, mockery dripping from every syllable. It's a bit late for that, wouldn't you say? Years too late. She turns back to me, something shifting in her expression. The mask slips completely, revealing something I've never seen before. Pure, undiluted hatred. This isn't my mother anymore. This is a stranger wearing her face. The transformation is so complete, so terrifying, that I have to fight the urge to step back, to run, to hide. I'm done running, done hiding, done being afraid. Lillian, she hisses, what an ungrateful little bitch you turned out to be, huh? I open my mouth to speak, but she's not finished. I did all of this for you, to give you the best life possible, a beautiful home, a last name that would open doors for you, and an endless future. I wanted you to have the perfect life, and this is how you repay me? Each word is a slap, stinging and sharp. My throat tightens, emotion threatening to choke me. Despite everything, despite the lies, the manipulation, the drugging, some childish part of me still craves her approval, still wants her to be the mother I thought she was. The betrayal cuts deeper than I thought possible, reopening wounds I didn't even know I had. I swallow hard, forcing the words past the lump in my throat. Repay you? How can you act like the victim in all of this? For years, you drugged me and used fabricated medical conditions to keep me in a box, your box. You made me believe I was broken, that I was weak. My voice comes out stronger than I expected, steadier. The truth gives me strength I didn't know I possessed. I made you better, she snaps, improved you. Without me, you'd be nothing. Just another timid girl trying to make her way in the world. I recoil as if she's struck me. The casual cruelty, the dismissal of my entire existence outside of her control, it's breathtaking in its totality. This is the truth of how she sees me. Not as a daughter, not as a person, but as a possession, a project, a means to an end. Time seems to freeze as she raises the gun higher, her aim steadying. Her finger tightens on the trigger, her eyes cold and empty. None of that matters now, though. If I'm going down, I'm taking my little whore of a daughter with me. The words hang in the air for a heartbeat. Then two. I can't move, can't breathe, can't think. I'm frozen. A rabbit caught in headlights as I stare down the barrel of the gun. My own mother's gun, aimed at my heart. I don't see Aries move, but he does. One moment, he's at the edge of the room, and the next, he's launching himself at my mother like a force of nature, all coiled muscle and barely contained rage. Everything happens so fast. A blur of motion, a cry of surprise from my mother, the gun swinging wildly, then 1, 2 gunshots that split the sound in the room with a deafening crack. What happens next seems to unfold in slow motion. A massive explosion of flames shoots upward from the fireplace, the force of it knocking everyone backward. The acrid smell of accelerant fills the air. That bullet hit something it shouldn't have. Heat blasts across my face, singeing my eyebrows as flames race across the carpet with unnatural speed. And then there's screaming. God, the screaming. My mother is engulfed in flames, her perfect silk blouse transformed into a shroud of fire. Aries, too. His arm, his side, patches of flame eating away at his clothes, at his skin. I lunge forward instinctively, reaching for him, but Arson is there first, grabbing a throw blanket from the couch and beating at the flames on his brother's body, dragging him toward the door. "Help her!" I scream, turning toward my mother, but strong arms wrap around my waist, pulling me back. "No," Hector shouts in my ear. "It's too late. We need to get out." It's only then I notice Richard on the floor, no one moving to save him either. Did he get knocked out with the blast? "But Richard!" I scream, trying to get someone's attention, but everyone is too busy trying to save themselves. The room is rapidly filling with thick black smoke as flames climb the curtains and engulf the bookshelves. Everyone races toward the door. Drew, Lee, Sebastian, and Hector's men. No one moves to help my mother. No one moves to help Richard. No one looks back. Outside, on the porch, the cold air hits my lungs like a hammer from the inside out after the searing heat inside. I gasp, choking on smoke, tears streaming down my face. My throat feels raw, whether from screaming or from the smoke. I can't tell. My skin prickles with heat, too close to the flames for too long. Aries breaks away from Arson, his shirt half burned away. Angry red welts were already forming on his skin. The burns look painful, blistering, weeping. But he moves as if he doesn't feel them, driven by some purpose greater than pain. He turns back toward the door, his face a mask of determination. "Is anyone else in there?" he demands, looking at Lee. His voice is hoarse, roughened by smoke, but still commanding. Even injured, even in chaos, something about him demands attention and exudes control. Lee shakes his head, hair falling into his eyes, face streaked with soot. "No, I cleared it out last night when things got hot. Made sure everyone stayed with friends." Relief flashes across Aries' face, so brief I almost miss it. "Richard!" I gasp out. Good, he says grimly, closing the door firmly as he deliberately meets my eyes. The screaming inside intensifies, rising to an inhuman pitch that makes my stomach turn. It doesn't even sound like my mother anymore, just pure agony. That sound will haunt my nightmares for years to come. I sob, lunging for the door, unable to process what's happening. She's a monster, yes, a murderer, but she's still... Mom! I cry, fingers scrabbling at the doorknob. The metal is hot, burning my skin, but I don't care. Mom! It's pure instinct, this need to save her despite everything. The rational part of my brain knows it's too late, knows she's beyond help, knows what she's done. But the child in me, the part that still remembers bedtime stories and Band-Aids on scraped knees, can't accept what's happening. Ares catches me, lifting me bodily off my feet. His strong arms wrap around me from behind, pulling me away from the door despite my struggles. No, Lillian. No. His voice in my ear is gentle, despite the firmness of his grip. I fight against him anyway, kicking, twisting, desperate to get back to the door, to my mother, to stop what can't be stopped. We can't. I can't form a coherent thought, my mind fracturing under the weight of what's happening. Sobs tear from my throat, raw and primal. Emotions I can't even name overwhelming me. Ares carries me down the porch steps, his arms like steel bands around me, despite his injuries. I can feel the heat of his burns against my skin. But he doesn't loosen his hold, doesn't show any sign he's in pain. Behind us, I can see the fire growing through the windows, consuming the mill house from the inside out. Black smoke billows from every opening, flames licking at the curtains, at the wooden window frames.
Jesus Christ.
Drew breathes, watching in horrified fascination.
I'll talk to the cops. Take care of that angle when they arrive.
His face is pale beneath a streak of soot, eyes wide with shock. Next to him, Sebastian looks like he might be sick, hand pressed over his mouth. Arson turns to Drew, his face set in hard lines. Unlike the rest of us, he seems completely composed, for once, untouched by the chaos around him. His clothes are singed, his face smudged with ash, but there's a calm calculation in his eyes that's almost frightening.
This wasn't part of the plan. Arson will take care of the damages,
Ares says, his voice strained.
He is, after all, the new COO of Hayes Enterprises.
Something in his tone makes me look up through my tears. There's a smug satisfaction there, at odds with all the chaos around us, a sense that, somehow, this was all part of some larger plan. Arson steps toward us, his expression darkening.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Ares smiles thinly.
The paperwork Father signed this morning. You're the new COO, brother, not me. And since it seems he's gone with our stepmother in this terrible accident, well...
What? Arson takes another threatening step toward his twin, wincing in sympathy as he catches sight of Ares' burns. The injuries appear worse in the bright outdoor light. Angry, red, and blistering patches of skin already peeling away. He needs medical attention, but his focus is entirely on his brother.
You did this? Forced this confrontation for power?
Arson's voice is dangerously low, vibrating with barely controlled rage.
No.
Ares shakes his head, unruffled by his brother's anger.
I did it for you. The paperwork lists A. Hayes as COO. Not Aries, but arson. Father didn't read carefully enough when he signed it. I signed it under your name.
He says it so casually, as if discussing the weather rather than a manipulative power play that resulted in death and destruction. The contrast between his calm demeanor and the chaos around us is jarring, unsettling. My legs give out, and I sink to the ground, overwhelmed by everything. The smoke, the screams that have now stopped. Oh God, they've stopped. What does that mean? And the revelation that Aries has been playing a deeper game all along. My knees hit the damp grass, the cold seeping through my jeans, but I barely feel it. I'm numb, disconnected, floating outside my body. Arson's attention immediately shifts from his brother to me. Something softens in his expression, anger giving way to concern. He crouches down and scoops me into his arms. Shh, he murmurs, his mouth against my hair.
I've got you.
I press my face into his chest, inhaling his scent, smoke and sweat and something uniquely him beneath it all. His skin is too hot where it touches mine, fevered from the heat of the fire, but he doesn't put me down, doesn't let go. Sirens wail in the distance, growing closer as the fire overtakes the bottom floor of the mill house. The old building is going up faster than seems possible, flames shooting from every window now. The heat so intense we're forced to move farther back across the lawn. The crackling of the fire is deafening, punctuated by the sound of glass shattering as windows explode from the heat. Arson holds me against his chest. Aries steps up to us, his skin hot and raw where I reach for him. But he doesn't flinch away, doesn't show any sign that he's in pain, though he must be in agony. Shh, he murmurs into my hair, lips gentle against my temple.
It's over. It's done.
And he wraps his arms around us both. The tenderness in his voice breaks something in me. The tears come harder now, my body shaking with the force of them. Great, heaving sobs that feel like they're being torn from some deep, primal place inside me. I cry for everything. For the mother I thought I had and never did. For the years of lies and manipulation. For Arson and Aries and all they've suffered. For myself and the childhood I never got to have. She was awful, I sob, the words catching in my throat. She was a monster, but did she deserve to die like that? To burn alive? The question hangs between us, heavy with all its implications. The moral weight of what just happened, of what we just allowed to happen.
Yes,
Arson says, simply, no hesitation in his voice.
She did.
The certainty in his tone should be frightening, but it is somehow comforting instead. Black and white in a world that's been nothing but shades of gray for as long as I can remember. His conviction is like an anchor in a storm.
She did. And Richard, too.
Hector says, stepping up.
We need to talk, Lillian. About the family, about the money your father left you, and many other things. I'll be in touch. For now, I'll let you all heal. I got what I wanted.
I can't argue with Arson or Hector. In fact, I can't find it in myself to disagree. It doesn't matter what I have to say or think because the grief is there anyway. tangled up with relief and horror and guilt. She raised me. She was the only mother I knew. And I just watched her burn to death. The knowledge settles in my chest like a physical weight, heavy and immovable. The three of us huddle together as the firefighters arrive, their trucks screeching to a halt, hoses unwinding. They shout orders to each other, their voices carrying across the lawn. Students have gathered now, drawn by the commotion, a ring of shocked faces watching as the mill house burns. Lee, Drew, and Sebastian hover at the edge of our group, witnesses to something they can't possibly understand. The paramedics and police arrive next, immediately zeroing in on Aries' injuries. They try to separate us, to get him onto a stretcher, but he refuses to let go of me. Drew draws the cops away easily with his good old boy charm.
"We stay together,"
Aries says firmly, his tone brooking no argument.
"Treat me here."
We all sit on the grass, watching as the firefighters battle the blaze. It's a losing fight. The mill house is old, the wood dry, the fire too established. All they can do is try to keep it from spreading to the grounds.
"It will be okay,"
Arson whispers against my temple, his lips surprisingly gentle.
"It will all be okay."
I want to believe him, want to trust that there's a way forward after all of this. The nightmare is over. My mother, Patricia, Hayes Enterprises, the lies and manipulation, all of it consumed in the cleansing fire. How do we move forward? How do we build something new from these ashes? I look at Aries, at the determination in his eyes despite the pain he must be feeling. At Arson, his expression is thoughtful as he watches the firefighters work. These two men, identical in appearance but so different in temperament, are both damaged by what they've endured and survivors in their own way. Maybe that's how we get through this. Together. All three of us, broken but not destroyed, carrying each other through whatever comes next. The grief, the aftermath, the rebuilding. I don't know if it's possible. Don't know if the scars we all carry will ever truly heal. The weight of everything that's happened sits heavy on my chest, making it hard to breathe. My mother is dead, burned alive before my eyes. The woman who raised me, who tucked me in at night, who taught me to read and tie my shoes and navigate social situations. Gone. In the most horrific way imaginable. And part of me is relieved. What kind of person does that make me? But as Arson's arms tighten around me, as Aries' hand finds mine in the grass, I feel something unfamiliar bloom in my chest. Hope. Small and fragile, but there. A tiny flame, different from the inferno consuming the mill house. Something that can warm without destroying. Something that can light our way forward. The morning sun shines brightly overhead, casting a harsh light across the campus lawn. Students gather at a distance, watching in horrified fascination as the mill house burns. None of them understands what they're really seeing. Not just a building on fire, but the end of one story and the beginning of another. Our story. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. Me, Arson, Aries. 3 broken pieces that somehow fit together to make something whole, something stronger than we could ever be apart. I love you, I whisper, not even sure which one of them I'm speaking to. Both, maybe. All of us. Arson's lips press against my forehead.
We know,
he says simply.
We love you too.
For now, at this moment, with the past literally going up in flames behind us, that's enough. It has to be.
Chapter 28. Aries. The text comes at noon, just as I'm trying to force down hotel room service coffee that tastes like burnt paper. My hands still shake sometimes, an after effect of everything that happened. The message is simple. Millhouse lawn, sunset, black tie. Drew. I stare at my phone, confused. The others must have gotten the same message because my phone buzzes with confused texts from Lee and Sebastian. None of us knows what to make of it. 20 minutes later, there's a knock on our door. Lillian opens it to find a hotel employee with garment bags draped over his arm. 3 of them, each with our names written in careful script. Inside mine is a perfectly fitted tuxedo, black on black, expensive enough that I recognize the tailoring even before I check the label. What the hell is this about? Arson mutters, holding up his identical tux. His voice carries that edge it gets when he's trying not to show he's unsettled. Lillian fingers the fabric of her black gown, elegant and simple, with a neckline that won't hide her scar. She's been wearing it like armor lately, that mark on her chest, a reminder of everything we've survived. Drew helped us, I say, making the decision for all of us. After everything that happened, if he wants us there, we should go. I text him back. We'll be there. The drive to the mill house feels surreal. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting everything in that golden hour light that makes the world look like it's been dipped in honey. I keep catching myself watching Lillian in the passenger seat. She's quiet, her blue eyes distant as she stares out at the familiar landscape rolling past. Her blonde hair is styled in soft waves around her face, and the black fabric of her dress pools elegantly in her lap. Arson drives with his usual precise control, but I can see the tension in his shoulders and the way his knuckles are white against the steering wheel. When we pull up to the mill house property, the first thing that hits me is the smell. Smoke and ash linger in the evening air, like a ghost of destruction. The house itself is mostly gone, just blackened timber bones reaching toward the sky like the skeleton of some massive beast. Yellow police tape flutters in the breeze, cordoning off the worst of the damage, and I can see wisps of smoke still curling up from the deeper recesses of what used to be the foundation. But on the lawn, away from the destruction, there's pure magic. The setup sprawls across the grass like something out of a fairy tale. Massive, cream-colored blankets spread in overlapping circles, their edge weighted down with small stones wrapped in gold ribbon. Elevated serving platters rise at different heights, creating layers of food that catch the dying light. Charcuterie boards loaded with aged cheeses and cured meats. Towers of macarons in every color imaginable. Delicate finger sandwiches cut into perfect triangles. LED candles are scattered everywhere. Hundreds of them, casting warm pools of flickering light that dance across the grass and make the whole scene glow like we're sitting inside a constellation. Champagne bottles stand in elegant ice buckets, placed strategically around the blankets, their labels catching glints of candlelight. Crystal glasses, actual crystal, not plastic, wait in neat rows, and I can hear soft classical music drifting from hidden speakers somewhere in the trees. The others are already there, and seeing them all dressed up like this takes my breath away. We've been through hell together, but tonight we look like we stepped out of some elegant magazine spread. Drew stands near the edge of the blankets, and I barely recognize him. His usually messy brown hair is slicked back with just enough product to tame the waves, and he's wearing a black tuxedo that fits him perfectly. The bow tie hangs loose around his neck, giving him that effortlessly disheveled look that somehow makes the formal wear seem natural on him. Those green eyes of his catch the dying light as he waves us over, and there's something different in his expression. Lighter, maybe, like a weight has been lifted. Belle sits cross-legged on one of the blankets, her silver sequined gown spread around her like liquid mercury. The fabric catches the candlelight with every breath she takes, sending tiny sparkles dancing across the grass. Her long blonde hair falls in perfect waves over one shoulder, and her green eyes are bright with laughter at something Sebastian just said. She looks radiant, glowing in a way that has nothing to do with the dress. Sebastian stands behind her, one hand resting lightly on her shoulder, and he's every inch the polished air in his immaculate black suit. His dirty blonde hair is styled to perfection, not a strand out of place, and his shoes gleam like mirrors even in the soft light. But there's something relaxed about his posture tonight, like he's finally allowed himself to just be instead of performing. Ellie sits beside them, her brown hair twisted up in an elegant knot that shows off the graceful line of her neck. Her black gown hugs her fuller figure beautifully, and she's glowing with that contentment that comes from being exactly where you want to be. She holds hands with Sebastian, their fingers intertwined above her head before she releases him, and there's something peaceful about the way she leans into his legs. Lee has already made himself comfortable, his tux jacket open over a white dress shirt he's only bothered to button halfway up his chest. His boots sit abandoned on the grass beside the blanket, and he's stretched out with his bare feet tucked under the edge of the fabric. His gray eyes are bright with mischief, and his unkempt brown hair looks like he ran his fingers through it, which he probably did. Even dressed up, he manages to look like he just rolled out of bed, but somehow it works on him. Salem perches gracefully on his lap, her burgundy gown a rich contrast to his white shirt. Her brown hair is pulled back in a tight, severe bun that emphasizes the elegant line of her neck, and she's wearing matching burgundy gloves that button at her wrists like she's dressed for some grand opera. Her brown eyes are soft as she looks down at Lee, and there's something intimate about the way she adjusts his collar without even thinking about it. We walk up together, Lillian between Arson and me, all three of us in black, like we're attending the world's most elegant funeral. Maybe we are in a way. I don't know. I'm on a shit ton of painkillers, and everything seems fun right now. "Welcome to the wake," Drew says with that crooked smile of his, gesturing grandly at the spread behind him. "Figured we should send off the old girl in style." I look at the ruins of the mill house, at the place that held so many memories, good and terrible both. The skeleton of the building looms behind us like a monument to everything we've lost and survived. "You're not going to rebuild?" Drew shakes his head, something resolute settling in his expression. "Nah, that place became something twisted, a monument to corruption and secrets and all the ways power can poison people. Better to let it burn and start fresh somewhere else." We settle onto the blankets, the fabric soft and warm beneath us. Someone, Drew probably, has thought of everything. Small cushions are scattered around for comfort, and the blankets themselves are thick enough that we're not feeling every bump and root in the ground. I find myself between Lillian and Belle, with Arson settling on Lillian's other side like we're unconsciously forming our own little protective circle. Drew pops the first champagne bottle with theatrical flair, the cork flying off into the gathering dusk with a satisfying pop. The sound makes Salem jump slightly, and Lee laughs, his arm tightening around her waist. The champagne foams over the rim of the bottle, and Drew catches it expertly in one of the crystal glasses. "Christ, Marshall," Sebastian says, accepting a glass. "When you decide to do something, you don't mess around." "Go big or go home," Drew replies, pouring glass after glass with practiced ease. "Besides, we deserved something beautiful after all the ugliness." The bubbles tickle my nose as I take my first sip, and the champagne is better than anything I've ever tasted, crisp and clean with just a hint of sweetness. For the first time in weeks, I feel something like peace settling in my chest. Lillian reaches for one of the charcuterie boards, loading a small plate with cheese and grapes. Her movements are graceful, deliberate, and I watch the way the candlelight plays across her face as she concentrates on arranging the food just so. When she offers me a bite of aged brie on a water cracker, her fingers brush mine, and the contact sends warmth shooting up my arm. "This is incredible," Ellie says, gesturing at the spread around us. "How did you even organize all of this?" Drew shrugs, but there's pride in his expression. "Called in a few favors. Figured if we were going to say goodbye to this place, we should do it right." He takes a sip of champagne and looks back at the burned shell of the house. It deserved better than just letting it rot. "It held a lot of memories," Belle says softly, following his gaze. Her voice carries that wistful quality it gets when she's thinking about the past. "Good ones and bad ones. More good than bad, I think," Lee adds, surprising us all. He's usually the first one to crack a joke when things get serious, but tonight his gray eyes hold something thoughtful. Salem shifts on his lap, adjusting the skirt of her burgundy dress. "It brought us together," she says simply. "That has to count for something." The conversation flows easier than it has in months as we eat and drink and watch the sun sink lower in the sky. We talk about small things, the way the champagne bubbles feel on our tongues, how ridiculously formal we all look sitting on blankets in the grass, whether the LED candles will last all night. Normal things, human things, the kind of conversations we might have had all along if we hadn't been drowning in secrets and lies and the weight of everything we were trying to survive. Arson is quieter than the rest of us, but I catch him watching our friends with something that might be wonder in his dark eyes. He's not used to this, the easy camaraderie, the way we can just exist together without having to perform or protect or pretend. He reaches for a macaron from one of the towers, examining the delicate pink shell like it's some exotic artifact. "These are almost too pretty to eat," he says, and Belle laughs. "Almost," she agrees, biting into a lavender one. "But not quite." As the sun sinks lower, the candles become more important, their warm light pushing back against the gathering dusk. The air grows cooler, and without thinking about it, we all shift closer together. Lillian ends up pressed against my side, her warmth seeping through the fabric of my jacket. The ruins of the mill house loom behind us, dark and broken against the star-studded sky. But here on the lawn, with candlelight dancing across our faces and champagne making us all a little loose and honest, it feels like the darkness can't touch us, like we're protected by the circle of light and friendship and all the love we've been too afraid to admit we feel for each other. Drew stands as the last light fades from the sky, his glass raised toward the burned skeleton of the house. The candlelight catches in his green eyes, and for a moment he looks older than his years, weighed down by all the history this place represents. "To the mill house," he says, voice carrying across the lawn with quiet reverence. "For all the good times and bad times, for the memories we made and the ones we'd rather forget, for bringing us together even when it nearly tore us apart." We all raise our glasses, the crystal catching the flickering light, and I feel the weight of the moment settling around us like a blanket. This is it, the end of one chapter and the beginning of something new. I clear my throat, surprising myself when I stand beside Drew. "To friendship," I add, looking around at these people who've become more than friends. They've become family in all the messy, complicated ways that matter. To finding each other in all the chaos. Arson lifts his glass higher, and when he speaks, his voice is softer than usual, almost vulnerable. "To family," he says simply, meeting each of our eyes in turn. "The kind you choose, the kind that chooses you back. We drink, and the champagne tastes like possibility, like new beginnings, like the future we're going to build together from the ashes of everything that came before. The mill house stands behind us, dark and broken, but we're here on the lawn with candlelight dancing across our faces and the promise of tomorrow stretching out ahead of us. For the first time in my life, surrounded by the people I love most in this world, I think we're going to be okay. Actually, we'll be more than okay. Not perfect. Nothing is ever perfect, and we all still have so many things to figure out. But once we do, we're going to be extraordinary. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Rekoning by J.L. Beck, narrated by Ryan Stone and Renee Thorne. Copyright 2025 by J.L. Beck. Published by arrangement with J.L. Beck. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.